at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're having an absolutely fabulous, fabulous day. If you haven't met me before, I'm Sherilyn Lavery, and as always, it's wonderful to be here. Now, we have got the most jam-packed show lined up for you. It's amazing. We have got Natalie, who's going to be joining us in a few seconds from Hunkydory. We've also got Francoise, her first show here at Hobbymaker from Creative Expressions. So it's literally, I mean, every hour, I almost feel like we could not get better. Now, just to give you a quick rundown of just a few of the bits that are going to be coming up today. Now, we're going to do a stamping special. So I'm going to be coming in a few moments to this amazing stamping bundle. We've also got some really different types of stamps that are coming up in the second hour from Creative Expressions. Oh my gosh, right, the third hour, so 3 o'clock. We are about to bring you the best of the month as well. I actually can't believe we're a month old. I'm standing here and thinking, I remember me and Ruth and Dave and Andy kind of in this studio, and we were all like doing little practice runs, and now it's like, oh, we've been here a month. All like slowly just kind of, you know, getting into the run of everything, which is lovely. But yeah, best of the month, and we have got some of the best things that sold out within like a couple of minutes on the first show back in stock, okay? We're talking some of the best adhesive. Oh my gosh, the Diamond Dazzle, it's going to be absolutely extraordinary. We've got amazing quantities. We've got fabulous cards coming up, card stock as well. It's kind of, we've got the sporting silhouettes. It is going to be just one thing after another each hour, it really is. So you want to make sure that you are staying tuned for the whole show. Now, if it is your first time at Hobbymaker and you're thinking, can I get in touch? Yes, you can. Just jump onto our website, okay? So go to hobbymaker.co.uk, and there's a little box kind of on the side which says send us a message. Can you see that just there next to the watch live? And of course, on that box, you can write in anything you want. We love to hear from you. You know, if you're standing here and you're thinking, right, Natalie's here, I want to ask a question about these amazing stamping sets, or, you know, about how to use the masks, then please do. You know, always feel free to send us in live messages. We love to hear from you. And I just kind of want to just kind of point out as well that, you know, we do something a little bit different here at Hobbymaker to other craft channels, craft shows, and that is that we offer you this one-off postage and packaging per day, okay? That is between midnight and midnight. Now, I've had a few messages on my socials of people saying, so do I need to basically write down all the bits that I want and then ring up and put them all in at one time? No. You can literally see this bundle and think, right, I'm having this. Then you buy that. Then you could come to another hour and think, right, I want the sporting silhouettes. Add that at that point. You can then add on anything else that you want during the show, and you will only be paid the one, you know, charge the one P&P, which is £3.95 as well. And I just love that because it doesn't matter how heavy or how many bits you've got, you only charge that one P&P. Okay, let's welcome Natalie.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I am really good, and I'm so happy to see you.
I know.
Right from kind of the day that obviously we were speaking about Hobbymaker,
yeah.
I kept thinking, I want a show with Hunkydory, and I've just been unfortunate that I've sort of missed the days that you guys have been on.
It's been so nice for me as well, because I think every single show that I've done here now, and I've done like one a week, I've always had a different presenter on, which has been so nice because I've got to meet everyone who's a part of like the hobby maker family. So it's been really nice.
Fantastic.
So finally getting to work with yourself.
I'm honestly, I'm over the moon. I really am. And what a show for me to get my first one with you.
Really, really good. So at Hunkydory we have a stamp range that is for the love of stamps.
Yes.
And that sort of umbrellas all of our stamp collections. So our For the Love of Stamps Essentials we brought to you a couple of weeks ago, and this is exactly the same. So these are our paint drop posy collections, and what we've done for you is we've got so many different bundles depending on how you want to buy today. You can buy the whole collection, you can buy little mini collections, or you can just buy individual items, which I absolutely love. There's something for everyone, but they're really quite stylish.
They are.
Quite contemporary as well, which I absolutely love. They are absolutely stunning and they make the most beautiful cards. No matter whether you're going really simple with your cards or whether you're going really full on crazy detail, lots of embossing powder, they're going to look stunning.
Honestly, it's so exciting. And I know that we're all can't wait for the demos that we'll come to shortly as well. So this big bundle that we've popped straight, onto the screen that we'll kind of go through in terms of what's in that in a second. Now, usually, obviously, if you wanted to buy all of these bits individually, you'd be looking at the price on your screen, which is £48.
Correct.
So yes, you can go on the web, you can buy bits individually, but if you want the best offer today and the best deal, then I always think it's best to kind of buy the bundles because you get it all for a discount price that you're going to offer today.
Yeah.
And of course, within this bundle, you're going to get 3 of your stamps and you get 3 of your masks as well.
Yeah, so they all coordinate together really, really nicely. I can show you the boards.
Yeah, please do. That'd be amazing.
Everything that you get. So we'll go through the stamps first of all because there's 3 separate sets. So these work standalone on their own, and how they're designed, and our amazing designer Stacey has done these, is that you get the large centerpiece flowers in each 3 of the different stamp sets. Then you have these sort of silhouettes that you can see here. Now these are designed perfectly to fit inside your line drawn flowers. So it means you don't have to colour, you don't need to get your brush markers out, your alcohol markers, blend the colours together. You can just simply use your ink pads, stamp the colour onto them and make really quick but beautiful cards.
Wow.
In a matter of minutes. It is really beautiful, and then each one has a selection of different sentiments as well. So we've got some that are, say, with sympathy. We've got things that cover just to say thank you, congratulations, just because you're beautiful. There's so many different ones. And then the third one here as well, we have the flower in a different sort of setting. So this one is on the corner. You've got your 3 silhouette stamps there, and then we've got birthday wishes, sending hugs. Now these are just the stamps, so you can get them on your own if you want to. They are available on the website. However, we've designed these to work alongside some masks, so this is where the magic happens. So you're going to be able to get 3 different masks in your ultimate bundle. This is just one of them. Now the way that they've been designed is that you can see this space here. You can create backgrounds with this mask. So in the yellow we've got here, that's your background. So you'll create that with your ink pad, then you'll stamp your image on, and then we'll colour it in using those silhouette stamps. So it all works together beautifully, and there's some really nice designs. So we've got this sprinkle design here, then we've got the beautiful sort of like Dalmatian print, which I absolutely love, and then finally we've got the stripes for you. So that is sort of like the gist of the stamps that we're bringing to you today, but they make the most beautiful cards. I'll bring this one in so you can see, you can use that as a background. This one's been heat embossed, but then the stamps have been coloured in really, really differently. There's so many different ways you can do it. They're just so much fun to work with. I absolutely love them.
And I think as well, so obviously normal day, get them all individually, you're paying £48. Now we are going to bring in a sort of little kind of cheeky Hunkydory deal, aren't we, if you want to get the whole bundle. I think we're going to bring split pay in on this as well to make it more accessible to everybody. So £34.99, which of course is, there it is. You've got split pay. It doesn't matter at what point you check out, everybody pays the same low price, just £17.49. When you said as well straight away about the Dalmatian, the Dalmatian mask we've got there, this one, I just spotted it straight away, one that you've put together.
It's absolutely beautiful, and you can see there a lot of the way that we've coloured these in as well, you've kind of still got those textures, you've got darker colours, but we're going to show you how to do that because you can just simply stamp on in one colour, but you can get quite creative as well and create like ombre effects with these too.
And I think what is so super as well actually about this bundle is it almost doesn't matter whether you're at my level of crafting, which is obviously way lower than yours, or you know, if you're at your sort of skill set level.
No,
I feel like
true.
These work for everybody, right from the beginner right up to the expert.
If you are a beginner or if you are an expert in stamping, these are going to be something for you because they're so easy to use, they're so easy to put together. Everything's been sorted out for you, so you don't have to think about cutting masks yourself, creating your own to put your flowers onto. You don't have to think about that, or fussy cutting, which if you want to do it, you can do, and it will create more dimension to your card. But it's a thing that gets in the way sometimes, so you don't need to do that with these, but you still can create these stunning cards.
Amazing. And I mean, when you look at it, that's 6 components that you're getting.
Yeah.
That makes them £7 a component if you kind of want to kind of individually look at it, roughly £7, which you wouldn't normally be paying. And what I think is so fabulous about everything that you do, it's almost like Hunkydory, think of it all. Yes, we have the demos that we can always watch back, but if you wanted to buy these and you're going to get, you know, 3 of your stamps, you're going to get 3 of the masks as well, on the back of every single one, if I just spin these around, it has all of the instructions, doesn't it, of how to use them as well?
It shows you exactly how you can create the beautiful backgrounds with step-by-step instructions. I think on your flowers, you've got sort of like a colour guide, but we can go through that as well. And then also on our website, we always do video tutorials on how you can use these. So if you miss the demonstrations or you want more in-depth demonstrations, then we have that for you as well.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. It just means that everybody can use them. I think you can gift these, you know, you can keep them all to yourself or you can gift them. It's totally up to you, really.
It's great to work in the office because a lot of the designers are all crafters themselves, so they know what crafters want, they know how to get the best out of these things, and that's what we pride ourselves on doing, is creating something that we know is going to be easy to use, regardless of your sort of skill set.
Fantastic. Look at, I mean, that one is just absolutely beautiful, one shown there. And then this one, it's just jumped out to me, which has been made by Kim Taylor, this one. You know, just to know, and I mean, look at that.
It's just a crossover of colour, isn't it?
Yes.
It's beautiful. I think the masks that have been designed are very sort of universal as well. So regardless of what type of occasion it is, the colours that you choose to use, they're going to work for all sorts of different things.
Yeah, and so lovely as well that you've got so many sentiments that come with these as well.
Many.
So, you know, with the designs, you can do it as just a note to say, you can do it as a birthday, it could be a sympathy card, you know, it could be a just because card. These, I feel, designs.
Anything.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just fabulous, aren't they?
They are amazing.
So everything, if you do want anything individually, you can get them all on the website. Just jump onto our website and you can see everything that's there. But this is the best way to get it in terms of price, okay? So if you're thinking, usually to buy all of these components individually, you would be paying $48.99, but we're at $34.99 with that split pay as well, so £17.49 a month. And that's no interest, doesn't matter. I always buy on split pay. I'm one of them.
I'm that type of person too.
Yeah.
I am that type of person too. I don't like to miss out on these things, so you've got to do it where you can.
Yeah, and I always think, like, you can often find, say, £17.49. You might not be able to find, you know, the £35 in 1 month.
It's true, it's true. So having that option, if you want it, it's great.
Right, shall we have a first demo?
Yeah, shall we show you how it works?
Yes, that would be absolutely amazing.
So what I've done is I've already stuck down some of my Ink Me cardstock onto my mixed media mat, and then I'm going to put my mask in place. Now, I would always say to make sure that both sort of pieces are stuck down, and then each side of your mask is stuck down, because this is plastic and it will move. Then what I'm going to do is bring in some ink colours. So I'm going in with French Navy, and then we're going to add Midnight Black on. So just make sure your sort of tool is really filled with as much ink as possible, and then we're just going to go over the top here. Now, don't worry if it goes around sort of the edges of your mask, because we're going to trim this down towards the end. So I'm going to go all the way in here and just keep going in, add in more colour till it gets really, really dark, so we can just carry on this all the way down. And then I wanted like a really deep navy. So this is the darkest navy that we have in our ink collections. However, if you ever want to sort of deepen the tone of a colour, you can always make it darker by adding in our black ink. So let's just finish this edge off, and then I'll show you what I mean. So if this is sort of the the deep blue that you're looking for, then that is great. However, I want a really sort of rich, deep colour for this. So I'm going to swap this over, and then I'll just pop that back. And then I'm going to bring in my black and just go over the top.
Wow.
And instantly, can you see how it's just deepening
Yeah.
the colour? It's ever so slight, but it's just giving me that even more sort of sophisticated navy.
Yes.
So I'm going to just add that all the way through. And then what we'll do is we'll pop this to one side and we'll bring it back in a moment. Then we're going to move on to sort of the stamp section. So I've got my stamp on my stamping press, and I've just got that on some Ink Me as well, because we are going to lay this up just to give it more dimension in our finished cards. So we'll pop our stamp onto there. You can use acrylic blocks for this, but I love this stamping press, mainly because there's so many times in the past where I've had a big stamp and I've used my acrylic block and it's just missed off a tiny bit. And then there's no way, and I have tried my best, there's no way I can ever get it. So using your stamping press means that you can pop it off, and if you've missed anywhere, you can add your colour and go straight back into it. And this stamping press is really good because it doesn't have any movement, because the whole lid pops off and you've just got the springs here. So it's not like you're moving it at all, it's all magnetic, you just pop it down and then you've got your image ready to go. Now the fun thing is colouring this in.
Okay.
So I've got my ink colours here, I'm just going to pop them out. We'll pop them all together, and then I've got my stamps on some stamping block. Now I'm going to start off with my leaves. So I'm going to go in with two colours here. I've got olive green and I've got evergreen. So just starting off with our olive green, I'm just going to cover that with my ink, and then all you have to do is just layer it on top.
Oh, wow, okay.
Now, you don't have to be super precise with this, and that will give you a really nice sort of wash look. So that's just one colour, and we'll just go in with that one colour on the bottom. And then I'm going to show you how we can create more depth on this. So just lining it up, adding that on top of there, and then you can relieve that off. Now I'm going to go in with my darker green, and I'm just going to pop this sort of on the bottom of my stamp, quite adding a lot of pressure towards the bottom, but then lifting it up. And I've still got some of that lighter green on there. And then when you go back over onto here, it gives you a beautiful ombre effect. So you get that sort of look of colouring. You can see the difference there. You're instantly adding a little bit of dimension to your image, and it's going to change the way your card looks. So we're going to just pop this onto here, and then I'm going to just move my stamp out of the way, and then we're going to go in with this smaller one. Now this one does these flowers here. Where's my smallest one? Here we go. And let's go in with our Flamingo Paradise. Now this is a really nice sort of reddish green, so we'll just pop reddish pink, sorry.
And then all these colours, of course, are from the Complete Prism Shimmer
Yeah,
Ink Pad
they're
collection.
from
So
our
if you want
ink
to
pad
get them
collection. We've got them on the website. So each time I'm just moving my image so it lines up with my stamp, and then just going in with that ink. Now you can be really clever, you can be really loose with this. You can add more colour to one side of your stamp than the other, and that will give you this sort of a little effect. Or you can do what I did last time and just add colour again along the bottom edge, go back in, and that's going to deepen your colour. So then we can move on to our next flower, and I'm going to use our Apricot Sorbet this time. So we're going to sort of create this in lots of different sort of orangey tones. So you've got two flowers that are the same design as this, and it's really clever how Stacey's designed these stamps, because they're designed to sort of miss out the gaps, which it's just incredible. So again, just going back in on those sections just to add a little bit more colour.
It's quite relaxing to do as well.
I love stamping, honestly. It's the most therapeutic thing to do, and I think what's really exciting about it as well is that you're in control of how the finished sort of project looks when you're stamping. You're sort of the designer. There's no sort of ready-made sort of bit to follow. You've got no design or anything. Just from white cardstock, you are in control. You make these things, and they are really, really easy to do. And you know, you don't have to, I've not gone super in line here, but the way that the stamps have been designed means that you still get like a beautiful feel to them. So this time, we've done this colour again on the same colour. This time I'm going in with a darker orange, and I'm going to pop that back onto here. So when I now put this on, it's going to create even more depth and create lots of different colours, because your flowers aren't all the same colours. And then for the last one, we're going to really mix it up. So going in with our lighter shade, which is our Apricot Sorbet.
Yep.
And then we'll pop this on. I think probably this is the most challenging thing you'll find. And it won't, I say challenging, it's not that challenging. It's just turning your stamp around until it matches up with that section, and then there you go, you've got your images ready to go. So this time I'm going to follow that darker colour, and we're just going to run it around the edges of my flower, and then that will fit. Which way are we? It's that way, isn't it? That will fit back over here.
Now, quite a few people have got this in their baskets as well. They've kind of wanted to multi-buy on this. Remember, you can multi-buy, you can buy as many of these as you want as well, so you can, of course, take advantage of that. And remember, it doesn't matter how many bits you check out of today, you will still only pay that one-off P&P of £3.95. And this is coming with 3 of the stamp sets and 3 of the masks as well.
So now let's make up the card. So I've already cut this down to size. So we're going to do a 5x7 card. So this is 5 by 6 inches, because I'm going to add a bit of a shimmer finish to the side of this, and that is a little sneak peek of what is coming up later on. So we've got our 5 by 7. I'm going to use, I've already got some tape on here, so I'm just going to stick this. I'm not sure which side we should go on, so we can either do silver on that side or silver on this side. See, there's so many options with this. You can spin it round, you can do loads of different things. I think we're going to go with this side. So just stick this onto our card blank. And then we can trim off that edge there. And then our panel that we have got, we've already trimmed it down, and we've added foam pads onto that. We'll stick that over the top here. So it's just giving you that really nice hint of gold there. And then we'll add, I've cut around our flowers for this one. You could simply stamp into there. I'm going to show you that in the second demo. But just to add more dimension to your images, you can do exactly the same, cut them out, and then you just place this over the top of that spacing that has been so nicely created for you. And then I've taken the stamps from this set, and I've just heat embossed them in gold, gone over it again with that navy, and then outlined it with this beautiful gold colour. So then that just pops on here, and I'm just going to off-centre it, just so it sort of gives you that really nice look. So this one says, just a note, thank you very much. And then the last thing to do to finish this off is, because we've got those glitters in there, I'm going to go in with some glittery gemstones.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm going to get my 3-in-1 die brush with a little scooper on here, and I'm just going to add a touch of colour with these gemstones, and then we are finished.
Oh, that is gorgeous. And I mean, that was literally put together in such a short amount of time, probably 10-ish minutes, something
You
like
would probably take a little bit longer with trimming off those pieces, but not that much at all. It's super, super simple to do. I think my most favourite thing is how quick it is to colour these stamps in, because if you're going to use your ink pads or your pens or your alcohol markers, it could take up to 30 minutes to colour in this whole space. But you can do it really, really quickly with these stamps, and they look stunning every single time.
And that of course was just using kind of one part of this bundle. It wasn't even like using all of it.
No.
Because do you want to have, should we talk through just in depth everything that everybody's going to get? Would that work with this? So I'm just going to show you all of the individual components so that you can actually see exactly what you are going to get. So you're going to get 3 of the stamp sets. I'm just going to bring these 2 up a second just so I can kind of show you them. So you've got, of course, you can see here that it comes with the large stamp, and then you get a lot of the smaller stamps that we were sort of seeing there. You know, amazing sentiments. This one's got the, you know, the just because, you are beautiful, I'm thankful for you, wishing you a happy day, congratulations. So many in that one. Another stamp set that you're getting here, so the second one. Once again, I mean, I just think that the kind of looks of these are very much all year round, you know, with the gorgeous flower designs. That one's got sending hugs, one of my favourite sentiments, birthday wishes, you know, so many different occasions. And then the third stamp that comes with this is this one, which you can see once again has got like your with sympathy, for example, just a note that we were just using there. That's the one that we were just working with, wasn't it? That one. So that's the one, if you did want to get it individually, you could do. So that's just a note to say hello, which is absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, you get all three of the masks as well, which will create totally different backgrounds. You know, from the Dalmatian, oops, that one's there. You know, the lovely lined one that we were using with that
demonstration,
card
yeah.
just there as well, with that demonstration. So all of them beautiful, really kind of create that area.
They can, and even though the different masks have been designed to work with each individual stamp set, what you can do is you can still use them differently, use them on the edge of your card to mix and match with the other stamps that you've got included too.
It's fabulous. And I mean, when we think as well of that, you know, the actual price of this as well is just, you know, just absolutely unbelievable. Today at £34.99, down from £48 that you would usually be paying for these. So well done. All of the pairs individually, so if you just wanted to get one of the masks and you wanted to get one of the stamps, and they're £13.99 for those two components, which you can see on the website. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. And I mean, again, this one is such a beautiful kind of a different size card as well. So you can create all different sizes.
You don't need to use sort of like the full flower. You could just use elements. You could use these as background pieces and then layer up your flowers on top. So from smaller cards to bigger cards, I would say the smallest one you can create is maybe a 5x5, but then you can go anywhere up to 8x8, which is your really large size card.
That's just fantastic, isn't it? To have all of that versatility, really, to be able to make
so
such
much
different sizes.
you can do with it.
No, I mean, I would just say don't limit yourself. You know, when you get these home, you know, you can play around, can't you, and use them again and again as well.
That's the beauty of stamping as well. These are tools that, as long as you look after them, they're going to last forever. So you can reuse them again and again and again. Yeah, which is just absolutely incredible. And today, £17.49 if you want to get that on a split pace. That card I just showed you was Kelly Lloyd. That was from Paintbox Posies. So absolutely take advantage. Within, of course, this bundle, you are getting all three of the stamp sets. You're getting all three of the masks as well. And you can really see the abundance of different designs that you're actually getting to create as well. And I always just love watching the demos because you sit there and you just feel even more inspired by what you're going to actually do. So this next one is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to use sort of like the largest stamp here, and I've got a piece of 5x5 Ink Me. I've got ink on my hand as well, so just being careful not to get this everywhere. So I'm going to pop this on my stamping press, and then my stamp is sort of designed to go sort of on the top or on the side if I was going to use the mask in the correct way. For this one, we're going to pop this on the side here, and then, get that the right way around, and then lift that up, and I'm going to add in my colour. So just popping that onto here, and I'm using sort of like a permanent ink pad for this because our inks are water-based, so you want to have a permanent ink to do that if you are going to sort of use water to drag that colour out. We're not doing that in here because we don't need to. We've got these perfect stamps. So this is a perfect example of why your stamping press is amazing. So I've stamped this. It's missed out the whole centre of my image here. So now, if I go back in and add even more ink onto that, I can pop this in place, run my fingers along that area where it's missed out, sort of more in that centerpiece, and then there you go. Your image, again, is beautifully stamped. So then we're going to use our mask, and I'm just going to stick this down onto my mixed media mat, and then bring in our mask here. Now, this is another great way in which you can do it. If you don't want to do your mask beforehand, then you can stamp your image, line your mask up with the image underneath, and then stick your mask down. So You could do this on a large piece of paper and then sort of decide what size you're going to do and cut it down, but I'm just going to do it this way. Then what I'm going to do is take my Mauve Moments and we're going to create our background on this one. So I want an ombre effect background here. So just add in lots of colour to this because this is a new ink blender, and then I'm going to go in really quite heavily over this top section to create this image. And then when we're going further down, I'm just going to lightly lift up my...
And it's amazing, isn't it, that with these masks, you're not going to get it on your stamp, so you almost don't need to worry. You've got that kind of carefree enjoyment while doing it.
No, you can just go as crazy as you want. Now, I'm just doing sort of 1/2 section here, and I'm just adding even more colour here to create a really nice ombre effect. Now, if I lift this up ever so carefully so you can see, you now have this sort of really nice background. Now, I want to emphasise this a little bit more, so I'm popping my mask back over. And I'm going to take my black colour from our brush marker pens. Now this is 004, and I'm just going to use the fine liner tip and use this as a stencil to go around.
How clever.
Because now it's going to look like this image has also been stamped, and you have that really nice effect on there. Now, once you've done all of these little sections, your card will look something like this. So you have that beautiful image all the way across. It just adds a little bit more to the colour, and then we can get on with colouring this in. So I'll bring my stamps in, and we're going to go for a purple look on here. So first of all, let's do our leaves, and we have 3 different types of leaves for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch this about, and again, I'm going to use 2 different colours to do this. I'm going to use my apple green, and then I'm going to use a rainforest green. So really mixing it up all the way throughout these demonstrations to give you...
We just had a question come in as well, asking how you store your stamps. You know, do you store them how they come, or do you store them elsewhere at home?
So you can get sort of different types of stamp storage.
Okay.
I tend to store mine I have little folders back at the office, like paper folders kind of.
Oh, yes.
Like little boxes, so I have one for all my stamps. Brilliant. And they all live in there. But yeah, you can get sort of ring binder folders if you want to, so they're easier to find depending on when you want to stamp, when you want to get them. It's completely up to you. So let's just add some more colour to these leaves here.
It's a gorgeous colour.
It's really nice, isn't it? This is our apple green, and it's a really sort of fresh colour of green. And then if you go in with your rainforest, it's just going to lift that colour up and create more of a darker depth onto here. Now, you don't have to do this, but I just think it gives the flowers such an amazing, and the leaves such an amazing look when they have that little bit more of dimension to them. So going in on this section here, and then my other leaf is on here. So I've also got them on like a lot of different blocks here, but that is just for sort of speed, because normally when I'm in the office I would sort of lift them off, clean my stamp up, swap it over, but obviously we don't have that much time when we're doing it live. So just to speed it up, I've got lots of those different bits and pieces. So then we'll go in with that Mauve Moments again, which we used on the background for these flowers. So you have 2 different ones for each end here, so it's just figuring out which one goes where. And then I'm going to go in with my black currant, which is a little bit darker, so just so you can see that a bit more. I think that one works best. And let's go in with our darker purple just on the ends. So we'll add that in, and then swap this over for the other side, and we'll repeat that again. We'll just do the 2 colours this time, because that mauve is a little bit lighter than I was anticipating. So just colour it over, and then you can add in the colour. But I think what's really nice about this as well is that if you do go sort of outside of the stamped images, it gives you that sort of watercolour loose effect which you can create with your images, and it's so such a beautiful look.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be super precise if you don't want to, and you're still going to get beautiful results. So then we'll go in and colour all of these roses in this beautiful blackcurrant jam, which is a really nice sort of purple, because it's not too deep. It's quite pinky, in fact. So we'll colour those in, just making sure that lines up. And then we've got our larger section, which has this bigger piece in. So this time I'm going to go in with my purple, my blackcurrant jam, but I'm really adding the colour onto this, so it's going to be even darker. Let's pop that on here. And then we'll switch it around to do that one up there at the top. So you can see how with just a few stamps they can sort of colour these aspects in, and you don't have to colour it all in. What you could do is you could colour just sections in, leave some black and white, do like a grayscale look. We've got some examples.
And it feels
of
like
that.
in each individual kind of stamping kit, you're getting so much to just create, you know, so many different designs.
Different designs, different styles. You can be, and that's the thing with stamps, isn't it? Like I said before, you're the designer.
Yes, yeah.
So it can be as crazy as you want, or it can be as simple as you want. So my last flower, we're going to go in with that deep purple. So just lightly on there first of all, and then we can add an extra layer to build up that colour if we wish to. So I'm just going to add more of that dark colour towards the bottom. We'll stick that on there. And then we can make this card up. Now I'm going to leave this section sort of white. You could add colour if you wanted to, but we're just going to leave it like that. And I'll just put my tops on my ink because a disaster is bound to happen otherwise. So let's build this up now. We're going to pop this onto a piece of black stamping card. And that's another thing as well. You can use these stamps on any different cardstocks, whether it's white card, whether it's black stamping card. You can heat emboss these and they look stunning. We're going to do some heat embossing in the 5 o'clock hour actually.
Amazing.
Because it looks beautiful. But it's just a stunning image, and it creates a completely different look when you're stamping on those different colours. So let's add some foam pads because we want to just give this a bit of dimension on here.
Such an easy thing to add on, and it just gives it a total different
look.
Doesn't it?
But this is different from that first card because we've used that mask, we've stamped into it, so it's quite a flat card. But because we've added those layers and those dimensions with your sort of black colours and then your deeper colours within the flowers, it doesn't look that crazy. So then I'm using a really simple stamp for this one, and it just says, "I'm thankful for you." So it could be for any occasion, this one.
Definitely.
But super quick to put together. Gives you that real sort of watercolour wash feel, but really fun to use.
I feel as well, do you know, like a lot of the time, so you make something and you give somebody it. So like it was Mother's Day, obviously, the other day.
Yeah.
And me and my little boy kind of, you know, made a card, and not of your standard with it being a 3-year-old, obviously, you can imagine. But it's really just, you know, my mum would prefer anything that was handmade, and I think you gift it to someone and it's got a different sort of special...
It's my favourite thing about crafting. I think it's one thing that got me into crafting. It's one thing I love is the look on someone's face when they say, "You've made that," and the gratitude you sort of feel because it's something that you've spent time on, and you know it's just so lovely to have something.
And I feel sort of like with these stamps, people are going to think, "Oh my gosh, they've spent hours. They have spent hours getting all these colours in," and really we're like, we've got the kind of way to do it easy.
Yeah, the easy way to do it, you just stamp those silhouettes in place, whether you want to add different tones to create that ombre look, or whether you just want to simply do it really simple, which we'll show you in the next demonstration. It's completely up to you.
It's just amazing. And again, if you want this, the bundle, this is the best way to get it with like a money off, like a little discount that Hunkydory is doing. So normally to get them all individually, we'll be talking £48. This is £35 instead. And that is for you to get the Geranium Bouquet that you've got there. So that's the mask to give that background. We've then, of course, got the opportunity here. So So this one here is the opportunity to be able to get your Sweet Clementines background mask. We have this lovely opportunity on the Peony Wishes background mask. It's just for you to see them all in case you want any of them individually as well. This is the Paint Drop Posies, it's Sweet Clementines that we've got there. This one is the Peony Wishes that we've got. So that one's there with the Sending Hugs, that lovely little sentiment that I was saying about before. All here for you kisses as well. I mean, it's just lovely birthday wishes. And then the next one, the Geranium Bouquet with Sympathy at this difficult time, with love to say hello, just a note, and thank you very much. So such a, it's just amazing, real broad range on each of those. So if you do want them individually, jump on the web and get them. But of course, this is kind of the best way, if you want a saving, is to get them in the full bundle on split pay. Any questions, of course, if you have any about split pay, anything about buying these bits, about that one-off post and packaging between midnight and midnight, you can always call our call centre. They're literally just there, upstairs. They're really nice. They're a lovely, friendly bunch on 0800 00 14433. It's totally free as well. I love that. They're like, but you know, we can't go in. I'm in there all the time. I literally am constantly there, like before shows, like, you know, when that goes live, can you order me this? You know, like making sure I've got my orders in. So with me, they're like, oh, she is again. Here she is again.
Here she is,
I know a few of you have been asking as well about the what you've been using, of course, to actually make the colours. So this is the stamp set. You're getting 36, ink pads.
Yes. 36 ink pads, a variety of different tones and colours. There's so many different varieties of green in there. We've got beautiful pinks across the board, some purples, yellows. It's just a really nice essential set. This is all the colours we do. And these are also a shimmer-based ink pad, which is slightly different from our normal ink pads because they have a little bit of mica in them, which means your cards are going to sort of shimmer a little bit in the light, which is really, really nice too. They're super ergonomic, really small, so they're handy to store. I store all of mine in our storage boxes, which are also available. So I have one of these for, I've actually got one for each demo today, but normally I have them in colour selections, and then they go in my giant caddy, but super easy to store. They also, which is really handy, is they have a little gap at the back of them. Now, all of the girls at Hunkydory have our ink pads in here. So we have an ink pad for each colour, which means there's no cross in your colour, and they just store nicely in there. So anytime you need them, you can get them out. You don't need to look for different things because everything's there.
And also, I think because of the size, you can take them with you. I mean, you know, I think a lot of us have done more staycations kind of over the last few years. And if you're thinking, well, I want a couple of projects when I'm there, take a few of those, decide the colours. And I mean, within this, I would say you've got everything for your craft room to take with you. You know, maybe in the office you have a break and you're going to just create something on your hour off.
And they're really good as well because they're water bases. You can stamp them onto something like your mixed media mat, add some water and sort of colour them onto your image, and I'll show you how to do that next as well.
Fab, okay.
So do you want to do that? Should we do that?
Yeah, please do.
Do that now? Should we go into it? So I'm also going to show you one of our really cool stamps that we're going to bring to you. So this is our all occasions sentiment stamp. So what you get is this big large stamp here with all of these sort of different words on. You stamp it out, it stamps into this beautiful section. So I've just done this in black, but you can do it in gold, in silver. I've got lots of different examples of it. Then our die fits over the top. So we'll run this through the machine so you can see exactly how it works. So I've just stamped it using my stamping press. I've done it a few times, so I've got the depth of colour that I wish to get in my image. So I've added probably about 3 times I've done it, just so it's a really dark colour and you can see all the words perfectly. Then, with just a little twist around, you can see that this lines up perfectly with all of those sentiments. Then we're just going to tack it in place with a bit of low tack tape, and we'll run this through our die cutting machine. Now, all the plates are here. Let's see. Let's see if this will cut. I think this is the way to do it. So we'll lie it onto our mat.
And this for the mask and the stamp, £17.99.
£17.99, and you just run this through. All of those sentiments are die cut out. So now I can store them. I've got my gold and my silver all ready to go. I've heat embossed these ones and they're in little bags. So I can pick out my sentiments. I can mix and match them, choose my own. So it just comes through like this. And then we pop it over. You can see you've got all of those words to choose from.
And I love, you know, that you've got...
Personalise it.
Yeah, like the very, the I, the my, you know, the lots of words that you use consistently. And then you've got the families, the congratulations that you'd use for certain...
Yeah, so when I was prepping for my demos, I did all of my demonstrations, and then the last thing I did was I stamped this out in my VersaFine. I stamped it 3 times. I did it in black, and then I've heat embossed it in gold, silver. Amazing. I've got it in copper as well, and I've got them stored in bags. So no matter what card I'm making on and what colours I'm looking for, then I can just go to these, and we can make a really nice card for whatever occasion. So we'll pop them on there, and we'll come back to those. And then for this demonstration, I'm not going to use the mask, sorry, I'm just going to use the stamp.
Yep.
So we'll bring that in now. So I'll pop this onto my press. As always, it's just the easiest way to do this. And if you want to be really precise with your stamping when you're putting the silhouettes in here, then you can use your stamping press too. So it's definitely in line with this. So I'm going to pop this, ink it up with my VersaFine, and then we'll stamp this in place with adding loads of pressure. We've missed off that a little bit, but I think I've got enough ink still left on there just to pick that up. Let's just go in and add some colour to be certain. A bit more ink on there. Again, remember, that is the beauty of this stamping press. Honestly, there's so many people who at Hunkydory have contacted me and said, since I've had my stamping press, it's been revolutionary for my stamping.
And you can get that, I mean, for just $34.99. So, and it's going to be one of them that it doesn't matter how many stamps you get, you will just use again and again and again.
I mean, it gets my, I have one in the office, and then I have one for like demoing with. This one is super, super messy. So for some reason, it's been a little bit pesky with just this little spot. So let's just see if I can get that again. I think it might be because we've got this underneath it. So let's just lift this up. You want to have a flat level. Let's see. And there we go, it's done it.
Perfect.
Just needed a little bit of a push.
And that's the Peony Wishes stamp that you're using there?
I am. It's really, really beautiful. So then we're going to just add sort of 3 colours here. So I've got a thundercloud, a slate grey, and then I'm going to go in with my dusky rose again. So I'm just going to colour my flowers in with the pink. So I just want it to be really, really loose. So I'll go in with this colour, and we'll stamp our largest stamp. So that's just going to line up really nicely on there, and then we'll swap it out for that smaller one.
They're really powerful colours, aren't they? Like the saturation is amazing.
Really bright. So like I said, you can be as light as you want, and you can sort of second generation stamp it. Which is when we put ink down, we stamp it on some sort of like loose scrap paper. I'll just use this corner for example, and then we can stamp in place, and it will give us that sort of second effect, and it goes so much lighter. Or we can do it like the same time, or we can add more colour.
When you think that's from the same pot.
It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. So there's so many amazing things you can do with inks to add different textures and colours, and it's quite phenomenal. So I'm going to go in with my pinks again in this section, and then I'm going to do my leaves. So for my leaves, I'm going to go sort of a really nice monochrome look. So we'll start off with this sage grey, which is a really beautiful silver colour. It's super, super light, but it's really pretty. So with this stamp set, you just have the stamps for these leaves. We don't have the stamps for the other leaves on here, but I'm going to show you how you can still colour those in. So then with the thundercloud, I'm just going to add that to the bottom because we want that sort of real nice ombre look of colour. So we'll do that again on here. And then I'm gonna bring in my mixed media mat because we're gonna get a little bit messy now. And to colour in those other stamps, I'm just gonna stamp my ink pads onto here. And then I'm gonna use a water brush. So this has got a little sort of flood that you can screw off. You can fill it up with water, and then when you apply pressure, the water comes out. So we don't want a lot of water when we're doing this because we've not used watercolour card here, and it will sort of give you a mix of colour. But now we can add that colour into these leaves, just really, really loosely, and then I'm going to go in with that darker colour and create that ombre effect. And
lovely.
You can just add this.
And that's not going to get any of the stamp, you know, to sort of be removed or anything like that?
No, it's not going to move any of the stamp because we've used VersaFine, which is a permanent ink, so no matter how much water you add onto it, it's not going to damage the look of your stamp. So now we've got that done, what we're going to do is create a background. So I'm just going to stamp my pink as well, and I'm just going to clean off my water brush. We're going to then just add lots of water to this so you can see it's really loose, and then I'm going to just even more water, create little splats on the back of this one. And then what we'll do is we'll go in with the grey as well.
Amazing.
Just create our own background, not using the not using the back mask, but just a really loose background. Then we can heat emboss this, dry it, sorry, with our heat tool.
Yep.
So we'll just get those splats nice and dry, so our image is going to adhere to it. So it dries off really, really quickly.
Oh,
and
it's
then
nice as well.
what we'll do is I've cut out already my image.
Yeah.
We're just going to really loosely add this to the edge of our card, and then we're going to pop this onto a 5x7, but this time we're going to do it sort of like just along the edge. We'll stick this onto our card blank, so just using our double-sided tape to do that. I'm going to place that onto my card blank. Now I've cut this, I think, half an inch shorter, so you've got that really nice white background effect. And then we're going to go in with our words. Now we can create whatever we want for this. So I think what I'm going to put is, do we have the two? Let's just turn these all over so I can find them.
This is like a game, isn't it? Like
is
find the
fun.
word.
So, and this is what's fun as well. You can create like so many different sentiments and things. So let's put just to say, so we can pop these on here, and you can pop them straight or you can pop them all wonky. It completely is up to you. So just to say, we got happy birthday. We definitely have happy. There it is. Just to say happy birthday.
Nice.
And then we can use our sentiment strips to pop them on, our foam pad strips to pop on our sentiments. So just now adding that to the back of here, and that's just going to allow it to lift up ever so slightly.
And I just look for all of those sentiments, and then of course if you want to actually get the mask as well, you're looking at £17.99 for all of that you're going to just use again.
And you will, and not just with this card, but with any of your papercraft collections, you can mix and match it. You know, you can
scrapbooks, things like that. It would be great for.
It's going to be amazing for, isn't it? When you just want those little words to go on the page to add something special. So, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Let's pop this on here. Yeah, scrapbooking's going to be perfect for this. But like you say, any stamp collection, because it's so plain, it's so simple, it's going to work beautifully with it. Whether you're using Hunkydory stamps, whether you're using other companies' stamps, this is such a universal set. So just adding that on there, and then it is super, super simple.
Wow.
I've just stuck that a little bit too far down actually, so it's just not standing quite right. So I should have thought about that when I stuck it on. But when you get yours home, make sure it stands up when you stick it down.
That's why we learn from these live demos.
It's true.
Even as experienced as you are, you think, right, you could
I'm
just flip it
always
up a bit.
messing up. Always.
You can always do a little trim.
Yeah,
you know,
you just
we've
trim
always
it
got
off if you
scissors.
want to.
Yeah,
You can make
looks
sure,
great, though.
just make sure you stick it on properly.
Yeah. It does. They just look absolutely fabulous. They really do. And I mean, you know, I keep just picking up different ones that have been created by
I
different
love
people.
this one as well because the flowers have been cut out and layered on top of each other,
Yes.
so even more dimension you can see there.
It's very clever, actually, isn't it,
So
to do that and kind of add that dimension. That's by Samantha Kennard, and this one was the obviously the Paint Drop Posy stamp and the mask set that she's used on that one as well. So you can absolutely create something like this, something, you know, like what Natalie showed us, for this amazing price of £17.49 a month. And it's so great because you can go traditional, you can go modern. I sort of feel like it doesn't matter what age you're making the card
No,
for, it's
it really
going to be
doesn't.
suitable.
That's the thing. It's flowers, so everyone loves flowers.
Yeah.
It's not got a sort of, it's not got a tag on it where you can't use it
No.
for certain occasions. It's not sort of that you couldn't give this to different genders. It's perfect.
You can actually use these as tags, I was thinking as well. You just
Yeah,
mentioned it's not
yeah,
got a tag, and I was like, tags, you know, kind of, I always think it
Yeah.
looks lovely off your presents if you've got something a little bit more
You
special.
can create a card and then you can create a tag to put
Yeah.
on your bag that completely coordinates together. It would look beautiful.
Now, a lot of people have been asking about just seeing the sets together as well,
Yes.
so we'll just quickly run through those if that's okay with you,
Yeah.
because I know some people are wanting to also buy a couple.
Just individually.
Yeah, I mean, the most affordable way, obviously, is the bundle. This would be £48 normally. We are down to £34.99 today. But if you want to, you can, of course, buy them as sets. We'll bring the graphics in with these. So you might want to get one of the masks, one of the, you know, the stamps instead and kind of just work with them together. Which one should we go for first? Yep, let's come across to... which one do you want? Which one's this one? Peonies. Peonies, yes, let's go to peonies first. So yeah, so you've got this one that you'll get with this one, and then that comes with what we call the Dalmatian almost.
Yes, it's that beautiful Dalmatian print, isn't it? So it works alongside it. You've got you get it together, you've got that stamp and that mask, and you can get them in all three of the different sets, just like this as well, which I think is great because, you know, it might just be one set that you really, really love. Then you can buy it just for £30.
I suppose if you're thinking you just want to give it a go for the first time, we're going to get one set. All of the instructions, of course, are on the back how to use it. You can watch back our shows as well and kind of throw people to the demos if they kind of want to have a look. So that's £13.99 for both of those. We'll pop across to... so we've got sweet clementines is there as well, and we have got the geranium as well. So that one is the sweet clementines that we've got just there. So you can see the difference of those ones that we've got. So lovely just because, congratulations, everything that we have on those. And then of course you saw how wonderful it was to use the pen marks with this one as well.
And you can do that on any of the different masks, you know. It just adds a little bit more depth. It makes it a bit more stronger on your cards to be able to see the image when you sort of like colour the outline in.
Really clever. And it's amazing to use them as stencils as well, because I hadn't even thought of that.
No, that is exactly what they're there for, to create beautiful sort of images, and they're so useful, they really are.
Fabulous. And then that's the geranium one there as well for you also. Don't forget that we are going to be back in another hour with you. We are bringing back things that have sold out on the first shows that you've brought, and it does include that Diamond Dazzle, the adhesive rolls.
Our adhesive shimmer rolls, they are back.
They sold out within 5 minutes.
It was so fast, honestly. It was so quick last time. We got some more. People could only buy it on the telephones, and then that went. So yeah, we're bringing it back to you.
Amazing. They're on pre-order. They're there.
Go get
Thank
it now.
you so much
You're
for joining
welcome.
us, and we will see you in an hour. If you want to go and get them on pre-order, get them now. They are there, not at the final price. They sold out within 5 minutes last time. They will go so quickly. Get them while you can. Yeah, go on. Hopping on with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello, hello, hello. We were just saying just there, we kind of feel like we're about to duo newsread.
Yeah, it just feels like that. Feels as if
Yeah.
Well, here today for the news.
Got a little bit of paper.
Our crafting news for today.
Yes, this is so much more important than the news, right? A lot more fun in many cases. So this is now. I'm going to get it right. We've been laughing. We've been laughing before the show because a lot of people obviously pronounce your name wrong, pronounce my name wrong, and we were like, we need to get this right. So it's Francoise.
Perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely perfect.
It's a beautiful, beautiful name, and it's your first time actually on Hobbymaker with us.
It is. It is. As a company with Creative Expressions, we've just literally started with you guys, and so it's a little bit all new to me.
Yeah, I had a fab show with Jamie on the first day, obviously Creative Expressions with us,
well,
and yeah, now you're here, which is so exciting. And we've actually got, I mean, so much as you can see in front of me. This is, I mean, it's like a mega bundle that we're actually talking about. Just so much, all inspired by Under the Sea, and you've actually designed these and come up with this concept.
Yes, yeah. I'm part of the woodwear brand is part of Creative Expressions, and there's two designers. There's myself and Jane Gill. and we basically, both of us, just design the woodware stamps.
Okay.
And these are all my babies as such.
Oh, I absolutely love them. I mean, we were saying that you're actually going to get within this bundle, and it's going to be a mega deal for the amount that you're actually getting. You're getting 12 different sets of stamps, but we were sort of just saying, like, you know, some of these have got maybe 10, 5, 6s actually in each individual one as well. So it's not just 12 stamps, it's a huge amount that people are getting.
You've got sort of wordings and all sorts, little fishes.
Yeah.
Everything you need to build some really lovely cards is there. But it's a huge bundle, and there's loads of stamps there.
Yeah, I mean, from octopuses, this is the one that I noticed straight away, which is the shark, and that's got just when you thought it was safe, you're fantastic, have a jawsome B-day. And the reason that I suppose this one called out to me, so my little boy is 3, he's just turned 3, and his favourite thing in the world is sharks. And honestly, he turned 3 and nearly everybody tried to get personalised cards or make them with sharks on, because that for him is just, it's his thing. It's just what he absolutely loves. He carries them around everywhere. So I'm like, I want this. But I think what's so brilliant about this whole sort of collection like this one, You Occupy My Heart is a lovely
try to think of little words to sort of fit in with the theme of the sea creature that you've got in the set, basically.
You're so clever to come up with all this. I love like the play on words, I really do. Under the Sea, we've got with that one there. This one, Life is Better Under the Sea. I totally agree. One of the best things I've ever done is scuba dive.
So,
that would be my thing.
I can't scuba dive because of my ears, but, but I do snorkeling.
Oh, yes.
I love snorkeling.
Yeah, it's just so relaxing, isn't it? And you know, to actually do something like that. Then we've got this one which sort of shows almost like an aquarium kind of theme. It feels like.
I went for a couple of stamps that are more or less like backgrounds, so that if you want to put your creature, your sea creature, into a space, then you've got something to put behind them, you know, rather than you can obviously have the octopus, which I've done on its own.
Yes.
But it's quite nice if you want to put a sort of scenery behind.
Yeah, I absolutely love that idea. You were speaking about this that makes me think of your son.
Yeah.
Your son was just swimming with turtles.
Yeah, it was just amazing. I designed these stamps and I was working on the cars, and he sends me some photos from his holidays.
Yeah.
And he's swimming with turtles. It was just unbelievable. It was just sort of the coincidence as well.
It's just fantastic. So many different shapes. I mean, look at the crab there, you know, mixing novelty with absolutely kind of, you know, wonderful designs. This one, Friends Stick Together, we've got on.
So that's
on
the
that
other
one.
extreme. That's what happens to your fish. It goes into a can. So that's a bit of fun, you know. Sometimes I like to put in a bit of fun.
Definitely. We all need humour. I think, especially the last kind of couple of years, we've all sort of been going through. We all need a pick me up. Like this one's funny as well. Sorry if I was a little crabby.
That's very useful occasionally.
Yeah, I totally feel like that's what I need to send to my mum like every day. You know, it's like normally I've had a lack of sleep and I need to be like, sorry about that. I'm sorry that.
I'm a little crabby this morning.
Yeah, and then little pizza. Is that like a little pizza almost?
Well, it could be, but it's a little party hat.
Party hat.
So you can put the little party hat on the crab if you want to make it a birthday card.
Brilliant.
And obviously you've got the other creatures as well. So I have done some cards as well where I've put the party hat on the octopus.
Love.
Some on the actual shark as well.
So you could move it around.
So you can move it
use
around
it in such different ways, which is gorgeous. I love the octopus. I mean, I have to say that is fabulous.
The jellyfish.
The jellyfish as well. I've just seen that there. It's huge.
You know, you can really play around with your watercolours and your inks and things with that one.
Yeah, and then this one has probably got the most that we've actually kind of got in one as well, in terms of the amount of stamps that's coming in that one pack.
That's quite a different sort of stance. That's your build a fish, so you can sort of create. It's a sort of I suppose, a little bit more of an arty one, and it's a good one to go across on things like. Maybe if you want to stamp some fish on a T-shirt, for instance.
Oh, great idea.
If you want to sort of do some embroidery, it's sort of a little bit more open to that as well.
Yes, that's amazing. It really is. So, like, when you think that you could almost do some T-shirt designs, like you said, embroidery, you could then make, you know, birthday cards for all different ages with these. You know, the fact as well that I think they're brilliant friendship ideas. They're great as a just kind of card, like we said, with little kind of gorgeous, funny sentiments that we have. There's humour in these. You know, a lot of people, of course, are sort of talking a lot at the moment about sort of save the planet and looking after, you know, our animals.
Yeah, if you want to go in that direction, and maybe, you know, even if the kids, for instance, at school are doing a project about the environment, and you're doing about save the planet and save, you know, the oceans are really important. So if you want to do something like that. So it lends itself to all the school projects as well as adult cards and adult themes as well.
It's brilliant. I really think it's lovely when it kind of moves across all of the different ages. What we've done as well, just to let you know, is we've put every single one individually onto our website. So should we give people, is it worth giving a look? Or you can just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. It's very, very easy to actually be able to kind of get on there and see what's available. So if you pop onto the website, just click onto today's show deals, scroll down, and you can see they're all there individually at £6.75 each. So, you know, if one is really calling out to you, like I said, immediately I saw the shark one. I actually really, really want to get that. So unless it sells out today, which it may do, I will be trying to get that because I know me and my little boy will have so much fun with it. You know,
it will be good fun.
Yeah, it's just lovely. But all of them are going to call out to different people. And remember, if you've already got something from Hunkydory in the previous hour, and now you add this bundle, you will only pay that one-off postage and packaging. So it's only £3.99 for every 24-hour period. So between midnight and midnight, doesn't matter how much you buy. So you've got, you know, even if you've got 10, 12 things coming home to you, you'll only pay that one P&P, which is absolutely brilliant. Some of these, I'm just going to show a couple of cards as well, just before we kind of come to the demos, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, there's plenty to show.
This one, straight away, you know, when some catch your eye, and that's what we were talking about with the party hat.
The party hat, that's transferred across from Mr. Crab. And I just went, I had a bit of fun with, you know, many hands may like work. And when I was doing it, I thought, oh, I'll just do the happy birthday many times, and the octopus can be holding it and juggling it. You know, many hands make light work. So
it's brilliant.
And you've got a pair of glasses that actually fit the octopus as well in the set.
Yes.
As well, so you can have a bit. It's like a party disguise, you know.
Lovely, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's what's so brilliant. And this one, obviously, Debbie Smith did this one so different in terms of what you were saying with the background kind of stamp.
I mean, you can go. That's the beauty of these stamps. You can go in lots of different directions. If you're a watercolorist and you love colours, you can splash around with colours. If you want to do things that are sort of more monochromatic or you know, just sort of more subtle, you can do that. You can be quite graphic with them as well. So lots of different potential, and lots of different samples.
Yeah,
and ideas.
it really is. There's just so much. And the amazing thing is, this isn't even the price. I mean, I actually saw when we first came in to the show today, and I was speaking to our manager, Andy, and I said, I just think it is such an amazing price. And I thought that was our price, £85.75, because on our poll sheets, when we're first given it, we're kind of given start prices sometimes, and sometimes we're given the lower price. And I just was like, well, I think that's a brilliant deal. No, we're going even lower. And it's on split pay. And what we've actually done with this is a triple split pay, because you are getting so much with this. So with you getting 12 individual stamping sets, we wanted to make sure that it could still be very accessible to everybody. And, you know, £25 feels like that is.
That is, definitely.
Yeah. And obviously you actually get it home after your first payment. You don't have to wait till all three have been paid. It comes straight to you, you know, just with the one payment, and then you pay the others each month, and it's all interest free, so it doesn't cost you any more.
No, it's excellent. It's really such a good deal.
Yeah, I always buy on split pay. I just want with everything because it means I can get more. Diane has just said, she's adored your designs for many moons. Her designs are such fun, always coloured amazingly as well. So that's from Diane.
That's very kind. Thank you, Diane.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, wow. And I just feel like the kind of designs that we have in front of us as well, they almost match kind of our set and some of the colours of the purples. And, you know, you can make really big size cards as well, can't you? Or smaller.
Some of them you can extend and you can build your scene to be as big as you want. So, for instance, you can take the coral reef at the bottom, you can add a load of sea creatures above it, you can then put your waves above across the top.
Yes.
So it's got loads of potential to get, you know, you can be small or you can be really big.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of see this on this one. We'll just kind of have a look up close on this one, which has obviously your turtle, it's got some of the fish, it's kind of like a beautiful background there as well. And, you know, never underestimate the power of the sea. It's just so lovely.
That's the one that I really like, because initially when I designed it, I thought about putting a wave at the top of it. And then I thought, no, if I put a wave, that stops people from adding things above. So that's why it's not got that. So it's like almost like the bottom of the sea. And then you can add whatever you want at the top.
And how long does it take you to design things like this? Is it a long process?
It depends. Sometimes, you know, you sit there and in about half an hour you've got a design done.
Oh, really? Wow.
And then other times you just keep picking at it and it goes on. It seems to go on and on for days before you get it right. So it really does vary as well. And sometimes you need to sort of develop things. So you do it and then you come back to it and then you change it.
Yes,
so there's not really a set time, really.
But a lot of work, I can tell.
A lot of work and a lot of thinking, actually.
Yes,
Sometimes my
I
husband
bet.
says, what do you do? You're just sitting there. I have to say to him, no, I need time to process
I'm
things.
thinking.
I'm thinking of ideas.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Oh, there's my fave. Look at him, my little baby. I almost wanted to sing Baby Shark. It's like most of my life is spent singing Baby Shark. Like, you know, when you get the kind of, what's the songs you've most listened to over the last year? And I had like 18 different varieties of Baby Shark come up on my Spotify playlist. I was like, I mean, they're not me, but you know. So.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to this song because I don't think I've heard it.
Well, I can sing it you. Baby Shark, do 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 do. Baby Shark, do 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 do. It's yeah. I mean, it's definitely more aimed at 3-year-olds than us. To be honest, but that's all that happens in that song. So you now know it. So as you're kind of doing your designs, you can be like, well, this is, I'll sing it while I go. Okay. Maybe don't. Now, you can find them all individually, of course. They're on the website at £6.75. But if you buy all 12 together, that's when you're getting the extra saving, because it takes them down to £6.24 each as well. And, you know, we're so excited about, obviously, seeing your demo. So shall we come across to the first demo, yes?
Yeah, are we okay to start?
Yes, we would love to see how you create these pieces.
So
yes.
For the first demo, I'm going to work towards, let me show you the finished cards so you can see. So that's what we're creating. Okay.
Wow, look at that.
So you can see. Let's move this out of the way a second so you don't see
there we go.
The bottles.
Perfect.
That's better.
Wow, those colours and that detail is fabulous.
So I'm going to be using the sardine can, which has, let's see, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stamps in it. You've got 3 greetings. You've got your sardine can, obviously, and then you've got your individual little fish at the bottom, which is quite handy actually, because you can create backgrounds with him and you can create some extra fish if you want to.
And then catch you later, glad we're tight and friends stick together. So brilliant little sentence.
It's a nice thing to go, you know, with the sardine can, because there's always, you know, I think there's that saying, isn't it, about, you know, sardine can or something, I don't know, about being really jam-packed, you know. So that's partly where the idea came from. We're also going to be using the Airless Misters that we've got on the show today.
Yes.
So
I think the Airless Misters, are the Airless Misters already on the web for people to get? Or do you know what, we'll pop them straight onto the web now. So when you're obviously seeing them being used, if you want to get the Airless Misters, you can get them off the website as well. And we'll bring them live when we can onto your screen also.
Okay, so I'm just going to say something quickly about those before I start. So it's quite different to the normal sprays that you get. It's called an Airless Mister because it doesn't have like a tube down it.
Okay.
It has a little platform that as you spray the ink, the platform comes up. So there's never an airlock. So they're less likely to block. And the other thing is that you can spray from different angles as well. So that's the beauty of these Airless Misters as well. So really nice and easy to use. Yep. The other thing I'm going to use first of all is, which we've got on the show as well, is our spray booth, which I'll bring in now. Okay, so on the show we've got the actual booth. Obviously it's flat and you have to put it together, but it does have a very comprehensive set of instructions to show you how to fold it. And it's worthwhile making the effort to look at that, because when I did mine original one, I didn't follow the instructions, and I sort of had to sort of take it apart to put it back together, because I sort of worked things out as I went along. So follow the instructions; they're very clear, and it's easy to put together.
And that's $14.99 for that, which is brilliant.
And it comes with, you can also order 2 like blending mats that sit inside the actual box. Okay. So if I take my sheet out just for a minute, you can see the box has got a white base inside, and that's your blending mat that I've put in. I'm not going to, I think it doesn't want to lift, but there's one that goes in here. You get a set of 2 and one that goes on the back. So they're definitely worthwhile getting, because not only are you getting a set of blending mats, that you can use separately if you want to, but they also protect your box from getting saturated.
Okay, yes.
And they give you a surface that you can clean up and work on. So definitely worth getting to go with the box.
Yeah.
And some people might say, well, you know, why don't I just get a cardboard box at home and just do that and do that? But at the end of the day, this is sort of just a lovely little size. So you've got to find at home, you'd have to find the perfect cardboard box. And actually getting hold of cardboard boxes these days is not as easy as it used to be.
And not to get that shape as well.
Yeah,
You know, they're just going to be straight, aren't they?
You've got the shape as well, so that you can sort of spray easily.
Yeah.
And it's nice and compact. So it's definitely a nice thing to have if you into your sprays, definitely. So I'm just going to put some card in here. I'm using Creative Expressions Perfect White, I think it's called. Might have got the name wrong, but it's our white card anyway. We do a variety of different white cards, and I'm going to use a little bit just to show you how the sprays work. This is the Maya Blue, which is like a lovely turquoise blue.
Yeah, we'll bring the sprays onto the screen.
So you don't have to shake the spray because it doesn't have any mica or anything in it. It's just a straightforward ink that you've got inside here. And you just bump away, and I'm just going to cover my card with my spray. Now, what you can do at home is leave that to dry, or if you want to, you can also, let's take this out of the box because it'll make life a bit easier. You can just use some towel, kitchen towel, and what I do is I tend to just lay that on the top, and I will mop off a little bit of the excess.
Yeah.
And it's quite nice because you get some sort of markings as well with the kitchen roll, so it adds some sort of texture as well. But if you wanted to, you could just leave it to completely dry of its own accord. I quite like these splodges, and those are to sort of be expected. You know, it's quite difficult to sort of spray, you know, unless you sort of, you had an industrial sprayer, it's actually quite difficult to spray a piece of card absolutely perfectly.
I feel as well like you use so little there. So you're going to get 50 mil, 450 mil, so £5 each there for the price. So £20 today, because we are doing that kind of deal price.
You do, you know, they're going to last a long time.
Yes, yeah.
So they're definitely
amazing.
Good value for money, definitely.
That's a gorgeous colour, the Maya Blue.
So that's how I did my sort of base sheet for the card. So if I put that to one side, obviously I'm going to cut that down. At some stage as well, I'll talk about how other ways that you can sort of use the sprays as well.
Yeah.
But just so that we get on with the card. The other thing I was going to say as well is that because it's an ink, just be careful at home. If you don't want your fingers to sort of be blue, use some gloves. Or, you know, I don't, and I had to spend hours cleaning up my hands before I came here today because... so if you, what I've done is I've cut the sheet into quarters, and I've taken a quarter and I've stamped my sardines on there, and I'm just going to show you how to do a little bit of painting on the top of the image. So what you can do is we're going to use the actual ink as a paint as well. So I'm just going to spray a little bit into the lid so that it doesn't go everywhere. And I'm just going to put a bit of water into my water pot as well. And just going to take a normal brush. Now, the ink that you have on here, it's not waterproof.
Okay.
So it's activated with water. So that's what you need to be aware of. So you don't want to get anything damp on there unless you deliberately want to, which is what I want to do. Yeah. I want to be able to lift a little bit of the colour up. So you'll find that if I take my brush, you'll be able to see that around the edge, the colour, it's lifting some of the colour. And if I want to, I can sort of add some shading. So I'm working to create like a shadow around the can.
Just totally changes, doesn't it? The colour and the
you can already see the change. Instead of having that spray in the background, you've now got like a watercolour effect around the can. So I'm going to do some little sections just to show you, rather than do the whole lot. Otherwise, we'll be here.
No. We know that
tonight.
yours. Yeah, it takes, as you can see from the detail and everything, it takes a bit longer to create these sort of cards. But we want to show you as many techniques as we can, don't we? Really.
So I'm going to take a little bit of the yellow, which is called Amber Lights.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to spray it into the lid to give me a little pot of ink. So when you finish using these, what you can do is just wash out the lid, and that's fine. Or if you wanted to, you can spray them onto a tile. But I find that because I'm spraying it inside there, it doesn't go everywhere. So it's a good little tip. And then I'm just going to use a bit of the yellow so that I can show you how, if you put the yellow on top of the blue, you'll get a greeny colour.
Wow. Awesome.
So that's how I've got the greens on my card. Otherwise you would be saying, well, you know, you're just using blue. How did you get the green behind? And then I can carry on. If I want to do the same over some of the fish, I can do that as well. And I would basically carry on and paint in all the detail that I wanted to paint in, either with some blue or either with some yellow if I want a bit of green. So the nice thing about the design is if you look at the design, you've got these little speckles of dots around. So these give you an indication of where to put your shading.
Okay, that's clever.
So like for instance here, if I want a bit of shading down here, I've got those dots that sort of direct me to do that. Let's add a little bit more blue if I want to as well. So when I do quite a lot of my stamping, I often try and start with a sort of background created, which is what the spray has done for me, so that I'm not having to fill in absolutely everything. So if we look back, if I put my actual design across there, you can see that I haven't filled in every single little space. I filled in just some sections. Otherwise, you know, you can fill it from scratch if you want to. You can colour it completely from scratch. But this is quite a nice technique that saves you a little bit of time. Plus, it's a way of using your sprays and combining them as paints. So, having done that, what I did at home, just to show you as well, is I actually stamped the sardine can twice. And from one of the sardine cans that I've painted, I've actually cut out the lid of the sardine can. And just so you can see the construction, so I'll show you the back. I've actually also cut out the fish. And then I've stuck the fish, I've moved the fish down. So the fish are a little bit lower. So that when I come to sticking them on top of my sardine can, they can go on like that.
That's so clever. So it just shows as well with the stamps, you don't have to use the stamp exactly as it is. You can actually use it in different ways to
You can. If you wanted to, you could use the spare little fish that you have in a set to do this. But I just basically cut two of the fishes from the image, and I've stuck them. This is a great one for 3Ding. If you want to as well, which I haven't today, this section here, which is like the roll of the can lid, you can also lift that up if you want to, you know, raise that up, make another layer as well. So it's a great one to do like a 3D, but if you don't want to, you can also just keep it flat, because I know some people worry about postage and about putting things in the purse. But
it's gorgeous.
The other thing I actually thought about with this stamp was it would actually make a really nice image to put in a frame. So to put it in a kitchen, for instance, because it's food.
Definitely.
So if you want to do some sort of fishy things to go in your kitchen, it would be a good one to put in a frame as well.
I feel like, you know, if you've got like a conservatory as well, or you've got like maybe a little room that you come straight into, that you have a bit of a summer vibe, it kind of feels summery with the colours as well.
And you can choose whatever colour you've done. I've done some paper piecing with it, and I've done sort of like funky sardines, orangey looking sardines.
Amazing.
They don't necessarily have to be fish colours if you don't want to. And just to show you how to finish putting the card together. So the other thing about what you can do with the sprays is you can make yourself all sorts of different coloured papers as well.
Do you want to show those that we've done? Do you want me to hold them or do you want to hold them?
Oh,
It's
you can
easier.
hold them.
Yeah,
Hold them.
because you can just see, can't you, the difference, like you say. So there's the 4 that you're getting with the Airless
Yes.
Misters, and then we can come across that, and they're totally
so
different
on the
techniques.
right-hand side,
Yep, this one.
that's the spray. That's purely spraying it.
Yep.
Okay. In your left hand,
Yep.
if you spray onto the mat, and I'm going to show that technique later on.
Yes.
And then you spray some extra water on top of it. You can dip your card.
Wow.
And then you get the
okay.
colour flat rather than sprayed.
Ah, how brilliant.
So you've got 2 options really when you're using your sprays. You don't just have to just spray. You can
Yeah.
also use the actual spray itself on the blending mat.
That's fantastic. And then you've showed like the painting, the outlines. There's just so much you can actually do with these.
yeah.
And I think they're lovely kind of combo of colours you're getting actually in this kind of bundle as well.
They sort of were a good
Yeah.
combination for the sea. So I mean,
Yeah.
and I think that there is another sardine can sample, and it's probably amongst the other ones.
Yeah,
where
we can
I've
find
used
it.
the blue. I've used the purple and the green together,
Yes.
rather than the blue and the yellow. So you've got two options. I don't know if it's disappeared onto the.
See, it might have already been put out on
It
display.
might
I'll have a.
possibly.
Let's see. Oh, there we go.
it
Is it this one? There we
So
are.
That's the
Yeah.
purple and green combination, and I've used the yellow
Yeah.
and blue combination.
Yeah, of course. So you've got that, all them options. And of course, with £19.99, that's making these Cosmic Shimmer Airless Misters only £5 each today. Of course, normally £22 for them all, but and they're going to last so long as well to use.
You get a lot of ink, and like I said, they're really versatile in the way that you can spray them, and also that you can use them as a paint if you want to as well.
Oh wow, brilliant.
And you can make all your different coloured papers, which is what I've done to finish off the card.
Yep.
I actually did a yellow piece, and then I tore it in half, and I've gone round the edge with a black pen, and then to finish off the main panel, I quite like tearing my card as well. So just to show you how that works. That's the beauty as well about having the spray card, is that when you tear, you'll get this really nice white edge. So I've done a torn edge at the top and then a torn edge at the bottom. And just use an alcohol pen to just quickly go around the edge.
Ah, okay.
I like to do this instead of maybe sometimes putting black card around, because sometimes you get too heavy a line with a black card.
Yep.
So just using a black pen
That's brilliant.
sort of finishes it off. And then that would go onto your card, like so.
Lovely.
And then you can choose one of the wordings. I quite like doing the wordings and then
Yep.
having them sticking out of
I
the
like that.
card. And then you can finish off with a stamped image
It's fantastic.
at the bottom.
Yeah, that's just brilliant. So if people do want this one individually and you want to create what you've seen just there, you can see that it comes obviously a large sardine stamp. You then get the little individual fish with this. You get catch you later, glad we're tight, and friends stick together in terms of sentiments. Of course, if you want the whole bundle, so all 12, then you will get them at a reduced price, but it's £6.75 if you do want them separately, which is amazing, because that's actually five different stamps that you're getting. So you're looking at just over £1 a stamp in that sense. It's brilliant. And of course, it is that one-off post and packaging fee between midnight and midnight. So if you do want to buy a few individually, you can do. I've just found a few brilliant samples here I'm just going to show of the shark sort of one that I saw. Just wanted to share a couple of those samples. I'll bring this in individually as well. Just when you thought it was safe, have a jawsome birthday. That could be for any age. And then this one here, totally different as well. You're fantastic. You can see there's so many different creations that, of course, you can get from each of these individually or by betting them together. And there is exactly what you're actually going to get if you want to buy that one individually as well. Love the little fish stamp that we've got, like the shoal of fish as well, and the plants, kind of like the sort of plants you see under the water, also with that one. Shall I show just one more? Shall I show this one as well? Because look at this creation that you could have. Turtles, and if you have ever, we were just talking about obviously your son swimming with turtles. It's something that I was lucky enough to do when I was actually in Thailand, and they said to us, jump off a boat, and I was like, okay, and I'm quite a confident swimmer, so I don't mind jumping off a boat, but I didn't realise it was because there were literally, you know, the large turtles, and we were just swimming like on top of them as we were going off to another island. And it was obviously, you know, the people who kind of drive the boats know these things, but I hadn't even spotted them, and it was just amazing. They were like, "Quick, get in! There's the turtles!" And so yeah, so you can get this one, and you can see this one's actually coming with. You've got the turtles, you've got the fish, you've got Make a Splash with this, sending you on an ocean of love. And I think what's brilliant with all these stamps, I feel that you could use loads of them together, all in one design.
You know, each set stands on its own.
Yes.
But if you want to combine them all together, you can do that. So you can pinch something from one, you can put the turtle from the other.
Definitely.
The one that you were holding up with the turtles just then, that's been done with the Airless Mister spray.
Brilliant.
As well. And if you sort of work a lot with the blue and the yellow, eventually you end up with quite a lot of green, which is what I've ended up with. But I really quite liked it.
I love it, yeah.
And then I've used one of the embossing folders that we've got on the show, the Sublime Swirls, to create, somebody said on one of my samples, oh, it creates like movement in the background.
Totally agree.
Because it's like waves.
Yeah, because that literally looks like they're swimming. It sort of looks like the waves are sort of moving alongside them.
Well, I was looking at the photos of my son with the turtles, and I noticed that the turtles spend quite a bit of time swimming down rather than up, actually. Or, you know, they're sort of, they come down from the surface. So I wanted to show that with them rather than having them up.
Well, it's just amazing, it really is. So all of these you can create. I mean, I can show you design after design after design. And remember this bundle, you know, we have done it on a discount if you want all 12 of these stamp sets. The stamp sets don't come to the one stamp. No. The stamp sets are coming, you know, some like this one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in that stamp set, for example. You've got a really large stamp in this one. You know, this one have a snappy birthday, salty kisses and crabby wishes. Sorry if I was a little crabby, you're the only one for me in the sea. That's that one as well. You know, they're all just so individual. It's just brilliant. And if you think what you could do is use them all, alternatively, you've got 12 gifts here, haven't you? You could give them all to your friends, your family members.
I don't think I would want to give mine away.
Neither would I. That's the problem. I'd be like, okay, so you can have, what I'd probably do is I'd probably get this, and I'd be like, right, if you would like, you can have just some kisses at the bottom. I'll give you them. I'm going to keep all the rest of them and you can have those. So yes, keep coming through. It's on £24.99, okay, if you do want to get this on your split pay. And remember, of course, the Airless Misters, all 4 of those are still on the web as well, so you can get all of them if you want to do, you know, these creations as well. If you'd like to see any of them individually as well, you want another close-up at them individually, just message us on the website, okay? It's really easy. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, and there's a little box next to the kind of little watch live screen which says send us a message, and you can always write in there, send us anything you want. But if you wanted to see any of the sets individually, then just ask us and we can obviously bring them up individually as well as in the full bundle. They're all £6.75 individually, or for the whole bundle we give you an extra saving, and that's why they're £25 a month. I think the Builder Fish is the only one that's more expensive, which is £13.50, because this is the bigger stamping set.
But that's like a double, it's like a double size set, so that's why it's that little bit more.
Yeah, it makes sense completely.
But when I was designing it, I thought if I try and cram all of that into a tiny little A6 set, it's not going to work as well.
No. What I love as well is when we was talking about these stamping sets, and you said, well, when I'm designing them, if there's any slight area that's left, I just put something else in there. And
I try and fill as much as you can, so that you know, you don't, because if you look at some stamp sets that are out there, sometimes they just put one big stamp in there, and they've actually got lots of space around which they could put more stamps in.
I feel like this makes it such good value for money, because you're getting so much for each one.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. I sort of move everything around on the computer, and that takes me quite a bit of time just to sort of fit as much as I can in.
I'm not surprised. Okay, so we've got as well coming up. You're going to be doing some of your next demo as well. Did you want to go to that now, or
yeah, we can.
You happy to? Yes,
I'm happy.
Just want to make sure that we fit it in. I'm like, I don't want to miss out on any of these demos. They're so good.
So this is the card that I'm going to sort of show you how to put together. I have to say that some of I was saying when we were talking that my cards are sort of not, I don't often go for very simple cards. I often put quite a lot into my cards. This is one where it really does show you how you can sort of pull all the elements together as well on the card. So, you know, sometimes I sort of get bits ready so that I can sort of show you more or less how to put it together.
Yeah, brilliant.
Rather
There's
than
so many
having to
layers
worry
on that.
too much about actually finishing it.
Yes.
But for this one, I've used the shipwreck bottle, which is I mean, I love all the sets, but I do like that one as well. And I've used our octopus, Octavia the octopus, as well. She's in there. And then I've pulled out a couple of things from wordings and a little sort of bit of coral scenery and shell down the bottom from another set as well.
Yeah. And that's where you can really see that actually by getting the full bundle, you can use so many different bits from different sets.
That's what I want to try and show people is that, you know, if you get the bundle, you're opening up all those opportunities. I'm not saying that individually they don't work, they do work, but you've got that scope of sort of swapping around and changing things. And you've got lots of different little bits. And you'll probably find that you'll sort of say, oh, I desperately need an anchor. Now, if I'd bought that set, I would have the anchor.
Yeah.
You know, that's usually what happens with me when I do that. If I only buy one thing, then I get to it. And then I think, oh, I wish I'd bought that one because I'll get that bit there.
Yes.
So for this demo, I'm going to use the Airless Misters again.
Okay.
And before we start, because I had a bit of fun at the weekend, and on my card, I've only just done a bit of watercolouring, but I wanted to show you how you can play around and colour it all in. This is just purely using the colours from the Airless Misters. And then I've used a bit of embossing powder on top to make the bottle look shiny. So you've got lots of different ways of doing this one if you want to. I've also, at home, I used to like all sorts of things. I use alcohol pens as well. Okay. So I've done some really bright versions of this as well as this, which is more muted. Yeah. But it's just to give you an idea. So we've got a lovely set of dies of tags by Sam Poole on the show. Funny enough, she was on Sunday and she had the same set on, but she sort of preempted me a little bit. And it is her tags. So you get 5 tags and you get all the little reinforcers as well, which is really nice.
So you can see there the 5 dies that we've got of each of those tags, so and the enforcers that we were just talking about just there. So brilliant. I mean, you always need tags, whether it's to put them onto your cards like you're going to do, whether you actually want to use them as tags, whether you want them in scrapbooks, you know, it's so much you can use these.
You know, crafters, they're really, you know, the other thing with tags is that you can just die cut a load of tags and then you can decorate them. And then at some point when you need cards, you can just put them onto a card and just add a little bit of extra ribbon and stuff and make a card from it. Or obviously you can make a parcel tag and what have you as well. So
we'll try and get those up for you as well so that you can get those. We'll bring them onto the screen for you in a moment so you can get those.
Right, I'm just trying to get all my little bits partly together because I'd forgotten that I have used quite a few bits on this. So I've got my tag and for the tag and for the background I've used the Airless Misters on the blending mat and then I've sprayed them with water and then I've just dipped my card on there. Okay. So with the amber lights you can make like a sand base on here. And then I've got like a sort of water base on there. So you've got the options again, like I was saying about spraying or dipping if you want to. So what we're going to do, what I'll do first is I'll stamp up the background first, and then you can see what I'm going to do with that. So I'm going to use the set which has the little turtle in. I'm going to borrow, this is what I was saying about using, I'm going to borrow the coral reef from there. Now, if you've got at the moment we're going through, because a lot of people have now got stamping platforms. And it you know, some people are sort of saying, well, you know, do I still need my blocks if I have a stamping platform? For some things you do, because sometimes if you're building up a scene, you don't necessarily want to go back and forth to a stamping platform. You probably just want some blocks. Okay. So I'm going back to using my block. This is black VersaFine ink, which is sort of one of my favourite black inks to use. And we're going to start building the scene at the bottom. So I'm going to put that into the corner. And then we're going to pinch the anchor from the shipwreck bottle set. put that onto my block. So this is where it pays to have all your little blocks, and it's a bit quicker than going back and forth to the stamping platform. And I'm going to put a little anchor in the bottom here, and then we have, if you have, that's the thing, if you have the sets, you have all the different choices of either having a shoal of fish or having singular fish.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So, and you've got big fish, you've got little fish,
Yeah.
which is what you want when you're building a
You
scene.
do,
You don't necessarily want just to have one fish, one size.
No.
So in here I've taken the single fish, and I'm going to put a couple of fishes at the top. And another thing I've done with all the little fishes that you'll find, the little shoals of fishes, is that if you actually look at the fish, you can use the fish either swimming in one direction,
Of course.
and then you can just flip them. Because of the design, you can flip them, and you can
Brilliant.
like if I do this one that way,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I
No.
can have them swimming in different directions. So that, when I came up with the designs, I thought, how can I make it so that I can use the fish?
Definitely.
Because otherwise you've got to put two lots of fish in the set.
Yeah.
So we're
Makes
just
much
going to put a few fish swimming at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, then my tag is going to go on here, and I've already got my bottle ready.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
So with the bottle, all I've done for this bottle is
Yeah.
just use a bit of the blue ink, like I showed you earlier,
Yes.
and then just painted the bottle in. And then I've actually just tied a little bit of string
Brilliant.
to the bottle. Okay, and now if I just look, this is when you discover you didn't take something out that you should have taken out of your craft stash.
I think you're so organised for how much you're using, so I wouldn't worry if there's one thing you've not got.
Okay, just get my glue, and yeah, I just knew it was going to be stuck. Okay, we'll go without gluing.
Do you need a pin, or will it be okay?
No,
Be fine?
it'd be fine.
Okay.
I'll just sort of
Position.
everything, and then you can sort of see. So you would stick the tag on,
Yeah.
and then I've put some foam pads on the bottle, and that's going to go on here. And actually, I do remember something that I need to show you as well. So we've got some stencils as well in the show.
Yes, we have.
And this is the bubble stencil, and we've
Yep.
got the coral reef stencil. So actually, before, it's a good job I didn't stick that down, because what we're going to do is we're going to put a few bubbles down on the beach, which will break up the beach as well.
Brilliant.
So I've just got some distress oxides. I think I'm using carved pumpkin, but any orange ink will do. And we're just going to put a few bubbles here. Okay. So, you know, that was a godsend that my glue didn't work, because I was about to miss doing a few things. And the other thing I did was actually to put some bubbles on the actual tag.
And of course, with
well.
this bundle for the stencils, you are going to get the bubbles, and then you also get the aquatic scene as well. So both of those,
Yeah.
it's these two that come with that. So
Yeah, they
two of
come-
those
they
coral
come
branches
together,
and bubbles.
those two.
Yeah, for $7.98. Fantastic.
So I chose those because they were perfect for the, you know, the underwater scenery.
Yeah, brilliant.
We've got our little octopus coming in as well. Now I've just stamped her, cut her out, and then I've dipped her in the Amber Lights ink as well, just to sort of give her a bit of colour. And it's quite good fun to give her a few little spots with the stencil. So just to give her a little bit of extra colour. So if I put all the bits together, you can start to see how it goes. So we'll have the black on the card, followed by that, my background, followed by my tag, And that goes on with the foam pads. And then you can put your little tag just to come underneath the bottle. And then if you use some foam pads, you can then put your little Octavia and then the octopus. And then all I did at home, just to add a little bit of extra detail, was just to put a few sequins
Lovely, yeah.
on the top.
Yeah.
So you can see how that all
It's fabulous,
pulls
isn't it?
together.
Oh, I absolutely adore it. I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. So you can see that even with that, how you could create that so easily, actually, with all the different pieces.
And I haven't, you know, if you're not, how can I put it? If you don't like spending hours colouring in, this is very simple because there's not a lot of colouring in to do.
No, yes.
And you're just using one colour, so you don't have to worry about all the different colours as well. So you've got different options. You've got this option, or if you want to, you can have a really coloured in bottle.
And I think I've got one, where did I just put that one? I think that was, oh yes, this one here. And you can see the difference of that one as well if you have a little look at this one that's been created.
So that's been coloured in with alcohol pens.
Right, okay.
So again, it's whatever mediums you use, they will give your stamps a totally different look.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? And then that glittery kind of effect that's coming out on that as well.
So I've, just some glue and glitter, and you can add a bit of sparkle if you want to sort of give it that sort of more, sort of almost like
it's amazing.
mermaid, sort of seascape, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, really, really bright colours kind of on that. So there's just so much within this. Remember, if you want to get the full bundle, you are looking at 12 of your stamp sets, and you are getting multiple stamps kind of within each of them. If you did want to get, you know, any of them individual, then you can. They are, of course, on the web. Just jump onto the web and you can take advantage. But, you know, if we just sort of took a selection of these cards that are here, just look at just some of the things you could, you know, create from this bundle. I mean, look how different every single one is that I'm literally just kind of, you know, holding up here. Each one is just so different, so unique as well. I mean, it's phenomenal. And I just think as well with this actual beautiful sort of bundle, like we were saying before, whether it's for friendship, whether it's for children's cards, whether it's because somebody's going on holiday, you want to wish someone well on, you know, bon voyage, or it's just a note to send to your friend, it kind of just fits everything, I think, this bundle.
It does, yeah. You know, you've got lots of potential in lots of different ways. Like I said, if you want to do birthday cards, you know, if you want to make journals, if you do some scrapbooking because you've been on holiday, or you're going to go on holiday and you want to get some pages ready because you know you've got an exciting, you're going to go and swim with turtles, or you're going to do some snorkeling, or what have
a lot of children do like the write-ups, don't they, in their holidays as well, where you have to kind of take it back into class and you know, sort of show. Can you imagine how fancy theirs would look with a bit of help from their mum if they were using this? They'd be like, and here's my turtle, and this is what I saw, and this is like, I mean, it's going to look way better than what my kind of hand-drawn artwork looked when you were sort of 7 or 8.
Yeah, so there's it can go in lots of different ways, you know, and you know, I think you've got the main sort of, it was really difficult choosing all the sea creatures I wanted to have, and I could have gone even further, but I thought, oh, you know, you've got an octopus, you've got a shark, you've got a crab, and those sort of are sort of like the leading lights that you can add in, and your turtle as well, that can sort of float around on various backgrounds as well. So
definitely. And I think something will call out to different people as well. And, you know, a lot of different people have different animals that they're favourites, or you can almost be sort of taking a sentiment. I mean, I know a lot of people, you know, with turtles, for example, often say, like, the slower individual wins the race in the end. And if you kind of want to pass that on to somebody, you could do by getting that bundle. You know, the shark's strength, isn't it? It's kind of character that you could be sending on that one. There's so many different sentiments that you could kind of add into the inside of each card as well.
You could. I mean, you know,
lovely.
If you go online, you can find hundreds of sentiments for various things. It's really hard to sort of pick and choose. But the nice thing is I've tried, and I think I managed it, not to sort of repeat any of the sentiments, so that, you know, you're not sort of going to buy like 5 sets and you've got identical sentiments in the sets. You're going to have different sentiments.
I mean, it literally covers, if you get all of this, it almost pretty much covers everything, I think, in terms of sentiments. Because if we think life is better under the sea, happy birthday, never underestimate the power of the sea is on that one. See you soon. Sending you an ocean of love, make a splash, you're fantastic, fishy wishes, just keep swimming. You've also got sorry if I was a little crabby, you're the only one for me in the sea, have a snappy birthday, salty kisses with crabby wishes, under the sea on that one, glad we're tight, friends stick together, catch you later. I mean, there's just multiple ones, so many different meanings coming across.
They are, just, you know, there's plenty there for you to use.
And from large stamps to the smaller stamps
and
as
you've
well.
got that set you're holding up on in the left-hand
This
side,
one?
the sea elements.
Yeah,
That's like a sort of foundation to all of the others, and that's where my wave comes, so that if you do a coral reef at the bottom and you want a wave at the top, you've got the wave.
Yeah.
You've got that row of pebbles that you can use at the bottom of your scene if you want to.
Yeah.
You've got some extra little bits of coral and shells and things, so you know, just keep adding and you can just keep building your scenes.
It's like a complimentary kind of addition to every single one. And again, that's available separately, I think, for £6.75. So if you do want that separate, just go to the website. They are all there individually. But of course, if you want an extra saving on each one, then buy it in the bundle, because that's when we give you the biggest saving on these. So you're getting 12 for that price. This is Ben's favourite, the octopus. So that one is Ben's, and I mean, there's a couple of gorgeous kind of cards that have been created with that one if you want to get it individually. Have a quick look at those. And I think it's brilliant that we've got it on split pay, £25 a month if you want to take advantage of this as well. I mean, again, two totally different meanings with those.
Yeah, and what I like about the sea creatures as well is if you want to, like I've done with the octopus, you can stamp them on pattern paper and cut them out.
Yeah.
So you've got that green spotty octopus. You know, just because you don't have to go for realistic themes, because they're sort of, the drawings are sort of done so that they can go the fun way, or they can go the realistic way, if you know what I mean. So you can go in whatever direction you want to.
And I feel like everybody loves the ocean in general, like being by the ocean. And I don't know about you, but I love to travel. And over the last couple of years, I obviously haven't been anywhere, just the UK, which is fine, but I really miss it. And I kind of just feel like, you know, if you feel like that and you want to be inspired and you want to think about, you know, the beach and the water and that amazing life that's underwater, you can get this from this, and it's going to be such a joy to kind of work with them.
I think you know, it just brings that back, you know, because hopefully we're heading for better times.
Yes.
And we're heading for holidays, and we're heading for that bit of sun. But at the same time as well, if you just you know, just want the opportunity to be able to create those underwater scenes, then you've got all the elements there to do that.
Yes, yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, and I imagine would you be able to use these almost as kind of prints on like walls if you wanted to and things? Could you use them as bedroom stamps?
Yeah, you could. I mean, like I said, you can create a scene and you can put them into frames and you could put them up on the wall.
That's fantastic.
You know, we are getting to the point where there's only so many cards that you can stamp.
Yes, yeah.
And so, you know, if you can get more out of your stamps, all the better. And that's why I was saying about sort of maybe doing some T-shirts with a fish. Yeah. Maybe doing some scenes that you can put in a frame. You know, maybe the sardine can you can use in the kitchen, you know, because it's food.
Yes,
you know, if you don't want to use it as a fun card, but you want to use it as food, you can do that.
And that's why you're just going to get so many use out of them over the years by creating just so many different things.
And then we've covered this. I've covered the scope of, you know, doing stuff for children, but doing stuff for adults as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
You know, you might have a Mr. Krabby in your life.
Yeah,
Never know.
I think we all do.
You know, and the other thing about the crab, which is the other thing which is lovely about these, which I did, was I went away and I thought, you know what? I know that you get orange-looking crabs. Do you get any crabs in different colours?
Yes.
And I actually went away and discovered that in Japan you get purple and blue crabs with orange claws.
Yeah.
So you know, it's a good way of maybe getting the kids involved in sort of finding out facts and information as well about the creatures.
It's lovely. I just think the possibilities are endless. Thank you so much. You're back at 4 o'clock with more demos, more amazing fun. You can keep coming through. Everything is on the web. Remember, if you want anything individually, it's on the web. If you want this bundle, it's still there. We have got the best of Hunkydory coming up after the break. It includes those adhesive rolls that I know so many of you have been waiting for. When they first launched, they sold out within less than 5 minutes. They're on the web. Jump on, pre-order. You will all get to pay the same low price. And thank you. That's been a joy.
It's been lovely.
We'll look forward to seeing you at 4 o'clock. See you in a couple of moments. Yeah, go on. Popping up with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello, gosh, I always feel like the show absolutely just flies by. 3 o'clock already. Of course, we've still got an amazing show coming right up until 6. Ben, our director, thinks it's because he's so fun. I mean, it probably is, Ben. It probably is the reason why. I'll take that. Just to let you know that, apologies about this, but when we brought you at the beginning, in the last hour, so in the first hour, we brought you the ink pad collection. For some reason, the price, we have little tech glitches sometimes that happen, and the price didn't actually go down to the price that it should have gone down to. So it's great for you, because if you bought it thinking you were going to buy it at, the price that you saw, ignore it, you will not be charged that. We're actually going to charge you for this £59.94, okay? That is for 36 ink pads in total. So we're not able, for some reason, because of these little technical glitches that kind of jump in there sometimes, it does just mean that we're not always able to kind of update it, but ignore completely what it says. It will be £59.94. So you're looking, of course, at about £20 on split pay. So £20 a month, I think it's just under, isn't it? £19.98 on split pay, and that's for all 36 ink pads. Any questions, call the call centre. We've spoke to them. They know, of course, that you're definitely going to be paying that price. So please do ignore the price on your screen. It's not what you're going to be paying. So it's £59.94, okay? So apologies, sometimes live telly this happens and you get a little bit stuck on as we know. We just wanted to let you know it's kind of like an extra deal for everyone who was happy to pay this. You're actually going to pay significantly lower, okay? Right, this hour is all about like the best of Hunkydory, the best of the month that we saw. They have been your most popular products that you've asked us to bring back in. It includes the likes of, oh my gosh, I mean, literally, look in front of me. You've got some of the most amazing coloured cardstock. We've got these fantastic bundles that are here, the Forever Florals. I know as well a lot of our scoreable selection of card completely sold out on the launch. We're going to be bringing all that to you. In fact, we're going to put everything onto the website, okay? So you can jump straight onto the web and you can take advantage of anything that you want to. So you don't kind of need to wait for us to get to it. If you're thinking, right, I need to get this now. I saw last time it sold out within 5 minutes, then just jump straight onto the web and do that. Look at it. It's a lot.
It's a lot to go through, isn't there? But there's some great collections in here. Great die collections. We've got the magazine as well, which we've got to show you. But everyone's favourite, it was this.
It's next to us. It's literally next to us just here, beautifully set out as well. And this is the Diamond Sparkles adhesive rolls.
Yes, so this is our shimmer adhesive roll. You're going to get the whole collection, everything you see here. There's 10 different rolls, 10 different colours. And if we lift one out and show you, you're going to get just under a metre. Now this, this is incredible how much you're going to get.
Look how much.
There's loads.
Look at that. Yes.
Absolutely loads. Now this is beautiful. You can put it through your die cutting machines. You use your dies to cut it out. You can put it through your electronic machines and cut out bigger images if you want to. It's just perfect to use with to back things onto. For people who live in countries where you pay by weight instead of by size, you know, you want them to be really lightweight. This is super lightweight to add onto your cards. It's just beautiful. It has a non-shed quality, which the cardstock had as well that we brought to you last week, which means you're not going to get glitter anywhere. It cuts beautifully, and it's on a crazy price.
I was actually gobsmacked by the price that this is going to go to. I mean, it was one of those where I sort of sat there before the show saying, really? For 10? Like, really? Yeah, and I think what is so brilliant, like you said, is glitter I love, but I also hate trying to hoover it up or trying to get it out your hair. It's on your hands, and it's tricky, isn't it? Whereas this, like literally, I could just rub this, you know, all over my arms and hands.
Not going to go anywhere.
No. It just is great to show that you've not getting any of that glitter off this. Plus, it's got the self-adhesive. Oh, I've just done what you told me not to do. We'll pick that up in a second.
It has the self-adhesive backing as well. So you can see here, you've got the full grid on the reverse. And then if we just lift this for you, we can just peel this away and you have a sticky back coating. So this means that you don't need any glue to stick the pieces down. So think about like Easter with the kids coming up. You're going to be able to craft with them with this. They can cut out loads of different shapes, put them on cards. It's going to be really fun. I've recently been making some bunting for a special birthday that we have coming up at the weekend in our family. So I've been using this to cut out numbers and then just sticking it on top of the bunting. So I don't need to use any glue or anything like that. And it looks really cool. But it's just a really good thing to have into your stash to be able to go to get to. And like I said, to use with the kids is great as well because it's super accessible. And really easy to use. And
you brought this on a show, and I think you had just over 90 of these available on the first show. They completely sold out in less than 5 minutes. They were gone. It was literally like, oh, okay, right. What are we going to do next? So we have managed to kind of obviously come back and say, can we have more? And you've actually put in double the quantity today.
We've got double the quantity today. So there's around 200 bundles available. Amazing. So if you want it, get it. Because I think it's going to go really fast. I mean, last week we had people that had 8 of these.
I would do the same.
In there. It's crazy.
On a normal day, £3.99 each.
Yeah.
So we should be looking at the price on our screen now, which is £39.90. it's not even like you're taking £1 or £2 off.
Oh,
You're
no.
about to like throw in like a lot of these for free in essence
Yeah.
with the price we're going to.
Yeah, we're bringing it right down for you.
Should we get straight down to price and let people know this? Because we are actually going to take these to £1.79 a roll. So down from £3.90
Yep.
to £1.79. So that's £1.10 a roll. You save £21 and 90 pence saving. So you are paying less than half price for these.
You are. It's mad. I don't know how we do these things, but you know, it's just a little treat for you guys, you crafters at home, for people that are watching us here on Hobby Maker.
Yeah.
We're going to treat you. So
amazing.
it's crazy, less than
Yeah.
£2 a roll, and it's so good. There are so many things you can do with this.
It's amazing.
I love it.
And I know that initially as well, we did say, do you know what? It's going to just be a launch price. It was kind of going to be a one-off show, a one-off
Yeah,
launch
but now we're
price.
bringing it back for you at that price.
Because it sold out so quickly. You were like, do you know what? Let's just do another auction. Can't guarantee it again in the future at this price, but today it is there. So whether you missed out last time, whether you're thinking, oh my gosh, I got them, I want more,
Yes.
this is the time to do it at this price. So it is less than half price. So in essence,
Yes.
you're sort of paying for the blue, the green, you know, this beautiful teal colour, the red, and then we're going, oh, have the pink, have the purple, have the green, have the black for free, have the silver for free, and have half of the gold for free.
Have it all.
I mean, that's just unbelievable, isn't it, in terms of the
madness.
prices?
It's madness. And obviously, like we said, you've got just under a metre on each roll. So that whole thing there, you're getting 100, just under 100 metres.
Oh, my word.
100 metres of this beautiful
Wow.
shimmer, double-sided adhesive, and it's so nice.
Yeah.
Shall we show you what you can do with it?
Yes, please
Okay,
do.
so
Please do.
I've just cut some strips of 3 colours. I've gone with sort of colours that work together.
Yeah,
We've got
beautiful.
that beautiful green. And my favourite thing about this too is because I'm quite a lazy person in general. I'm gonna throw that out there. Sometimes you don't want to have to cut this out 3 times, and because of the weight, because of how thin it is,
Yeah.
we can do it. We can do it by layering them all on top of each other, and then just running this through, and it will. I say it will. That would always be my famous words. This will cut through all 3
Brilliant.
of those sheets straight away, and this is just using our circle nesting dies, or straight edge nesting dies we're going to create this card from. So once we've popped this out, and then going to just pull these over, pop them all out,
Yeah.
and then they kind of stick together just because of the strength of that going through your die cutting machine. So we just pull these all away from each other. It's going to reveal those 3 really good colours. So let's see if we can loosen that up a little bit. There we go, it's coming. It's coming.
It's amazing. We've actually got people buying 2s, 3s of these, 4s
There
of
we
these
are.
as well. I'd do the same.
So what we're going to do with this one is I've cut them out of circles. We're going to create a really cool pattern, and then I've also got a sheet which we're just going to stick on top of our card to add
Brilliant.
that extra layer.
Yes.
So before we get to that, we can start sticking these on now. It's really helpful if you have super long nails for this. My nails are a little bit short at the moment, but I'm going to just stick them sort of around the edge of my card.
Yeah.
And we're going to go for different sort of sizes of these circles. So I've gone for the second smallest and then the one up from that in your die collection to do this. So then we're just going to take our time in peeling those off and then create a really fun background. So I'm going to go in with the smaller.
It's just amazing. None of the
things
glitter
now.
coming off. Adhesive
Nothing.
just sticks so easily.
And I'm sort of just placing them down the edge of this card. Now, if you wanted to, now you could die cut into this again, so you create like an open circle. You could use your punches. So do you know those punches you get for like crafting with kids?
Yep.
Like your shaped punches, your butterflies, your hearts, stuff like that. You're going to be able to use that
Great
with this
idea.
as well. It's so much fun. So just lifting it off. But like I said, I did half of the bunting last night.
Did you? Yes.
When I got home from work, I just sat with my hand cranking
Yep.
die cut machine, and it literally probably took me maybe less than an hour.
Wow.
And I cut them out with my trimmer and then added all of these bits and pieces onto them. It was so quick to do. So I'm just adding sort of a really funky design down the side of here. Let's just get this last one on.
And of course we've got Jubilee coming up. You might want to make bunting for that. You might want to make it for birthdays. There's so many different ways you could use this.
And then what I'm going to do, instead of cutting this off, because it's super thin, I'm just going to wrap these edges around here. And then we've got that really fun print down one side.
Love that.
So then let's stick this. We'll just use a bit of double-sided tape to stick this onto our other piece of double-sided adhesive. So I'll pull this away. But think about like your electronic die cut machines. You can get so fancy with them. And these rolls are 1 meter long. So if you've got the larger die cutting machines with like the 12 by 24 inch mats, you could do like a whole birthday sign and then pop it onto a bit of foam board. And that's going to look amazing. Next, we're just going to peel this backing off here if it's going to come off. It's a little bit tricky when you've die cut the shape because you've not got that extra width of edge that you have when you're just peeling it straight off that backing. And then now all that's left to do is very, very carefully line that up with our card blank.
That's great.
And then what we're going to do is die cut this as well using one of our Moonstone minis. So these will also be on the website because we showed you these last week. So just pop that in and we're going to die cut this too. So regardless of whether you're just cutting a simple shape like the circle or whether you're cutting something that's really quite intricate like this die here that's got lots of different little pieces in it, it's really can be quite a challenging die to cut depending on your die cutting machine. Then we can run this through, pop it out, and it's going to cut beautifully. So you can see there, it's already cut it straight from the die. And then if I just use my 3-in-1 die brush, it's going to pop out all of those little extra bits. So let's just see if it's got all of them. Just our little bits in our...
And that won't have affected the adhesive at all?
Nope. Nope, not at all. So I just then, if I lift this out of the die, like it's super, super fragile. But what we can do is just going to place it down and just try and lift up some of this backing. There we go. So now I've got that backing ready. That can just pull away. It's coming, I promise.
It's like, there it is.
Super, super delicate because I really don't want this text to sort of come away from itself.
Of course.
Because it is a super thin
I mean, even though you've done that really delicate design, it's quite strong, isn't it, still, the material?
It's still there, it's still together. So then we can just pop this across the centre of our card and keep it really sweet and simple.
Wow.
Just with that, congratulations, stick it straight down, no need for glue, no need for anything like that. And then there is your card ready to go.
Gosh. That is just phenomenal. Wow, so easy to do that. And I think as well, the ease of sticking it down because of the adhesive back that you've got there. Oh my, and today we are less than half price. Now nearly 1/3 of the stock has already gone. We've got more of you with this sitting in your basket than we have availability, okay? So
oh my goodness,
it's one of them where you think if everybody checks out, there won't be enough, people will be missing out. So don't sort of sit there and wait, you know, thinking, oh, I'm just thinking about it because I do not want you to miss out on this. And I can't guarantee this price again, okay? So just today, we're bringing back that launch price because it did sell out last time. And you are getting 10 rolls. Okay, now you just saw that card being created, only a tiny amount of the rolls have been used.
Only the tiniest little bit I cut away, sort of maybe, let's measure it. It is about 8 centimetres that I've taken off that. So, and I've still got so much left to use as well, that I could use for other projects, that I could use for this project if I wanted to add some more to it. So, you know, it's crazy. And any of your dies, whether it's text dies, whether it's nesting dies, whether it's your frame dies that are sometimes a little bit difficult because you've got so many bits and pieces that come away from it, you're going to be able to use it with this.
Yes, it's fantastic. Should we have a look at a few of the sort of bits that there's some lovely ones, just because it kind of shows you how differently you can use it as well. So this one's by April Dyer, and you can just see it's the way, I think, that with that glitter effect, you know, the light just dances off everything that we get there.
It just adds a little bit more luxury. It makes it look a little bit more expensive.
Does, I totally agree.
And you know, you're using this on really quite, a lot of them are quite white cards, so it's showing it off really, really nicely.
Yeah, like that one in terms of white. I love that one. You can see just here, this is Rachel Jones, and that Hello Friend, I mean, something to use constantly.
It's just something really, really simple, isn't it? But just adding those dies in again. She's used her circle nesting dies. It gives it a completely different look.
That one quite different as well.
Love that one. So again, we're using the circle dies again.
Yes.
But you've created that really nice present effect there.
I know, I feel like you're handing someone a gift in a card right there. And then you've got more of the kind of intricate detailing here on this one, where you've got the cutouts of those lovely words that we're seeing, beautiful borders that we've created with that. One, if you want to sort of say I love you to somebody as well. This is Amy Wilkes that we've got there. And I think it is, I mean, it's, you know, the ruby red, the rose pinks that we've got, you know, all of these different colours, the gold, the silver, the black. There is just so much. And for £17.99, like you said, you're getting almost 100 metres.
Almost 100 metres. It's just slightly under. I think it's like 98 centimetres. So it's just under 100 metres that you're going to get in total for £17.99.
Yeah. It's amazing. On a normal day, when we were selling these for £3.99 each, I would normally be saying, okay, go away and sort of have a look. Can you from anywhere else find these for £3.99?
But now...
I'm like today, I'm like, £1.79?
I really don't think you could find them anywhere for that.
Don't think it'd be possible at all. And of course, you could literally, I know that a lot of you have bought sort of 2 sets, 3 sets. You're only paying that one postage and packaging as well, so £3.95.
I know, so check out if you've got it in your basket, because you do not want to miss out.
And I feel like this is something that, again, you could use with your children. You could use for wall displays. You could use, you know, with the most experienced people.
Yeah, it would look really beautiful, sort of like die cut and then put into a frame, maybe in like a bedroom or something. As a gift, diamond anniversaries, you know, special birthdays coming up. This is going to work beautifully.
Is that one created with this?
That one's using glitter.
That's glitter. Thought that one was glitter. Yeah, I was thinking.
But this one...
Oh, that one's nice.
That's cut out in hexagons. And then this one as well has all of the colours.
Look at that one there.
Demonstrated on it as well.
Very clever. Oh, and this one, yes, if you really want to see, I mean, rainbow kind of in general, I think there's so much meaning, isn't there, behind the rainbow. And also it's just such a kind of moment that makes you feel happy, I think, whenever you see a rainbow.
This is beautiful, isn't it? And it demonstrates all of the colours and how beautifully you can put them together if you want to.
Yeah, it's fabulous. I mean, look, we've got crafters buying 3, Patricia's got 2, Gilda's got it, Sandra's got it, Erica and Marjorie and Elaine and Susan and Jane, Christine, Avril, Alison, Angela, Northumberland getting 2, Margaret's got it, Valerie, Gail, Miriam. We have got a slight wait now on the phone lines. We're looking at about a minute. Don't worry, it doesn't matter, you'll get answered. Our call centre's just upstairs. They're doing their best, obviously, on a deal like this, where we have taken these to less than half price. You're going to expect it to be very, very busy. And I know initially this was the launch price. It was meant to be a one-off deal, yourself and Dave. It sold out so quickly that we said, well, let's bring it back one more time.
Bring it back one more time.
So get it today, because usually £3.99 each, so you'd be looking at £39.90, which I think is brilliant.
I think it's a reasonable price for how much you're getting. Yeah. But for £17.99 to get it all.
When you think about this, right, if you buy 2 sets today, you are getting money back on what you'd normally pay for 1 set.
Yeah.
So you can buy 2 and still get change.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's an incredible deal.
Buy one, get one free, and a bit of money back in your pocket. I mean, I would honestly say as well, even if you're not yet sure what you're going to use them for, whether, you know, even if you're thinking, I'm not sure yet, don't worry about it.
Get them in your stash at this price. Because like you say, it might not be at this price and the next time we bring them to you.
Shouldn't be, let's be honest. So it's one of them where it doesn't really make sense for you as a business, but it makes a great sense for everybody at home.
Yeah, but get it, add it to your stash. It can come out for loads of different things. I used it earlier in the shows with the stamps, you know, you can mix and match it, maybe with your die cuts that you got last week or your collections too, because it would work beautifully with some of the other collections we have on the show.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are, you know, somebody who's new to us, or you've only just started maybe your kind of card making or scrapbooking journey or whatever it may be in terms of becoming a crafter, I think this is a really easy material to use as well. It looks very pro without a lot of work needing to go into it.
It's true. It's one of those things that, like you say, for any beginner crafter, they're going to be able to get there, to understand this product and be able to get the best out of it.
And I also know that, you know, like I've got a couple of nieces and they're at the age where, you know, they love craft. Yeah, glitter is everything. They want to be princess all the time. And I feel like sometimes, because they don't sit still, you know, because they've got all this energy, it's hard to get them to actually sit down and to do, you know, crafting very long. if I turned up with this and I was like, Maisie, let's do crafting, she'd be like, okay, because she'd be like, right, what can we,
what is this?
Exactly, because they just look beautiful.
It's true. They are a great addition to crafting for any age. They really are.
And let's just show again, shall we?
Crazy,
just
isn't it?
how much you're actually getting. You know, we can
stretch over this.
Look at this. We can stretch this across. You're getting almost 10 metres across all of these. You can see as well as we touch this, no glitter's coming off, so it's not going to transfer onto anything.
And if you turn it around, you can see that amazing guide that you've got on the back, which
clever.
Really, you know, if you're wanting to be quite nifty with this, you can cut into it using that guide, so you're not going to waste like a lot of it because you've got that to follow.
We've just had a crafter get 8. Okay, you've just got 8. That is a brilliant idea, because remember, you're only paying one-off P&P for all 8. That's $3.95 today, and that's as well. If like suddenly you think, right, do you know what? I'm going to get some of the sporting souvenirs. You're still only paying the $3.95.
Yeah, it's going in there.
Right. Okay. Over half the stock has now gone, so you do need to be very, very quick to get this. There's a metre on each roll, which is pretty much 10 metres in total. An amazing array of colour. You've seen how easy it is to use those adhesives, whether it's in your die cutting machine, whether you want to free cut with this, you know, whether you want to create sentiments. It's absolutely beautiful. You want to make a crown?
Oh,
good idea.
Definitely do that. Yeah. Stick it on the back of some cardstock just to give it a bit more weight, but you could make a crown.
Yeah,
for sure.
We should have just come on with crowns.
You could have sapphires in there.
Yes.
You've got your rubies in there, your emeralds. Yeah. You could have whatever you want added onto your crown if you do it that way.
And I mean, I love them all, but I just want to give you one more look at this one, just because I feel like this one showcases the whole bundle,
it really
doesn't
does.
it? So this is from, obviously, Amy Wilkes, and you can just see here, she's got every single colour that's actually been used in this. And then has still used that real kind of intricate detailing with the flowers and the sentiment that's there.
Yeah, it's true, and it just proves just how much you can use it for, like not just backing on, but those intricate die cuts as well. They work really nicely with this.
Valerie, Jane, Kathleen, Linda, Marie, Michelle, Cheryl, Marjorie, Hazel, Becky, Vicky, West Midlands, you all still have this in your basket. By it sitting in your basket, I cannot guarantee it's yours, okay? Because it has to very, very much be the first people that confirm on this get this. Remember, it was a one-off price. It's sold out, so we've managed to bring even more stock back at this launch price. We can't guarantee this price again, so get it today. Multi-buy if you can, like Jane, like Mary, because it is well worth doing that, with it being that one-off post and packaging fee. And I just think from the amazing array of samples that you've brought with you as well, it just sort of gives you the idea of all of the different cards that you can create. Like we said, I mean, I do a lot of, so for my little boy, I create a yearly kind of photo scrapbook type thing.
Yeah,
that,
like an album.
Yes, I always think one day, and I write all in it, and I do all different colours and different sort of fancy little, you know, detail. This, I'm like, oh my gosh, my pages would look so much better.
It would work really nicely for that, and even if you just add in hints and touches, or like you're using like little die cuts and things like that, you just want to add a little bit of extra pizzazz on your page, then it's going to work really nicely. So I think a lot of different crafts it works really well for, you know, paper crafting, it's perfect for. But if you scrapbooking, or if you're into mixed media, it's going to work great with that as well. It's a product that universally works through all the different types of craft. Definitely. It's not just for one craft this. You can use it for anything.
It is. Oh my gosh. Right, I'm going to leave it with you. Keep coming through. If it hasn't completely sold out, which I think it probably will have done by the end of the hour, if it hasn't and there's a bit of availability left, we'll bring it back, okay? But you can, of course, get it. It's there on the web, as is everything else that is in front of me as well, which is just amazing. Now, as expected, we've had multiple messages coming in saying, can you bring us your adorable scoreable?
Yes.
And we know that when you first brought this, it sold out as well.
It did.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 different types of adorable scoreable on this show, with our different collections. So one you've got in front of you is our Forever Florals Wildflower Matte-tastic selection. So this one has a matte finish, which means you can stamp onto here, you can add inks onto here. So those stamps we did earlier, you could stamp them straight onto here. You could use your mask on these, so you've got that hint of colour already. Then the other one, the Sporting Silhouettes one, is our silk version of adorable scoreable. So that has a silk finish, which is a little bit more professional, as in it looks like how you would when you buy a card from the shop. So you can tell the difference.
You look at the difference, I suppose, of those two together. You can see the difference, can't you?
Matte finish. So you've got a choice there. Whether matte is something that you want, you like to be able to embellish it or colour it in or add gilding flakes, things like that to it, then the matte's the best version for you. But if you just like the plain professional cardstock, then that satin finish.
Yeah. So if we start with the matte and then we can come across that one to get the graphics in as well. So I know that last time you brought the matte one, it completely sold out.
It did. It completely sold out. And what is beautiful about this as well is that it works with your Forever Florals collection. So the colours have been hand-picked to work with that collection. And also, if you go for the bundle of your Forever Florals, where you get your topper collection, your inserts and papers, that tag pad, you're going to get this included too.
So it gets included as well.
So you can buy it separately, and it's only £9.99 for 30 sheets.
Amazing.
Or you can get it in with that bundle.
It's fantastic. And I mean, you've got all of these different colours. So you've got, is it 10 different colours?
10 different colourways.
3 of each.
You get 3 of each, and you can see on screen you've got a beautiful variety of really nice sort of more pastel tones of colour, but really quite bright colours. So they're very springy, perfect for this time of year. A really, really nice array of colours there. And it's adorable scorable, which means it has all of the amazing technologies. It has that bending technology. So when we score it, it's not going to crack, it's not going to crease. It's also 350 GSM, which is kind of like the highest quality of cardstock. If you know adorable scorable, you know how good this quality is. As a crafter myself, before I started at Hunkydory, I'd used other cardstocks. I'd used different bits and pieces that I'd bought from different shops and things like that. Since working at Hunkydory, I won't use anything else, and that's not because I work there, that's because the quality is incredible. So I use it for everything.
And I think like you say, like when you and you can actually see this one here, we've sort of done the bend on this. So we've scored this here. The worst thing I think that can happen is when it cracks.
It's soul destroying.
And your piece has done it so good, and then that's ruined it, in my opinion.
You've got to the very end of your card, you're putting it together, you make your card blank, and you've got a terrible crease down the side, and you're like, what am I going to do with this? And sometimes you can ink it, but it doesn't, the colour doesn't match, it looks a bit messy. You're not going to have that problem with this.
No.
You really aren't. It is the highest quality of cardstock. It's just amazing.
Yeah,
it
and
really is.
I think what's so amazing about what Hunkydory do is the fact that you're all crafters.
Yeah,
so everything
all of
that
us.
you create, you have crafters in mind. It's not like somebody who doesn't do this that thinks of this. And
a lot of the designs and things, when they're going through and when they're picking out what cardstock to design and what colours to go through, they'll always ask Anne-Marie for her opinion on what will work, what won't work. Will this be good on the cardstock? Will this work with your topper? So Anne-Marie, as a crafter, she has that say in making sure that everything is sort of that quality that a crafter is going to love.
And with this, you can use it for cards, but you could use it for other things as well.
You can make boxes with this. It's really quite substantial. So your adorable scoreboard is definitely something that you're going to want to buy alongside this. You can score into it. You can create apertures from it with your trimmer, and then your cards are still going to stand up. They're not going to lose any sort of like strength, because that 350 GSM cardstock is so strong that no matter what you do, whether you're constructing with it, whether you're just using it as a card blank, whether you're adding it to the front of your card, it's great.
And it's lovely that each one colour on one side, and then you've got the white on the back as well.
Yeah, so you can. It's just really nice to be able to craft with, and also with saying that, it is a cardstock that has a white core, so it is a cardstock that you would think, well, if I score this, it's going to crack. I'm going to see that white, and it doesn't.
And again, you can see that.
Time.
Yeah, absolutely doesn't. And 30, that is 30 of that amazing strength of card as well, for £9.99, which is amazing. Should we bring the other one as well? Because you're probably going to want both. Remember, of course, it is that one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight. So if you got the matte, and then you're thinking, well, actually, I want to get this as well, it's well worth getting both, I think.
It's so worth getting it, because, you know, you can use them for different things, and the fact that one's matte, one's are normal, adorable, scorable as well, that's a really good quality about it. You've got different shades of colours here as well, so you can see there. You've got a beautiful array of blues, actually. Some really nice deep colours too, but they all work beautifully together.
Yeah. When you think 15 different colourways in this one.
15 different colourways, I know. You're going to get 2 of each, so it's slightly different. You're still going to get 30 in total, but again, still that incredible 350 GSM, and you still have, even though it's like, it's got that coating on top that makes it that beautiful satin finish, it's not going to crack.
I actually think this would go so well with the glitter adhesives.
Yeah, you can mix and match them. You know, you can see your reds there, your purples there that are going to work, your blues, you can mix and match it, layer them up, cut into different shapes and things like that. It's going to look
And I just think at this price as well, at £9.99, I think for a lot of crafters, you might have like your craft stash,
Yes.
and you'd often think, I can't work with that kind of top, you know, quality, because you expect it to be really pricey.
Yes.
This is kind of proven the opposite here, that
No.
actually you can get that top grade at £9.99.
Yeah, and that's a big thing at Hunkydory. We want to bring you the best quality, but we want to bring it at a price that is reasonable for everyone to be able to afford, because we know how expensive craft can be. So we want to make sure that you get the best quality, but also at a really affordable price.
Yeah, which I think is it's just incredible with this. So 15 different colours in this one, and you are going to get 2 in each. Does this come with the Sporting Silhouette bundle?
No, this one is separate.
So it's on its own. So you need to get that if you want to work with it with the Sporting Silhouettes, for
that's
example. Okie dokie. So well done with that. Now, a lot of you are sending in requests and asking for the Sporting Silhouette bundle, which I know was super popular on launch day.
It was so popular. It's incredible, this one. I mean, so many people request male-themed cards. And so many people, when we bring male-themed cards, say, well, I like this, but actually, you know, my partner or my dad or my brother, they don't like that sport, they like this sport. And what we've done here is we've made a collection which incorporates absolutely anything. I don't think there's one sporting sort of theme that isn't in it. We've got things like dirt biking, you've got horse riding in here, we've got cricket, we've got football, but then you've also got sailing. We've got like walking, which I absolutely love, because it's something that I love to do on the weekends. There's swimming in here, absolutely.
That's beautiful as well, the cycle.
But we've created it in such a lovely way. It's all foiled in beautiful black foiling. So you've got that really nice silhouette theme, but then the colours just shine through with the different sort of sunsets that you can see throughout it.
I feel like a lot of these you could actually put on your wall as, you know, in a frame as well. They are just beautiful.
Are all A6 in size. That's the little booklet.
That's the little booklet. Then you've got some that you can pop out.
Yeah, so this is the topper set, which is sort of like your main starter point in a collection. So in each of these, you've got 8 different toppers, and each design comes with a foiled card blank and a plain card blank. So you've got different designs, and these are just all die cut for you. So you just pop them out, and they've got little like pips that keep it all together. But just pull them out from the sheet, and then you can cut out your cardstock or fold your cardstock together and make some really beautiful
Love
cards.
that as well. Keep going, you can do it. You know, there's so many different ways you could use these, isn't it? These are super cool, because I think a lot of people might, for example, think, oh, you could only use, you know, racing kind of ones for certain people. Not at all when you see these. They are so beautiful.
No, you could, it sort of doesn't matter who you're sending it to. It's going to work, and there's so many beautiful layouts in your cardstock, so you're going to be able to create really nice fancy folds in here, maybe some fold backs or some easel cards, or maybe even construction projects like gift boxes and things. You could use these cardstocks for, create apertures from them, do some fancy fussy cutting around those people. It's really...
Just everything, like you said.
So much included in there.
Gosh, phenomenal. And do you know what? That's not even your price that is on the screen. So £41.97, not even going to be your price today. You've got some beautiful papers there as well.
We've also got inserts, which are sort of muted down versions of all of your cardstock. And then we've got double-sided papers, which are included in this as well. And these double-sided papers are just filled with patterns and designs that you'll see running throughout your main collection.
Wow.
So a way to be able to use
everything
with your collection, with your little books, just to pad out everything that you get included, to allow you to make more cards, really, and to allow you for that kit to go further, that price you're going to pay. You know, it really is going to make.
And of course, on split pay, so £16 a month if you want to get that. And I think as well with it, it's not like this has to just be people who love sport. You know, this can reach out to anybody. If you want, you know, male cards, like we were saying, if you do want to kind of personalise it to somebody who loves the sport, maybe it's somebody who's going on a journey and you want to give them a walking one to wish them happy holidays, or
learning. I don't know, someone's learning to sail. Or they've just started out learning how to play tennis, anything like that. It's going to work perfectly, but all the sports you can think of are included.
Yeah, you've literally, like you said, got everything.
Absolutely everything, even down to running.
Oh wow, amazing. Incredibly popular. Loads of you have been requesting us to bring it back, which is why we thought, yes, do you know what, let's do a full hour today, fitting in as much as we possibly can.
Throw it all in.
Yeah, of all of the most popular bits that we've got at Hunkydory. I mean, all of those elements as well are available individually on the website. So if you're thinking, well, I want the luxury toppers, or I just want the inserts, or the papers, or the little book, you know, you can kind of pop onto the website and you can get them individually priced as well.
When we first brought this to you, people could have already bought this and then thought, do you know what, actually, this is a really good kit. I'm going to get so much out of this. Then add another topper set in, add another bundle in, because you know how, you know the quality, because you've got it now, you've seen it at home, you've worked with it already. So, you know, people are going to be adding in more, I can assure you with that.
I feel like this little book as well, you could kind of almost have these as little post-it notes, you know, for people as well. They could be popped on the fridge, tags.
You could do all sorts. Tags on your books, because they're little books. There's 144 pages in each book, so you've got a number of different designs and you get 6 of each in there. So you could decoupage these, you could make diorama cards and have little bits and pieces sort of falling away throughout the card. It's just a really, I just love the silhouette theme of it. And even though we're going to say it is a male theme card, you can see that it's not gender specific in any way at all. These are just silhouettes, so they could be for both male and female.
I mean, I love sport. I'm like a proper like sport person, and everybody always laughs my partner because I'm massively into football, and I'm a really big football fan. We were saying before the show, and he really isn't into football. And everyone's like, you know, we go say to the pub, and I'm like, yes, 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 in all the conversations, and
everyone looks at you like,
and he's like so uninterested.
And unfortunately, we are from 2 big football families. However, my fiance's football family is a football family that is a football team that I have grown up being told that I shouldn't like.
Who is it?
Support, potentially. Man United, which is really weird, but I'm from that. Oh, we've got some people
Man United fan.
But it's just really funny because now we have a big rivalry.
It's quite fun though, isn't it? To be able to do that.
And that funness sort of is something that goes alongside sport, no matter what sport it is, isn't it? So it's nice to celebrate it, and this is a great collection for that.
It really is, and they are just so beautiful as well, and it could be celebrating your holiday, it could be a little note. So that on its own, £9.99 for 144 sheets.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yes, going to go so far. Blank on the other side of each one as well, and that's why I was thinking, if you wanted to write little notes for people, you could literally choose one and then pop a little note. And do you know what I love getting a little note or something through the post. Because normally you just get bills, don't you? And if you get like a little thoughtful note that's been popped through, so nice.
So if you've got something that's even more fun on the front and
exactly.
on the back, even better.
100%. Or I would frame them. I would really.
I think they're going to work.
That walking one, I would frame.
I love that one, especially with the little dog. It reminds me of me.
I know. And the little bunny as well.
Every weekend, always just going through the fields and all sorts.
It's just beautiful, isn't it? So £9.99, but remember, everything from the sporting silhouettes is all individually on the website. If there's anything you're seeing on the website and you're thinking, I really want to see that, always feel free to send in requests. So you can always kind of send in a message and say, can I see that? And we'll absolutely bring it to you, because we only have so much time to fit in as much as we possibly can, especially when we've got this much to literally fit in today. So let's come across next to the Forever Florals bundle, because that goes really well with what we were talking about before, which is the Matastic. So if you want to kind of put that with this, then you can. So and again, it's a lot that you're getting with this.
It's a really large collection. So in here, you're going to get 4 topper sets with coordinating cardstock. So you're going to get 2 of each design, I think it is. So you've got foil cardstock and you've got the printed cardstock, which works alongside it. So you've got 4 different designs to choose from. Then you also get in here a bonus topper set. Now this topper set's really cool because it follows that floral theme. It has little sort of like flower name tags in there. So if you know someone who's really into gardening, and let's be honest, we all know people who love gardening, really into flowers and things like that, then you're going to be able to maybe use these with your cards. Maybe you're going to gift someone a flower, then you can pick these out. Maybe you're growing your flowers this year, then you can use them for that. But just a really nice and very informative sheet about the different flowers that we've got included in this collection.
Yeah, it's really nice actually how that's written. So you've got obviously the separate names of the dandelions, the honeysuckle, etc. But then just that, like you say, the info that's kind of written with them as well. So if you do know somebody who's a gardener, you could pop that as the centre of a card or something. everything, and it gives them a lovely...
It's really, really nice, and I think it would be really appreciated
100%.
With those people.
Yeah.
Then alongside that, you've also got inserts and double-sided papers again. This time, because the collection's matte-tastic, these are also matte-tastic.
Yep.
But a really, really beautiful array of designs, and each one is double-sided, so it features so many different patterns.
And double-sided with a different pattern?
Yeah.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So you're going to be able to utilise this, again, with your collection to make it go even further.
Yep.
Maybe you're going to use it with dies, or maybe you're going to use it with little books that you've got at home, which are completely different from this collection, but the patterns and the colours all work together, so you're going to want to use it. And then alongside this one, we've also got a tag pad, which I absolutely love. So these are kind of like the little books in a way. However, they're in the tag shape.
Yeah.
They've got little die cut holes in, so all you do is pop them out. So you could have these with your cards, so you could use these with your gifts. Again, you can put these on the front of your cards. You can put these into scrapbooking.
Do you even pop them like round? You know, like if you've even taken like a bottle of wine to somebody, you kind of individualise it by popping the label around the top. It's
anything like that.
Yeah.
But they're just beautiful, and it showcases all of the amazing artwork that we have in the collection too.
It's just fabulous, and I think it's so this season as well, because we're just seeing kind of the blossom having come out and the flowers.
It's nice, hasn't it? Having the sun out, and we've been in the garden all weekend, just sort of sorting it out, making it look pretty, and it just makes you feel so happy. And I think this collection does just that. It reminds you of the beauty of sort of like the flowers that you see at this time of year.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning. And again, so much in this bundle. We are going to take a massive amount out of this. Sorry, I think I got so excited about that. I got like a tickle in my throat. I was like, oh, this is amazing. Right, here we go. That price as well, £35, just under.
£35 for everything that you're going to get there.
Wow, 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 wow. On split pay, of course, £17.48 as well to be getting all of that. And even though we're saying it's great for this season, it's going to work all year, isn't it, with those?
All year round, yeah, definitely. You know, you've got little hints of different colours that will work throughout fall, even throughout winter. And the good thing about this, because it's paper, is that you can add glitter onto here. You can create sort of like a snowy scene with these flowers. So you can change it up as well by adding different things to it to make it universal throughout the different...
And even like with the sporting silhouettes, you can almost put one of them as a centrepiece, even with this. You could kind of...
you can mix and match it, and that's the beauty of crafting, isn't it? No matter what you have, you can add it all together.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, take advantage, add it into your stash, get as much as you can. If you wanted, of course, to get the matte, adorable, scoreable as well, the colours just work perfectly alongside.
They are beautiful.
So look at that. And all of that on that one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight, which is just absolutely spectacular. So keep on coming through. A lot of people are asking for these as well to go with it. I'm like, add it on, add it on.
Yeah, especially the black. The black would look amazing with your spotting silhouettes because it has that black silhouette throughout every sheet of your spotting silhouettes. That's the main focus. So that's going to work beautifully with it. But even those background tones and the florals, you know, we were talking about adding tags, then you could add another tag with it. So instead of just having one, you've got a mix and match of both of them. They're going to work great together. They
really will. I mean, there is just a couple of cards I've just been handed as well, which obviously had the sporting silhouettes that we brought you a little bit earlier. So if you wanted to create something like that, you can just really see them in that finished look. Fabulous, aren't they? Shall we talk a little bit about the magazine?
Yes, let's do it. So our magazine comes out, I think it's once a quarter now. The magazine always comes with free gifts.
Okay.
Now, the free gifts are incredible. So you get, and they're not just sort of like regular free gifts, that it's the Hunkydory quality that we bring you in your topper sets as well. So in here, you don't just get the magazine, which is filled with inspiration, including how-to guides for making cards with all the collections that we have on the show today. But you've also got 2 card kits, and you're going to get a stamp set included with it. And I think a die as well. I think you get a die. It's got a little flower.
Let's have a little look, shall we?
You might be looking for something that's not there.
Yeah.
I might be thinking of one that's coming up.
Yeah, maybe.
The full card collection and your stamp included, and then in your magazine there's also a link to how to download printed inserts that will go with it.
Oh, fantastic. So you can get those as well. And this is very much kind of Easter, isn't it? Inspired.
We are definitely looking to that time of year. So it follows that really nice spring colour palette. You know, you've got the beautiful bunnies in there, you've got the sheeps included, and then you've got that stamp set. That stamp set though, like I said earlier on, with our other stamps, is a tool. So it's not just you make one card and then you're done with it. You've got that stamp set when you buy this collection, and it's going to last forever. Now, our topper collections are normally £9.99 when they're like this. You've also got that stamp included, and you've got all the inspiration from your magazine, and it's only £8.99.
£8.99.
It's incredible.
Would it be possible at all to do a little mini demo, shall we? Is that possible?
Yeah, no, it's not a problem at all. So I'm going to do one with the topper collection, and I've chosen the beautiful woolly thing. Now, I'm an Easter baby. So I absolutely love this collection. What we're going to do is something a little bit different. We're going to do an 8x8 card, and first of all I'm going to trim this down. So if I trim it to, let's just double check my mirror. Yeah, my mirror is 8x8, so I'm going to trim this down. Oh, let's just do it a little bit smaller actually. Let's go to 7x7 with this. And then we'll cut the rest of it down. So I wanted to change the look of my card. So I wanted to have this down this as like a side panel piece, and then I can make another card with this at another time. So we'll trim that down, and then I'm going to trim my mirror down to, let's do it at 7.5. So that's going to give us a nice gold edge, and then we'll pop that onto our white card blank. But before we get to that, I'm just going to get my knife and do a little bit of fussy cutting along this edge. So just following the scallops that are on this piece here, I'm just going to use my craft knife, and we're just going to turn this around each time until it meets up, and then once all of them are cut out, you will be able to just pop this away. So I'm just going to release just put some pressure on those corner points there just to release that paper. Is that going to pop out?
It's like, yep.
Yeah, it will get there in the end. It's just a little bit thingy, and then the bottom panel, I've just not cut away. So there we go. We've cut that away, and now what I can do is I can put that back on, but I can lift it up just so it's a little bit higher, and it adds a little bit more to it. So we'll stick this directly onto our gold mirror, and then what I can also do is sort of use that to just tuck my topper underneath. So I'm going in with this onto our cardstock, so that's going to give me a really, really sort of thick gold prominent border, and then we'll pop this just back in place over the top. So I'm going to use foam pads to do that, and let's see if I've got some long strips. We can pop that just underneath. I'm just going to add one piece here. Oops. And then I can add ones on the end. Now I would normally put some in the center as well, but I want to place my topper like just hiding behind that. So I've just gone around the edge so that I've got nothing in the way when we stick this on. So let's pop this back in place. Like so. Just making that sure my edges are all even, and then we'll bring in that topper. I'm going to use the really big topper here. So I'm taking out, because a lot of our toppers have frames around them, and a lot of them have 3 frames that you wouldn't necessarily think of. So just popping that out of the frame, just releasing those pips that we see, and then I'm going to take off my foam pads, which I've already got placed on the back of here. And I'm going to slide that now, just sliding that underneath here.
Perfect.
So it fits nicely, sort of. So then it's still central, but you've got that nice edge on. And then we'll pop our topper. We've doubled the foam pads on this, so it would sit over there, and we'll add that in place. Then we can add some more sentiment. So I'm going to go with these sort of nice sort of flower toppers that we've got here. So we've got one with a sheep on, we've got one that says just for you, and then I'm going to put sending birthday wishes as my sentiment as well. So let's go for, if I go for 2 greens and then the pink, we've got a rule of 3 in crafting. I'm not sure if you've learnt it yet.
Go on.
But when you're adding sentiments and gems and things,
Yeah.
I think a lot of crafters go for the rule of 3. So odds instead of evens work for things like this.
Okay.
So I'm just going to place this now,
Yeah.
sort of on this border edge, and run it sort of all the way across that bottom
lovely.
section. And then we'll add our sentiment, sending birthday wishes, just up at the top. And then what I want to do, just before I stick it onto my card blank, is that just ever so slightly, this is a little bit thicker than the other side. So I'm just going to trim it down. Just because if I don't do it, it'll really bug me.
It's amazing.
And then what we can do is just release that there, because I think I've got a bit of tape stuck behind it. So I'll just use my scissors, there we go. And then we can pull this off and stick this straight onto our 8x8 card blank.
So quick as well that you've actually managed to do that.
Another piece of tape, and then we'll pop that nice and centrally, giving you that thick white edge. Also just shows off and brings out the white that is in the rest of the topper and that cardstock.
So good. Wow, that's just amazing. And you know, loads of people obviously checking out on this, and no surprise when you think $8.99 magazine price, and then
so
you're getting
much
all of that for free.
inspiration for all of the collections we brought to you recently. There's some really cool features. We have a sketch challenge in there, so a competition that you can enter to win things. So it's really great. And on top of that price, you're also getting a really good quality card collection and the stamp set.
I know. So, you know, $8.99 it's same for the magazine. Amazing on a usual day, but yet all of those, I mean, there's just so much, and you can see how
really beautiful.
Yeah, quickly it comes together as well.
It does, and that's the beauty of our collections, is that they're really easy to craft with, and you can make really professional cards straight away.
And those stamps, I kind of just feel like
so cute, aren't they?
Yeah.
You've got the little floral wreath, and then you've got the lamb sitting down.
Yeah,
and
look at that.
They are really adorable. Some great sentiments on there as well, which you can mix and match with your collection.
Just gorgeous. And remember, of course, it is one-off postage and packaging between midnight and midnight. So even if you've already got, you know, your diamond sparkles, your adhesive foil, you want to get this, you will only pay that one-off postage and packaging. Just do not miss out on that. $8.99 for the magazine, and then all of that is basically thrown in for free, because you can see when you look at the magazine, that is the price, of course, £8.99 for that on its own usually. So well done. Lots of you asking about the mirror card. Now, as soon as I came over and we were sort of looking at this display of what was coming up, this was the first thing that caught my eye.
It catches your eye, doesn't it? It's really beautiful.
So magical.
So this is our sunset mirror, and it has the same beautiful quality as our regular mirror card. Now, at Hunkydory, we work really closely with the Mirror brand, so it's top quality cardstock. I think it's 220 GSM, so it's still really thick cardstock, so great for constructing with and things like that. Now, if you're on the website and you're having a look at all of the sporting silhouettes that we have available, we also have some dies on there which work amazingly. If you cut them out of black and lay them on top of these, they give you the same sort of effect that you see throughout that collection, with the beautiful silhouettes, those stunning backgrounds. But again, using this with your diamond sparkles, using this with anything that we have included, using this with your moonstone portrait flowers that I brought to you last Tuesday, because they're silhouettes, cut them out of black, add them on top of this. It's just a stunning collection of cardstock. Even using it by itself is absolutely gorgeous.
And again, there's 10 different designs here.
You've got those 3 different designs that you can see. So you've got those blues going into greens, the orange going into the pink, and then you've got the really sort of pink and orange and teal colour. All of those 3 different designs, but you're going to get 30 together.
For £11.99.
There's so much you can do with it.
Yeah, and I sort of feel like I haven't seen any other cardstock myself quite like this, because of the actual colour and the rainbow effect that's coming out of it.
Our Mirror specials are something that we bring every so often. We've got one coming up, I think, in a couple of weeks, so look out for that. But they are incredible. They are all showcasing these fabulous designs, but in this amazing mirror finish.
Yeah, and I'm sort of thinking, I mean, I'm just going to take one of the cards that we saw before, but you know, if you wanted to, so if you were sort of looking at, you know, the adhesives, but with that, you could actually kind of encounter this, couldn't you, with the mirror as well?
You could put it all together. You could create the
lovely
exact
colours.
same look with that.
Yeah.
You could die cut those those shapes out of your mirror and create that ombre effect, like cascading down the cards. So just taking inspiration from different cards, and different things that have been made, and using them alongside, but with different products, you can. The amount that you can create is amazing. Incredible.
Every single person who's bought this so far has multi-bought. Nobody's bought one, and I can totally understand why, because I think you see something like this and you just, it inspires. That's how I feel. Absolutely inspires. And it's 39p a piece of card. 39p
a sheet, and it's top quality card as well. It really is. You won't find any other company that has sort of mirror card. A lot of companies have mirror card, but we work with the Mirror brand to bring you the best quality in this.
And normally if something costs under £5, I'm always like, oh my gosh, what can you get for under a £5? 39p? I can't even think of anything now.
I can't either. I don't think you can get beans for 39p.
No.
They're like the very, very cheap.
It's true. Yeah, exactly. Not the higher makes. Should we bring the black mirror card as well? I'm just going to really quickly bring you this one on.
You can work together with that mirror
That's what
card.
I was thinking.
So cut out your shapes of that, create your silhouettes yourself, and then layer it on top. You're going to create some beautiful cards. But just to use standalone as a product, and to use to mat and layer with your sporting silhouettes as well, because again, that's all foiled in beautiful black.
Yes.
So it's going to work amazingly with that.
Absolutely. £6.99 then for that one. So well done, of course, if you've got that. Usually £9.99, £3 saving today on the Midnight Black. Did you want to recap, did you say, on the Diamond Sparkles as well? We'll quickly bring these back up for you. Well over half the stock has already gone. We will bring this back up as well in the 5 o'clock hour, if there's any left. I mean, it may well be gone by then.
No.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll see you
back
soon.
At 5. We'll see you in a second. Take care. Okay, go on. Hopping on with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer, and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our Prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Okay, oh wow, hello, hello, hello. This is just so exciting to be back. I know loads of people have been asking for more demos and everything else that of course we'll be doing in this show as well. If you have only just joined us, we have got this incredible bundle. I mean, where have you been? But it doesn't matter because everything's on the web if you've missed out on anything anyway. But this bundle you designed yourself as well and put it together.
I did. It's you know, my Under the Sea collection. We always try and come up with a different collection.
Yeah.
You know, obviously for all the different, you know, and it's quite nice when you're able to do something which is just covers one big topic. That's what I mean. So
Yes.
It's quite nice to be able to do that and have all those wonderful elements. You know, in the stamps.
Yeah.
I was trying to quickly count the stamps before we got back
did
together.
you? Yes.
And I didn't get quite to the end. But I tell you what, I hadn't finished and there was still more to go and I'd counted well over 50.
Really? Yeah,
Well
I'm not
over 50
surprised.
stamps
Yes.
in
I did
one.
think that because some of them have got kind of sixes, you know,
Yeah.
sevens within kind of each one.
Yeah.
And you are going to get 12 stamp sets, of course, with this. But you are getting, like we said, multiple ones within them. And, you know, should we just kind of give a little look through them before we kind of hop to a demo? So you can kind of see them all in front of me, actually, on the stand just there. So we can see that we can move from the likes of the octopus. We've got, you know, we've got the... I still love this one. Yeah, I really do. I just think it's so gorgeous what we can see on that. We've got turtles, you know, we've got crabs, we've got your sardines that we love. There's your...
That's your favourite.
My favourite, my shark, which we all know is my favourite. That's right at the bottom in the middle just there.
I was thinking I had a card there as well. That some of the creatures are really good for putting googly eyes on as well. So he was one. I couldn't resist it. I did a card and I put some googly eyes on him just for a fun card.
I think I'll have a look see because I think that is, it's something that, here he is. I found the googly eye one, there he is.
Googly eyes. So I chose some oval-shaped ones, which I thought went really quite well and added to his personality.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm going to try as well, which, you know, because I've only had the collection for a short while in a sense, so, you know, I'm still coming up with ideas for cards.
Yes.
And Jane has got this, you know, eventually she's going to be coming on Hobbycraft as well, Hobby Maker, sorry, as well. And she's designed this little die where you can sort of put a creature on and you can make it wobble. So I'm going to do one with a shark and make him wobble.
That. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
And crab as well.
Yes, yeah, because I mean, when you just sort of look at across, you know, just some of the cards that obviously you've made, you can just get an idea of what you can actually create from this collection. You know, everything is just so different, isn't it, in those designs?
It is, and you can you just took two cards and you can show how you can use one collection. You can make it into a long scene, or you can make it into a panoramic scene if you want to.
Yeah, all different sort of shapes with each of those and different sizes.
Yeah.
And of course, the price today, you can get these bits individually. Most are on for £6.75 individually. The largest one, though, we have, I believe that was that £13.75? £13.50 for this one, because obviously you are getting a lot more in that one pack. Yeah. But all of them you can get today at a discounted price. So, of course, it's kind of the best way to get it is to get all 12 stamp sets in one go.
It is, because you know, like I was saying to you, you'll stamp out something and then you'll get to the point where you'll say, oh, I wish I had the anchor from that set, or I wish I had this little bit of scenery from the other set, or I wish I had that jellyfish from that set, you know, so you're not going to miss out completely, but, you know, you will find that you'll sort of say, I think I could do with a few more stamps from this collection. And I feel like the stamps do so much of the work for you as well. You know, we've seen that they just create these amazing designs. Yeah, you don't have to do, it's all there for you to colour in. And, you know, I think a lot of people do a lot of colouring in, because it's quite calming and it's a nice thing to do. It's a nice process. So the other thing we didn't mention actually in the last hour was that you could actually use these to stamp in your sketchbooks. Absolutely. And actually build some scenes in your sketchbooks and then just paint and colour. Yes. And even add some of your own doodles to go with it as well. So
that's actually amazing, to make your own colouring books as well, and to do something that you're really inspired by.
I think we need that people need to know that, because you know, like I was saying, that you know, you don't want to just be limited to cards. Cards are brilliant, cards are wonderful, and people love receiving them. But you know, you want your stamps to be able to go further.
Yeah. And I think mindfulness now, like you said, a lot of people find it very calming to colour, whether you're working with your children, you know, Easter holiday kind of ideas. And you know, those books that you buy that are for like mindfulness, for like colouring books, they're quite considered to actually buy. And you could instead just get yourself a paper booklet and create it yourself.
And the other thing is you can choose your paper. You can choose your paper booklet. You can choose to put it into a watercolour book if you want. You can choose to put it in a normal drawing book.
Yes.
Because you've got the stamps. If you don't have the stamps and it's pre-printed, it comes on the card that you get in your book, and that is it. Whereas if you want to do things slightly differently and you want to be able to pick and choose whether you're going to maybe use your alcohol markers or whether you're going to use your watercolour rings, then you are going to be limited by the card in the colouring in book. Whereas with this, you can go into whatever sketchbook, or you can even make your own little sketchbook with your own papers in it.
Oh, I love that. I love that idea so much. We have got as well some beautiful watercolours on today's show. We've got some watercolour paints that we've not showed yet, the Cosmic Shimmers. So you can get those on the web already. We're going to bring those live for you as well. So gorgeous watercolours that we can see. And we've got the crackle paste that's going to be shown as well.
So when we do the shows, we actually as demonstrators, we actually pick the products we want.
Yeah.
So when I pick those products, it's not just a random set of products that you're getting. They're products that I think go really well with my designs and my stamps.
Yes, definitely.
So that's, you know, that's why they're on here. So that once you've got the stamps, you then can add to your collection of products that you can use. And I thought those colours were really good for underwater, under the sea, because you've got all blues and greens and purples. And those are loaded, they're watercolour paint that's loaded with mica.
Okay, beautiful.
And some of them are what we call interference. So when they're painted on different coloured card, they will give you a different effect as well.
Nice. Yeah, so it would look totally different on, say, black card compared to white card, for example.
In fact, they actually show up probably better on slightly dark card.
Okay.
And you don't always have to go to black card, though. If you know, with the underwater theme, you could actually start off with stamping on blue card and then working with these on blue card.
And they're brand new to us here at Hobby Maker today, so we've not seen these before, so they're there for you today. £21.50 for that whole palette. So if you've already got your Under the Sea collection, obviously they're all individually on the web as well, and you're thinking, well, I want these colours to kind of create those, then they're here for you.
Some people might have purchased previous palettes, because we've got like a whole collection of palettes, and it's quite interesting that these little pans of colour, they actually can come out.
Oh, wonderful.
So you can customise your palettes.
Brilliant.
So if you're going away and you don't want to take 5 different palettes with you, you can then sort of mix and match as you want.
That's brilliant, isn't it? So you can think, well, I want these colours, and that's the best way for me to be able to get it. So they're available, brand new with us today at Hobby Maker. So do, of course, take advantage at £21.50. And then we've also got the opportunity, should we have a quick look at the paste as well, just before the demo?
Yes.
Is that possible? So we've got the grit paste and the crackle paste that we can see with these.
I've got some little samples here,
yes,
so you
fantastic.
can sort of see. And then there's this particular card. You can see the crackle paste behind.
Oh wow! So there's a couple of samples. £8.99 for both of those. So that makes them, of course, £4.50 each. And there's a card where you can actually see that sort of detail. Can you see the quality of it?
So one of them is a grit paste, which is literally like grit.
Yeah.
And then the other one is a crackle paste. So when it dries, it cracks.
Right.
And those are probably, out of all the collections of different pastes we have within Creative Expressions, those are probably my 2 favourite ones, because the crackle paste, I just love the way it splits, and it's a really fine crackle. So when you're using the stencils we've got, if you use the stencils we've got on today, you get that lovely little crackle happening.
You can see that. I mean, that is just beautiful, isn't it? The crackle that we've actually got with that. If we put that just there, then we'll have to come on the overhead just to have a quick, proper close-up look actually at that as well. And you can really see the effect there, can't you, of the crackle?
Of the crackle. So I've, you know, if we get it, hopefully we'll have the time for me to show you that. But it's very simple in that I've placed the stencil on top of it, and then I've highlighted it with some ink, so you can see the crackle even more.
Yeah.
But it worked. The idea was things that go with under the sea theme. So the crackle paste was a good idea to get that undersea theme, and the grit paste as well is ideal if you want to sort of build up like a bit of a sandy border.
Yeah, that is how it looks.
Then that's how the grit paste would help you really as well as through the stencil obviously.
Yeah, which is just brilliant. The stencils of course are on the website as well, so if you want to get both the stencils, it comes a pack of 2. You can see these ones that we have here. So of course if you want to get both of those stencils to kind of work with those pastes as well, then both of those are on the website already. In fact, we'll just bring them live, under £8 for both of those. And they're stunning, aren't they? These are just so usable, I think, for so many different designs.
You're not just going to use them with this collection, you'll use them with other collections.
Yeah.
In fact, they weren't initially designed with this collections, they're from previous collections. So, they go across the board really.
Yeah.
And I've used them a lot with this collection, I have to say.
Yeah, they do work very well with it, but like you say, you could use it with
you can
many
use
other
them with
things
lots of different, your other stamps as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's so great, that you can kind of just, use it all across. The falling snow as well is just one of the things that we've obviously got, haven't we? That you said, I have to bring this.
It's a strange one, but actually when you'll see it in my first demo.
Yeah, brilliant.
I just thought, you know what? It could be snow, but the same hand, it could be a pebbly beach.
Exactly.
It could be a sandy beach with a few pebbles strewn across. So, and also it's one of these embossing folders that when we have it on at Christmas time, it sells out all the time. So if you haven't got one already, and you're thinking, you know what, it's. I use it a lot with all my Christmas designs, but I use it with other things.
Yes.
And this is the time of year to get it because
you won't be able to get it at Christmas.
you won't be able to get it at Christmas because we sell it out all the time.
Yeah, of course. And we can see in this first demo that you're going to do that you've actually used it, like you said, within this as well. So it's not just for Christmas.
No, it's not just for Christmas. You can use it for lots of things, just to add that little bit of texture.
Yeah.
If you do it on, it could be confetti in a birthday card background.
Yeah.
You colour you put some ink over the top, the embossing folder in pinks and blues, and it looks like little bits of confetti.
Yeah, lovely.
So you can use it for a wedding card, a birthday card.
Cards. Yes, that's lovely. Right, we have actually already had some questions in about Christmas anyway. So I'm like, use it for confetti, use it for all this. But some people are saying, when's the Christmas stock coming out? Well, there's your first. If you want to get something ahead for that.
Yeah, we're ahead of the game here.
We are. We were sort of going June, July time. Well, you know what, we'll just bring you this. Why not? We always like to bring you things when we can and when they are, of course, available. But, we can see, of course, in this demo that we're about to see that this will work with this as well. Would you like to?
Yeah, no, I'll get going.
This, yeah?
So I'm going to be using Mr. Crab.
Yes, love Mr. Crab.
Oh, I don't know if I'll stand it up so you can see him.
Yeah.
So what you need to do to get started is you need to. I just use some oval shapes and I die cut Mr. Crab. I've already stamped and painted him in just so that we can get going with the card. So all I've done is use some watercolour markers just to paint him orange. But while I've got him here, I'll show you this card as well, because I was talking in the first show about how you get different coloured crabs. Because I think the illusion is to think, well, I can only ever colour my crab orange, but you do actually get blue and purple with orange claw crabs, which is why I coloured in that one that way as well. So I've coloured him in, and what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to add a little bit of shininess to his shell, and I'm going to use some of the opal blaze polishes that we've got in the show that come in little jars. Those little jars are slightly different.
Those ones.
There's not much. It's the same. It's the same thing. I think when they first came out, they were in this little jar, and then they've switched the jars. That's all. But it's the same thing.
Yep, perfect.
So and we've got 2 colours on the show. We've got gilded avocado, and we've got a turquoise peach. And if you look on my black card on here, you'll see I've sort of used a brush and I've painted some on. so that you can see what they look like on top of black card, and you can sort of see the shimmer if I hold it and move it around.
Yeah, when that hits the light, that's amazing.
So, you know, our watercolour paints, they've got mica in, but these I've got like double, treble the amount of mica in. That's why you get such an effect. And that's why it's a polish as opposed to a paint. But you can use them as paints as well if you want to. So you can water them down with a bit of water.
And can you use it on any colour of card or just the black?
You can use it on any colour of card you want, but I find that the best effect is either on something that's been coloured in or on black.
Yeah, makes sense.
That makes the most impact.
Yes.
Okay, on white card it's very subtle, but it's nice, but it's very subtle.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to use a bit of the gilded avocado, which actually looks as if it's going to come out green, but actually it comes out quite gold on top of the orange.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take a little bit of water onto my brush, and then I'm just literally going to spread some over Mr. Crab.
Yeah.
And it just gives him just that little bit more shine, and it just makes it sort of become all sort of golden glittery, because if he's going to be on the front of a card, you really want him to pop and be sort of special. So this really does help to sort of add.
Is it almost like a kind of glitter texture kind of to it, would you say?
It's much, much finer. So, you know, the particles of mica are really, really fine, unlike the glitter, which, you know, you can get fine glitters, but you would never get it as fine as the particle of mica that are in this paint. But so obviously, this is my one that I always go to, the gilded avocado. I mean, I like both of them, but this one I find goes over everything.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so that's why I go to it so much, because I find that it works beautifully with any colour that you put it on top. But you can see already that my Mr. Crab is looking quite special, because he's looking sort of, he's got that little bit of gold. Oh, put a little bit too much there. But just spread it out with a brush, and then make sure that you wash your brush out thoroughly when you finish using it. It is a water-based product, so it doesn't damage your brush, but if you don't, I find that if you don't wash it out straight away, you tend to get that mica left in your brush for a little while afterwards. So it's as easy as that.
Perfect.
And you can use, like I said, you can use these on all sorts of different card and for different effects. I'll quickly give my brush.
Yeah. And do they take long to dry? Or?
No, they're virtually dry instantly.
Oh, wow.
That's why you have to work quite quickly. Although I find that if I want to, I can go back with my brush. If it's still a little bit wet, and I can still pull it up, but it is fairly quick.
Yes,
so you have to, it sort of grabs on and that's it. Then so you have to work sort of reasonably quickly with it. So let's move this out of the way for a minute. So I've got some other bits. So when so you can see what I'm working towards. I've got one that's finished here on my side, but what I did next was then to take my bubble stencil, and then we're going to go back in and put some ink in the background. So this is a really nice stencil for adding something into the background. Otherwise, you've got to, and you should really tape your stencil down.
Yes.
Unlike what I've done, I've moved slightly, because I'm trying to sort of do too many things all at once. Talk.
It's live telly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's dreadful. When you have to talk and do something at the same time, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I'll hold it down a little bit more, but just go around, and obviously just, the only bit you really want to avoid is his eyes, because you don't want to end up covering his eyes with ink. But if you go around, and it sort of creates an instant background for your crab.
Yeah.
And then what I did, which I won't do here because it would have to dry a bit. At home, I actually sprayed a bit of water, because this is an oxide ink.
Okay.
So just to sort of make the ink oxidize a little bit, I sprayed a bit of water. The other thing I did was then to run it through our falling snow folder. And then I just love that texture around here. It just really enhances the design. So if you look at that, that's quite nice. It's quite nice. But taken through the folder, and you've got that little bit of something extra.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's ready to go. So we'll just put that to one side and have a look at the actual card itself. Now we've got a number of different dies on the show, and one of the dies I really like is this cheesecloth die. It's another one from Sam.
Yeah.
So I've used that in the background so that I can have something to put my crab onto. Okay. Now, one of the things I wanted this bit here to stretch out a little bit more.
Yes.
So a little tip is that, don't be nervous about doing this, but all I'm going to do is cut this in half.
Okay.
So that I can put it on the card and I can put it a little bit further apart. And because my oval is going to cover, nobody's going to know.
Yes.
That I've cut it in half. But the other thing I discovered was I actually really like this to cut snippets off.
Okay, yeah.
So it's a really snippable die. So you can sort of, if you wanted to, you can just follow some of the lines that Sam has put into the design, and you can make some little strips, and it looks a bit like strips of hessian.
It does, yes, exactly.
So, I mean, that could be, if I die cut this in green, this could be like a grass border.
Yeah, it could, or it could be a little garden fence or something like that. Yeah.
So, and if I decide I want to, if I cut it nice and straight, I could also put a border at the bottom if I wanted to.
Yeah.
So it's a really versatile die.
$14.50 for that die as well.
And it works really well with the under the water scene, because it's sort of it just reminded me, like I said, about hessian or fabric, which I think is what she wanted to achieve.
Yes, yeah.
But I can see it sort of in greens and stuff to do sort of seaweed and thoughts. So lots of possibilities there. Then what I did was we've got the element set, which is really functional. Okay. Yep. So you've got all your corals and your shells in here. You've got your wave and you've got your pebbles as well. So I pinched the fish, the shoal of fish as well. And I'm just going to do some of those in the background.
Yep. And of course you can get that at £6.75 on its own, or of course part of the bundle.
I think if I was buying things individually, I probably would have one of the other set, and then I would have that one.
Yeah, I think you need this, don't you? It feels like it's one of those that you're going to need to, sort of mix and match with all of them.
So all I'm going to do is put some fish, and I just love these little fishes with the bubbles.
Yes. It's lovely.
So when you're designing them and you've worked it out and you've got it on the screen on your computer, it's like you get this real sort of buzz of excitement, and you can't wait to get hold of the actual stamp itself, because you're going to be able to do loads with it. So we're just going to carry on and put a few more in the background. And what I've tried, like I said earlier on, was within each set, I've tried to put more than, so different fishes in different ones, so that you're not exactly getting exactly the same. So I'm not going to be too worried about putting fishes in the middle, because that's going to be covered up. So we just want some fishes on either side. Now, as well, the other thing I want to talk about is at the bottom I've put a strip of blue card and I've torn the paper. Now what I've done is I've used some of the blue ink from the sprays that we have.
Lovely.
And I've actually sort of just painted that edge. And because that edge is torn, it's a little tip, and the surface of the paper is open and it's more textural, then you pick up the ink and it just makes a really nice sort of soft sort of wave border.
It's beautiful. I just think as well, I think all of these stamps that you've designed, every single one just has such detail. I mean, even right down to those small fish.
Yes, it's just, you think about all of that. I could have just left them plain black silhouettes, but I decided the little bubbles and putting little eyes and things. But, if you didn't want to do a torn paper edge, if you're not one of these people that likes to tear paper, because some people don't, then of course you've got the wave in the set.
Yeah.
If I bring that in quickly, you've got that wave there. So if you want to put a wave at the bottom of your crab, and of course you can stamp that and it's extendable, so you can make your wave as long as you want it to be. So what I would then do is place my 2 bits of cheesecloth or my background there. So I can put my crab on the top, okay? And if I bring the actual finished one so you can see. Now in the crab set, you've got these little greetings that you can choose to use.
Yep.
And all of them have been designed to fit into the box.
Yes.
That you've got that little frame.
That there. That's
And
lovely,
the idea with that little frame was that it could be like a wooden notice board, if you see what I mean.
Brilliant. Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could always sort of just cut a little strip of brown card and make a post for it if you wanted to.
Yes, definitely.
If you wanted to have. But the other idea was I wanted to be able to put something in the claws of the crab.
Yeah, nice idea.
So you can just stick that and you can have that coming out
Look at that.
of
That's
the claws.
brilliant.
So
Yeah.
he's holding that up. And then if you want to, like I have, you can add some sequins.
Yes.
And if you really want to go the whole hog, you can add the birthday hat.
Of course.
there,
Yes.
Which actually, good idea of yours, can function as a slice of pizza.
I know.
I like
Oh
that.
my gosh.
I
know,
like
it's
that.
and the crab's got some pizza. Well,
Yeah.
it's meant to be a birthday hat,
could-
but he can have a pizza.
Well, you could give him a hat, and then you could make a little slice of pizza
You
to go on the
could.
beach at the
Yeah.
bottom next to him.
Exactly, because a
So-
party, you need a
Yeah,
hat
party.
and some pizza.
A
It's-
party on the beach and
Yeah,
have
exactly.
So there are lots of possibility, and of course the birthday hat goes across to all the other creatures that we
Yes.
mentioned.
And I think that's what's brilliant. If you are kind of going to buy some individually, then that's where you sort of make the decision of the ones that can really mix and match, together. And if you want that hat on multiple ones, you might think,
Yeah.
well, I'm going to get that, and then
I mean,
get
I armed and
other
hard, and I
ones.
thought, shall I put the party hat in every single set? And then I
Yeah.
thought, no, this is getting a bit ridiculous. I would have had to sort of design a slightly different party hat for
Yes,
each set to
yeah,
make
of
it,
course.
So I'm sorry, guys, but you're just
Yeah.
going to have to get the crab with the party
Yes.
hat, and then you can have the party hat for the octopus and for the
Exactly.
for the
And of
shark.
course the brilliant sentiments that come with the crab. Sorry if I was a little crabby. You're the only one for me in the sea. Have a snappy birthday and salty kisses and crabby wishes. I mean, there's just so much fun actually within that set, isn't
Yeah.
there?
And of course, you can take that little that little sign.
Yeah.
You could take it and you can put it in the other scenes, in the other.
Exactly.
I think I've used it on another one actually. Which I don't know.
Is it
No,
That's
it's
a
one,
different
it's one
one,
with a
isn't it?
turtle.
a turtle one? Let me have a quick look, see if we
If
can
you can whiz through.
see if we can whiz through.
There's like the big oval background, and there's a turtle swimming off, and then there's
the
a.
one that we've seen, isn't it? Was it?
I bet it's going to be the
I bet
no.
it's going to be the last one that we look at, isn't
or
it?
actually, it might actually be out on the display.
Unless it's on the
I think it's
display.
out on the display somehow. I've got a feeling now that I
Yeah.
saw it out on
it-
the display.
It might be. So it might be on one of. Is it on one of these ones?
It's got
trying
like
to-
it's got like a purple strip running down the side, and then I've used the little sign.
There it
and
is.
I've
Here we
hung
go.
it. I've hung it up on a piece of string.
This one, yes. We'd have been searching all day, wouldn't we, through all of them? Like we're just trying to
Yeah.
find
So
them.
you see, I've used
There
it.
we go.
I've used it and put it on a bit of string.
Love
You're
that.
the only one for me in the sea.
Yeah.
Because it goes across to the other stamps.
Yeah, it's
so
beautiful,
I
isn't
borrowed
it?
it and just made it like a little frame.
Yeah,
with a
and I think that
string.
frame almost just like gives another element, but it almost makes everything look a bit more expensive as well.
Yeah,
It's just a
yeah.
wonderful kind of
Yeah.
finish.
You can just cut a bit of card into a bit of a rectangular bit and stamp your wording on it. But the
Yes.
fact that you've got that little frame, and like I said, it can be a plank of wood if you want it to be, or you could even paper piece it. You
Yeah.
can stamp it on some background paper.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
As well. So you've got lots of
Yeah.
potential.
Different elements. Oh, it's just brilliant. It really is. And I think it's so lovely that we've got you with us, here today, because, a lot of the time we have people who are fantastic demonstrators, but they've not actually done the designs. And it's so lovely for you to
I find
talk
for me
through.
it flips the other way because I'm a designer first.
Yeah.
And I find demonstrating not demonstrating like if I'm at a craft show, I'm quite at
Yes,
ease.
yes.
But demonstrating on the TV for me is like the opposite, if you see what I mean. So whereas they're probably used to
You said that though, and you were like, "Oh, it always feels like it started again because I don't do many
Yeah.
live shows." You've just been so chilled the whole way through. I'm like, looks like she does it every single day.
I'm more chilled now, so I might as well stay overnight and come in tomorrow
Yes,
as well.
yeah. We'll have you back, I'm sure. Absolutely super, really is. Thank you so much for showing that. And, don't forget that, of course, you can get the entire bundle. When you have a look at it all in front of me here, there is just so much. And, we were speaking in the initial hour just about how kind of versatile these are as well, because whether you're wanting to make a children's card, whether you're thinking that you want a travelling kind of piece, whether you want to be teaching your children, your grandchildren about, the Save the Oceans or about the ocean, you could do this. You can make colouring books. You could use this in scrapbooking. It's just absolutely everything that you could get out of, I think, these. It's amazing.
It can go so far, you know, like, you know, I mean, that's what I really love about it. Is it really does lend itself to, you know, hopefully it will appeal to everybody, because it's not just about card making, and it's about lots of other things that you can do with it as well. I'm
literally, it totally is. I'm just thinking. So you said you got to over 50, was it?
Over 50 before I'd even finished. Even more.
Whereas I'm 48. Right, I'm up to 48 at the moment. I'm just going to find my other ones.
We were just about to start and I'd got to about 50. So.
It's like, here we go, 57, 58, 59, 60. 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74. Right, I'm up to 75, 80, 81. Now, I've counted them very quickly, so if I'm at all out, then, sorry, but roughly 81 stamps, so it makes it less than £1 a stamp.
Wow, that is a lot of stamps.
That's a lot of stamps.
That is a lot of stamps.
Yeah, and when you think that we go from really large stamps to little additional stamps, we go to all of those sentiments that we're seeing as well.
Because the other thing is, if you actually went out and bought each of those little stamps individually, the whole thing would be so much more expensive.
Oh, yes.
Because every little stamp would be individually packaged.
Exactly.
So you have to pay for that individual packaging.
You do. And instead, you're paying just over 90p a stamp. I mean, that is unbelievable. Imagine if I said to you, here you go, this is 90p. This stamp, look at the size of it, 90p, because I'm not taking into account the size of these.
Well, because it comes in the big bundle, and because you're getting all those stamps, you're able to get that for that price, which is ridiculous, isn't it, really?
Unbelievable, isn't it? It really is. And of course, on Split Pay, £25 on Split Pay. It's brand new today. And of course, it's completely interest-free on the split payments. You don't pay any more, you just pay £25 a month, which is absolutely incredible. Well done to all of you getting this, to Louise, Carla, Kathy, James, lots and lots of you coming through with this. And it is the fact that when you get this home, you'll be like, wow, you know, there's my jellyfish, there's my underwater scene. You'll be looking at all of these extra additions that you can see as well. The shark, which I just adore, as I've said before, the amazing octopus that we adore. Obviously, we know that this is super special.
Oh, yeah, I do like that. I mean, somebody did, one of our design team did a shaker card with it.
Oh, I like that.
Which was really, really nice, because it had all the things floating around, you know, in front of the bottle.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me of it's a bit like a snow globe-ish thing, you know. So
yeah, and it's just done for you, isn't it? With all the kind of internal decor that we've got and the elements that are there, and of sardines. I mean, we said about how much we love this one.
And the other thing is, a lot of the stamps are quite easy to cut out as well, and to 3D. So some people are into 3D, which is, you know, makes it really useful for them. Some of the things are really easy to paper piece as well. Because I love paper piecing. I'm sort of, people know me for that.
Okay, yeah.
So when I design stamps, I do tend to think about that as well. You know, what sort of, how thick the edge is, and how much, you know, is it going to be easy enough to cut out?
Yeah.
You know?
And you want that,
because we don't all have those digital machines.
No, exactly.
Or we can't afford the digital machine, or we actually like cutting out.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, I think it's quite easy. I think we tend to try and put people off cutting out, but actually cutting out is good.
And especially if you've got the time. You know, sometimes you've got that time, you've got that afternoon that you can just relax, kind of doing that work, and it's about kind of doing what you enjoy, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I often for paper piecing, it's a bit like crocheting or knitting. I often stamp a load of things out, and then I sit by the TV and I will cut all the bits out. You know, because it's something to do, because I'm not very good at sitting and doing nothing.
No, I'm the same.
So, you know, a lot of the shapes, and I've still got to play around. I have done a bit of paper piecing with Mr. Crab. He's really nice and easy at the back with a little party hat. He's been paper pieced there.
Yeah, you can see that behind us. Yeah, he's fabulous, isn't he? He really is. You can. Do you want me to? Shall I pick it up? Shall I bring it just so you can have a little close up? Let's just. There you go. I could just get off my chair, couldn't I, rather than just sort of point. It's not like it's far away, because we've got chairs. I'm like, oh!
I know, once you've got to get off the chair, it's more difficult.
Or sometimes, so I did a live show once, and I sat down on the chair, and you know how these adjust by you pulling the thing, and it just went all the way down, and I was underneath, you know, the table, and it wouldn't come back up.
That might happen to me, or I might actually get catapulted over the top, possibly.
It would make good telly, good blooper, you know. I'll catch you as you're kind of flying over. over. Well done. Crafters are buying 2. Joanne's just got 2. Linda, well done to you in Worcestershire. Hazel, Fiona, Dawn, June, Kelly, Margaret, loads and loads of you coming through with this. Remember, everything is individual on the web as well. If there's anything you want a close-up, please do send in, your requests and let us know. You can always message live. But there is just so much that, of course, you can create from all of these. And like we said, I mean, with that crab one that we showed you as well, you saw what you created, and then there's just another couple of examples.
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
So
each time they're going, depending on what you use, what paints you use, what papers you use, they're all going to turn out differently.
Just fabulous. Look at those.
Or if you don't necessarily want to do colour, you can just keep it black and white and do something really graphic. Just have a pop of colour behind, and then have your crab just with a splash of blue behind him.
Definitely. Yeah. So. Okay, shall we come to your next demo?
Okay, so I wanted to take you through, because we've got another die. I did. I chose quite a lot of dies for this show, maybe too many. I don't know.
Okay.
But this is from a Jamie Roger die, which I really like.
Yeah.
And it basically creates a little canvas. So it's like a little box canvas.
Great.
And I like it because I can use it as like a viewfinder.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got different panels, so you can layer it up if you want to, or you can just use the large panel, which is what I've got here. And this is the card that I created with it.
Oh wow! So it gives that proper 3D element.
Yeah, 3D elements.
That's fantastic.
I mean, when I did it initially, I was trying to be really clever. I was going to stamp the whole thing, and then I was going to try and match it up, and it's roughly works.
Yeah, yeah.
But in the end, I didn't. I actually chose to take some of the elements from the element set, and actually
that's amazing.
Use those. There's one at the back as well, a really colourful one where I've used it as well. So if we can pinch that one as well.
Yeah, we can just show the difference of that.
Up and down on the chair. Up and
Right,
down
I've probably only done about 6 steps today, so it's good.
So just so that you see that's my one, and the difference. So you can go greens and blues, or you can go really colourful, and that's using the cheesecloth die behind as a base from Sam.
That's fantastic, isn't it? So yeah, you can go kind of the whole way across, or just have a centrepiece like that. It's lovely, isn't it? Wow, £14.50 for that die.
Okay, and like I said, it's got lots of little dies with it, so you can go onto Jamie's page, and he's done lots of ideas with it as well.
Yeah.
So what you need to do, which is I sort of showed this morning, was make yourself some sort of watery backgrounds, and then pick a background that you like. Okay, because you can see all my different ones, where I've got my blues and my greens. I mean, this is where the Airless Misters really come into their own, and that ink and that water. You can create an instant sea. Wow. So make yourself lots of backgrounds that you can choose from. I find a little tip is when you start doing these backgrounds, don't just go for one.
Okay.
Make a whole pile of them, because my hands got absolutely filthy with ink. Because I don't wear gloves. I don't like wearing the gloves. And also, it's just much easier just to sort of do a load in one go. And when you've got one that you like, what you're then going to do is you're going to stamp your coral reef across your card. And then this is where the viewfinder comes in, because you can move this along. Now, a little tip is that because you're cutting the edges for the little canvas die, you do need to make sure your card is wide enough.
Yeah.
So don't just cut a piece of card wide enough for the stamp. You need it to have a good inch extra on both sides.
Yeah.
Okay, so that when you place your die down, you can sort of say, okay, I'd quite like to have this bit there, or maybe I'm going to have that big fish at the other end, and I'll move this along to here instead. And then just tape it down, and then take it through the machine. Okay, I think it's better to do it that way, and then once you've cut it, you can then colour your image. Otherwise, you're going to colour the whole lot, and then you're going to waste a little bit at the end.
Yeah, of course.
So do all your colouring in. Now, the colouring in, I'll do a little bit on here, even though we haven't cut it. But like I said to you, the tip is cut it before you colour.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and I've still got... The other thing about these inks is that when they're dry, I'll take the other brush. When they're dry inside your lid, don't be too worried about that. because what you can do is just go in with a bit of water and you reactivate it.
Oh, brilliant.
So you never waste it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do just like I did with the sardine can, which is to do highlights of colour, just to make it pop and bring it out.
Yeah.
So again, it's that same tip as I said this morning, because you've got your colour in the background, you don't have to do lots of painting. You can do small areas and you can pick and choose what you want to do.
I still think to get all 4 of those colours of the Airless Misters for £20 is amazing for how little you use and how far it goes.
And essentially you're getting more than 4 colours, because when you intermix them, you're getting your greens. So when you spray, of course, when you spray, you think, oh, I'm just going to have a blue spray.
Yes.
But, you know, if you spray your blue and then you spray your yellow on the top, you're going to get your green.
Yeah.
So you've got a green. We've already got a green in there, but you'll get a different green.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the point, is that you won't necessarily...
You can see the different kind of colours you get initially, and then, like you say, you mix them together and you get totally different colours that we see, which is just fantastic.
You're going to get a different purple, for instance, if you mix the blue and the purple together.
Yes, yeah.
So you know you will get those extra colours by mixing, and you know, just don't be worried to sort of experiment.
Yeah, yeah.
So there, I'm going to put a little bit of yellow on the top here. That gives me a different green again. And you would carry on painting your scene till you're really happy with it, okay? And then I've already made up this little one. You can see how it's folded. If I show you the back, again, Jamie's done wonderful videos on how to put them together and how to fold them and what's the easiest way to do. I personally like to use the wet glue, and then I hold it into place, and I've got these little clips which I saw Jamie use that I put on my canvas on the corners, and then leave it to dry. And then what I've done, because this card is not thick exactly, just as a tip, I've put some little I put a little sort of stack of foam piles.
Oh, okay, that's
foam,
clever. Yeah.
Foam pads, not foam pads in the middle.
So that just sort of holds it, we can give it a bit of an additional strength almost.
I'm losing my power of speech at the moment. So yeah, so that just to support the middle here, just to be safe, especially if you're going to put it in the post.
Yeah,
Okay?
definitely.
So nice and easy. It all folds up, and then it's ready to go onto your background. Okay, and then you can choose whatever piece. Like I said, you can have this, or I did mention that I thought about actually putting it on and actually sort of putting it across the corals.
Yeah, of course.
Seeing if you want to.
Yeah.
But so there's different choices as to what you can do. And you don't even have to put it onto a background. If you want to, you could, you know, like I said, cut a piece of cheesecloth, the cheesecloth one,
that
one.
yes.
And, you know, you could put that behind if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So at the back, on the back, what I've done is taken some of the stamps from, we'll do just a little bit of stamping just to show you. So I've taken some of the stamps from the elements, and then I've just gone for, we'll put a little one in the corner here. So this is where all these little stamps come in really useful. And then I've put a couple of shoals of fish. But I just love what you get with the Airless Misters, you know, I sort of, I can sort of see, you know, I can visualise that under the water. You know, sometimes when you see documentaries and things, the water isn't always crystal clear.
No, exactly, rarely.
So, you know, sometimes you do get that sort of like all those different colours and, you know, it gets quite dark and you get that sort of effect in the sea, don't you? So
particularly as you kind of go down you lose your colours and you kind of get that more mystical kind of colours.
So again, with those fishes, you can stamp them going either way. You don't, you know, that's the beauty of them because they've been designed that way. They haven't got definite sort of shape that says I'm swimming that way.
Yeah, exactly.
I can be swimming the other way. So you can, you know, you can have them swimming either way.
Amazing.
And then, what did I do? let's bring. And then what's quite nice is to bring the coral reef stencil.
Yes, such a
into
good
it.
stencil.
Now, I did do it with blue on my card, and what we're going to do is we're going to ad-lib a bit. I'm going to go orangey, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, do it, definitely. We'll put the graphics back in for these 2 stencils. It's always nice to just mix it up, isn't it?
Yeah. So, because I think that green will take it. It'll go a bit brown, but I think it'll be quite nice, and I think the orange will stay slightly.
Yeah.
So, obviously, we're going to have that canvas in the middle, so I'm not going to stencil
Yes.
right in the middle. I'll just use the glow around the edges.
It's just really, I find it really mesmerising. You know, like as I'm watching you kind of do this, I'm like, wow, I just feel so relaxed.
So I'm sort of like panicking underneath and you're relaxed.
It's like what they say, you know, with the ducks, where the little legs are kind of going underneath even they look really calm.
I'm quite, when I'm at home, I'm really, I'm quite precise about what I do.
Yes.
I don't like getting things wrong, and I think that's what stresses me out about going on live TV, is I'm thinking it's not going to be my best because I can't be as precise because I'm rushing it a little bit and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. But
the great thing is we're all going to think you're amazing. So even if you, it's one of them, isn't it, where, you know, when you're such a perfectionist and you'll see things that we won't ever notice. So it's...
Probably. And usually I come off air and everybody says, oh, you know, it was really good. And then I'm thinking, oh, God, it was a disaster. So, because you've got that circular design, it's quite nice to sort of use that and bring that into context with it. So that's just enough to give something in the background. I mean, you know, I'd be tempted as well at this stage as well, because we've got those lovely embossing folders. I'm not going to do it now, but I would actually probably, the other option would be to run it through one, especially the sublime swirls.
Yeah, the swirls. I was just looking at that and I was thinking with that kind of almost shape of the, you know, with using stencil, to kind of put that with that as well would look fabulous, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It would. So if we just...
Yeah.
If I quickly pull the bits back in. So all I've done is actually mount it onto a bit of black card. Then this goes onto the black card, and then your little canvas
Brilliant.
Goes on here. And then lastly, because we've got the paints
Yes.
as well.
It's got the watercolour paints. Yeah. So many colours in this. Brilliant.
I thought, where are they? They're under my card.
Oh yeah, hiding.
Hiding. So what's quite nice as well, what I like about these paints is I don't often use them to colour something in completely.
Okay.
Okay, I tend to use them a lot for highlighting and for adding just that little bit of something special. Right, you can see actually how much I like mine, because look how messy mine are. They're well used.
But you've still got a lot left. It's not like they've run out really
because
quickly.
you only
or
ever
anything.
use a very small amount.
Yeah.
Even if you get carried away and you want to do large areas, they really last a long time. And the beauty of them is they're never going to go off. You know how you buy some paints and they're going to go off.
Go hard,
They go hard in a tube and then you can't use them. These, you just activate them with water. What I usually do at home, just as a little tip, is I usually get a spray and I just spray over the top.
Spray mist them, yes.
And then that way you haven't got to put loads of water and spend ages with your brush. So it activates
Amazing array of colour that you've got as well.
It's easy to actually see the colours once they go wet, actually, funny enough.
Yes.
But what we can then do, which I've already started doing a bit on here, is you can add some little washes of the paint onto the canvas. So like I said, I'm not going to cover the whole thing, because otherwise what would be the point of painting it all? But I'm just going to give that sort of glistening effect that you get under the in the water.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just like, when you shine a beam of light into the water, and then you can see all the little flecks floating around and everything, and you get that sort of, it's really nice. It creates that sort of effect. And of course, as well, if I want to, I can also add some little bits onto my background here. So it's quite nice. I mean, they work really well on top of black, so it's quite nice to go back and paint a little bit over the top of your corals.
Definitely.
And even if we change colour a little bit, I'll use maybe a little bit of pink. Add a little bit to your fishes as well.
That's really nice.
So it just softens them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that is such a beautiful array of colours. It's very much kind of a rainbow effect. You know, you think of the underwater sea, you think of butterflies, you think of dragonflies, unicorns.
I mean, this is called I think this is called the Summer Gardens, isn't it? Or
yes, it is Summer Gardens.
Summer Gardens.
That's right. Yeah.
So you know, that's what it depicts basically.
Brand new to Hobbymaker today. It's the first time we've been able to bring to you. And yeah, it's the fact that it goes, you know, from those really deep colours, those kind of lighter pastel tones, almost mermaid kind of colours.
It is. That's why I thought, well, you know, summer, but it go, you know, under the sea.
Yeah.
You know, the fish, the mermaids, even if you've got some mermaid stamps at home that you might want to use. Because, you know, you can build some scenes around here, and if you've got some mermaid stamps, you can add them to your fishy scenes, your underwater, underwater sea scenes.
And like you said with these as well, they really pop out very, very easily as well. So if you want to sort of see that, if you want to just kind of take one out, then you could always just pop something else into there and mix and match with the palette.
Or like I said, if you've got a few palettes and you're adding to your collection, I know some people collect these, like I do. Then you can customize them. If you don't want to take, say, 5 different palettes with you, you can sort of, and you can put your favorite colors, or you can say, right, this is what I'm going to be working with, so that's what I'm going to.
Could you almost use that as like a little mixing pot if you needed to as well?
You could do, but the only thing I would say is that often I tend to mix my colors on a white surface,
so that you get to see the color. It's actually
the color.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I wouldn't necessarily use it for that.
Yeah.
Although it wouldn't be a little bad space to put just a drop of water so that you've got a bit of extra water.
Yeah.
Because you don't need a lot of water with these, that's the thing. Once you've sprayed them, you can see.
Yeah, you see it there.
You can carry on working with them.
So much. So yeah, amazing. Just all that glitter and that glow that we're seeing there. Wow. We have had a lot of people asking about the Opal Blaze, you know, the polishes, just have another look at these, very, very popular, as we would have expected. So with these, we've said you've kind of slightly updated the pots to the ones that you've got, but it's what we saw with those, the kind of colours coming out in the shimmer.
It's quite deceptive because they're very small pots, but you only use a tiny little amount. It's a bit like you know your lip salve where you had a tiny little pop and it lasts forever because you only use a tiny little bit. This is the same concept, and
makes sense.
They are what they are because they are loaded with mica. Okay, so they are, the mica is what gives it that absolute sort of, you know, that is the sort of the difference.
Wow. And they do just come out. I mean, we've showed before, didn't we, behind the colours that they can come out as well. And that is your avocado and your turquoise peach that you get there. So normally £11. Today we're talking £9.99 for both of them. And you're going to get so many uses out of those as well. You can see those gorgeous glistens and colours that we can see on the front.
The thing is, once you've got all your colouring and stuff, you need the things that highlight and
100%
and enhance what you've done.
Yes.
So those are what I call enhancers. So they will enhance what you colour in. And I use them over the top of everything. I use them over the top of alcohol pens, watercolour pens, even on top of papers and things. So you can use them all over the place, all over your cards,
all over
everything that you're doing.
Yes, and you'll just get so much use sort of out of them as well with how far they go.
Yeah, they do go a long way, and it says in there that you can just sort of dip your finger, and you can, you know, you can, if you wanted to, if you've got a raised surface like with our embossing folders, you could just sort of pick up the surface of the embossing folder.
So you don't even need to kind of have your brushes or anything. You can just use
you can use your fingertip as well, or you know, anything that you feel comfortable with. I do tend to use brushes. And if I was going to use a sponge, I'd use a very small sponge, not a big sponge.
Yes, of course.
You know,
get it in. Loads of you have that in your baskets. Do make sure, of course, that you are checking out. I mean, we're coming up to 5 to 5, so we're coming towards the end of this show. So do, of course, make sure you confirm in. That is £5 a pot on those. And when you actually see the effects, you know, in person when you get them home as well, you're going to be absolutely amazed by them. So well done if you've got those into your collection. And remember, as much as you want from this, you can, of course, get that one-off post and packaging between midnight and midnight. It doesn't matter how many times you buy bits, at any time, you are going to get it. So you could buy 2 o'clock show, 3 o'clock show, 4 o'clock show, 5 o'clock show, and you know you're still going to get that one-off Peony.
That is a brilliant concept, I have to say, because you know that's my feeling as well. Is that, you know, I used to get a bit frustrated. I'd buy in one show and then I'd buy something else in another show. and then you're having to pay constantly extra when all the time it's going into one box.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's what we've kind of tried to do with this channel, is listen to what people have said they want, and then we're trying to sort of bring those things. So keep sending your feedback to us. We're still new, we're still learning, and we just love to kind of try and do exactly sort of what you want, in terms of demos and in terms of, posting and packaging and things like that. So thank you so much for getting in touch, of course, with us. Remember, this bundle is still available, so you can still, of course, take advantage of this. It's an incredible price for you to get all 12 of those stamp sets. And I think when I worked it out, wasn't it like 92p a stamp? 81 stamps, I think I counted.
Because you've got so many of the little stamps, they are offsetting the cost of the bigger stamp.
Exactly. I mean, like that one, you've got so much in. All of these you can buy individually, by the way. They're on the web. So you can see real sort of big novelty ones, gorgeous designs for children, for travellers, for new starts. And the sentiments, I mean, they've got so many hands make light work. You occupy my heart. We've got here, life is better under the sea, happy birthday. So there's just everything. I kind of feel like you've come up with this.
I have posted quite a lot of samples prior to the show as well.
Yeah.
And I'll carry on posting some, on my Facebook page on
please do.
Francois Collection. So
Francois Collection on Facebook.
Yeah, and I've got an Instagram page as well.
Amazing.
So you can go back and you can have a look.
Yeah.
Because it's difficult to remember what you've seen and what you haven't seen.
And what's lovely is you can always go back and watch these shows as well, and we've been able to kind of show you a lot of samples, show your demos and things as well, so you could always, look at this one, be inspired by that. Possibilities are literally endless, just everyone is just so gorgeous, so do not miss out on those. And once they're in your collection, you've got them forever. Thank you so much, Francois.
Thank you very much.
Hope you've enjoyed your first show.
It's been really good fun. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah. We've loved it. I feel like we've all learnt so much as well, which is always amazing. And fingers crossed you'll be back with us soon.
Yes, hopefully soon. I've got another collection coming out in May.
Amazing. Okay, very busy, but thank you for making time. Well, have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have got our final hour coming up next. Everything's on the web. Hunkydory is up next, and don't forget, we have got so much more to share with you. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second with all of that. Yeah, go on. Hopping up with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Welcome to our exciting and brand new shopping channel, Hobbymaker, dedicated to crafting. We'll be working with some of the biggest brands in the industry, which means you can look forward to highly skilled crafters, demonstrations and great products at great prices. We'll be bringing you a mix of papercraft, mixed media, resin, candle making and so much more from our expert guests. So let's get crafting with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer, and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our Prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Okay, I cannot believe that we are already into the very, very last hour, so the final show, the final hour. If there's anything at all that you've missed out on, you can jump back on the web. Everything we've brought you so far is there, so do not miss out at all. You know, we've had so many amazing kind of best of from Hunkydory as well. A few of those bits we'll recap in this hour as well as this bundle. I know a lot of you have been asking to sort of see the sets individually as well, so we'll do that. It's just wonderful, isn't it? These kind of pieces that we have.
Really amazing. You know, Stacey, our designer, she's really thought about it when she's put these together. She's created something that's really easy to do. It's quite contemporary in the style and the designs that she's chosen to sort of show off, especially in the masks. But it is really nice, and I think that the fact that you can, there's so many options, like buying options is really cool too. So like you say, we've got that big bundle, but then we have the individual sets, which seem so popular with people.
Yeah, have been so popular. So I think we're going to start first with the Peony bundle. So we'll kick off with that, which is just lovely. And we can actually show you as well, because I really like these little boards that you've created as well. They give a good idea of it.
Because you can really see what you're going to get when you get home. So this is the Peony one, and you can see you've got that line drawing of that beautiful sort of cascading corner flower bouquet. Then you have sort of those black bits that we've got. They're actually the stamps you will use to colour in your flowers. So you don't have to think about what colours are going to work, what pens that match to create really beautiful shading. You have the ability to do that there. And then you have sentiments as well, which I really love. You've got those really sort of like on-trend slim sentiments to layer on top and add to the front of your cards. And then the mask that goes with it. I think there's a separate board for that actually. The mask has been designed so you can create a background and then you can pop on your image straight on top of it. So you can create your beautiful Dalmatian print background in this way and then stamp that corner piece into the masked image, and it will create your cards straight away. No need to fussy cut, no need to mask or create your own. It's all done for you.
It's just absolutely brilliant. And I mean, of course, you get 11 stamps with this one as well. So there's 11 stamps as well as getting the mask. All of that for £13.99.
All of that included. It's crazy, isn't it? But like we said earlier on, there's so much potential for these stamps. You know, you can use them with the mask, you can use them without the mask. You can cut into them, you can layer them, you can create them as centerpieces, or you could use them as background images as well. Stamps are a tool, so they're going to last as long as you look after them, which I think is really important. And because all you're getting is these stamps and masks, the way that you design them, the colours, the themes that you choose to do is completely down to you. And that's why I love stamping, because you get to be the designer.
You do. And I feel like with the mask as well, it kind of gives you that opportunity to really get a different background, but also you don't have to worry about your stamp being there and then ruining it by putting other background colours, because the mask actually gives you that area where you can't actually put anything through in terms of colour.
Yeah, you can't put anything through, so it's already there. You're just going to get colour in those spaces where those dots are.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. So $13.99 for 11 stamps, including your send-in hugs, your birthday wishes, all of those lovely sentiments, kisses, I'm here for you, to someone special, and the mask. And what is brilliant about these as well, I'm just showing them the packet so you get the idea, that on the back of them, they actually tell you exactly how to use the stamps as well. And so it sort of feels very much like when these have been designed, you've kind of thought of the beginner, you've then thought of the, you know, the expert.
And crafter. There's something in there for everyone, and that's what we always like to do. We know there's people out there that are really experienced with stamping, but we know that there's people that this will be their first time in stamping. So on there, there's links to our website, there's links to our YouTube page where we'll have full tutorials up. I think tomorrow, which show you from start to finish how to create cards with these collections.
Brilliant. Okay, that's amazing. So you just go onto the YouTube and
it'll
just
come up.
Your socials. And I mean, you can see one there that's been created from this. And I mean, how beautiful is that?
It's so nice, isn't it? And we're going to create a card in this hour actually using black card. So it gives you a completely different look. You can do it with craft card. It looks absolutely stunning. But it's just beautiful. And, you know, people won't know that this is as easy as this. When people get these cards, they'll think, oh my gosh, how much work has gone into this? But they are so simple to create.
Because they do. They look, it's like in the sort of previous hour, in the first hour we did. And you sort of created these pieces. I was like, how have you done it that quick? It was just like, done.
It's really, really quick to do. It really is. And that's just because of the way that it's all been designed, the way it all works together. It's amazing. Yeah.
And again, I mean, these stamp sets, I think if you are thinking as well at the moment, I've been out in my garden a lot. I bought my house, so we were talking about buying new houses. And my garden was...
Ours was
challenging.
Ours was a mess.
Same.
An absolute mess.
Takes a long time to get through, doesn't it?
It has, yeah. We sort of cleaned it up, and then this weekend and last weekend we've been doing some more, and then we'll do some more. But I mean, a garden makes you so much happier. And it's like the flowers that you see, just like driving on the road. The daffodils are all coming up. They brighten your day just seeing them. And on cards, and I think that's why they're so popular on cards, is because it does the same thing. It just like uplifts you. The cards that you create, the cards that you receive, anything that's got flowers or anything that's beautiful in that way.
And I always keep
so happy.
My handmade cards. I keep them all. I've got boxes, you know, full of kind of like little bits that mean a lot to me. And you know, I always think with something like this, we know if you buy a bouquet of flowers, well, they last 7 to 10 days and then normally they die. It's a lovely thing to do, but this is costing you probably less than most bouquets of flowers. You make something multiple times and people will keep this forever. You know, they'll have it up on display and then they'll keep it in them special places to remember. And I think that is just fantastic.
You don't have to make cards with these either, like pieces of art for your house. Pop these into box frames, pop them on the walls. It's going to look really nice regardless of whether it is a card or whether it's something a little bit more special like a home decor project.
Yes, yes, definitely. They are so, so versatile. So we've got the Geranium Bouquet, which you can see is this one this side. We'll then come across the Secret Clementines next. Now this one has 13 stamps in the Geranium Bouquet as well. So you're getting huge, huge, huge amount of stamps. If you want to get it in this bundle, of course you can get it individually as well. Then you will also get the mask with this as well, which is the, if you can just see that one there, the stripy mask. I love this one.
I really like it, and because it's not like straight sort of stripes, it's like quite contemporary and funky in the style. It looks really nice, and you know, you can ombre effect through that. So go from your darker pinks to your really light pinks. Create a beautiful background in that way. It's going to look it's going to look so. They're just all going to look really good, no matter what you do, no matter how you use them. You can't make a bad card with these. I really don't think you can.
No, and I mean, I think that was literally what we were saying at the beginning, you know, before the show, and we were saying this could be your first outing. This could be your first time that you've stood here watching us here at Hobby Maker and thought, right, do you know what? I want to get something to make my first ever card or my first ever project. These literally lead you through that journey.
Yeah, from start to finish.
Yeah, and it will just look amazing. It is really like, I don't think you can go wrong.
No.
It's, £13.99, going to get great results. And also, the journey, I think, is so amazing because when you start using stamps, you get better and better and better as well. So you can start at maybe one colour you're using and then kind of move up to everything else.
So you get really quite experimental with the different shades and tones and colours of your cards. And a great addition to these stamps today is that amazing ink bundle that we've got, because it has all the colours included, which work perfectly with these stamps because you've got so many different like beautiful pinks and purples, all of the flower colours. There's so many greens, so whether you want to do it really deep for like Christmas time or quite bright for this time of year, you're going to be sorted. And that's another beautiful thing, is that these are going to work for all year round.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do want those ink pads we were talking about, we have got the price updated now on the website. Yay. I know that in the first hour we went to a higher price, and you came off and you said, that's not the price we're going to go to. And we were like, what is even lower? And it was like quite a significant extra saving. So they are on the website now for $59.94. And I think that was 36 stamps that you're actually getting there for that price as well. Like you say, all the colours that you could possibly need. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm going to show you so you can see that price there. Anybody who confirmed on this earlier at the higher price, you won't pay it. Every single person will pay $59.94 on that. 36 ink pads, all the colours, something for these amazing stamps, something for every single season as well. And of course on split pay at £20.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? And you've got all the colours that you need. And they're shimmer based, so they've got like little mica in them. So they're going to add just that extra touch of luxury to your cards. They're water based, so you can mix and match them. You can add different colours. We did that in the earlier show where I blended the black with the blue to make a darker tone. They're just great for using with kids as well, because they're water based. They're easy to wash off your hands. I mean, if you're stamping all day, you're going to get it all over your hands. It's going to take a while to come off. However, they're great. They really are.
Even the Under the Sea collection that we've done in the previous hour, if you already got that, you could add this on and use the greens and the blues with that, and
you know, match them all together. That's the beauty of crafting, isn't it?
So lovely.
It's amazing.
I just feel like you just want all of your, you just want your room all set up.
You see everything. You want everything. It's really difficult to craft and try and be good as well. It's a struggle sometimes.
I know. I have it in my aunt, and she sort of started off with card making maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, and she's kind of really become advanced now. You know, her cards are amazing. It was sort of started with her just kind of hand cutting, and then she went on to die machines, and she literally just says, like, my uncle is like, I've had to buy her another full storage box, you know. And the room that started off as like her spare crafting room is just full now of all. But I'm like, well, she's always got something that she can go to.
Always. This is the thing. You always have something for any occasion.
Exactly. It's what you need. We'll bring you the final set as well. So if you want this as a pair, you can do. So this is the sweet Clematis. Is that how you pronounce Clematis?
I think so. I'm terrible with stuff like that.
Half the time I'm like Clementine, like it's an orange that I'm talking about, which is obviously not right. I always get loads of messages in and they're like, that's not how I pronounce it. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm the same. Pronunciation of things is terrible.
I went to drama school, so I started off as an actor, and when I was at drama school, my head of the school was like, I mean, seriously, you really need to learn like how to like pronounce things better. I was like, I'm sorry. So, yeah. You can't say thread. Everyone's different. So we've got this set here, so you can see it's this one that we've got. Now this one has the most stamps in this bundle, so if you want the most stamps, it comes with this one. 19 stamps, same price as well.
Same price, but 19 stamps including that one. I think you've got a lot more different added words, so you can change up the sort of theme that you're going for, and also there's different different shapes of your leaves, so that's just why you've got more in that one.
Yeah, that's absolutely, it's just lovely, isn't it? So you've got on that one, you've got the You Are Beautiful, you've got the Just Because as well with this, you've got the Congratulations that we can see on that one, and Wishing You a Happy Day as well, which we do. And if you get these home, you're going to have a happy day when you kind of start working with them. So again, $13.99, which of course if you split that across both of them, you're looking at £7 each for the mask, and then 19 stamps, which is just incredible. And I do feel like with the actual main stamp that we've got in this as well, that's that lovely sweet Clematis that we've got, it is going to work on sympathy cards, it will work on birthday cards, it will work to put, you know, like we said before, if you are wanting to create photo albums or craft boxes, or you want to make tags out, it's sort of everything I kind of feel that design will work for.
Yeah.
All of those pairs, by the way, have a saving. So if you were buying these as individuals, it would be £16. So we have, so you can basically go on our website and get them as individuals at their full price, or you can buy them as pairs and you will get that saving from £16 down to £14. Or you can buy the whole bundle as one if you want them all, and that's where we're giving you the biggest saving, where it should be £48 if you're buying all these components individually, but of course not today. Instead today we are down to this price, price, which is £34.99. So we're looking there at a £13 saving on that one, and that's £17.49 a month to be able to get that. So a really, really big saving in terms of that. So if you want them all, that's kind of the best way to buy it with I mean, in a way, if you're getting a £13 saving, it's almost like, well, you're getting a pair
one for
free, aren't you?
Yeah.
So these ones have kind of been thrown in for free, and you're paying for the others. That's kind of how I would look at it. So buy two, get one free, in essence, if you want the whole amazing set. And on split pay, making it so accessible as well. Should we come across
Yeah,
to
let's show
the
you
first
how it
demo?
works. So
Yes.
I'm going to go from start to finish with this one.
Brilliant.
So we've got our stamp ready to go. I've got that on my stamping press. Stamping press is the best, I feel, for stamping with, especially when they're large stamps, just because you can easily miss things out. But make sure you've got loads of ink on there. We're using VersaFine to stamp with because this is a permanent ink, and obviously we're using water-based inks to colour this in. So just putting pressure along all of those points on my stamping press, and then we're going to lift this up. And fingers crossed, we've just got a little bit here that we're missing. So if I just add a tiny bit of ink over onto that section, we can pop this back in place, add a bit more pressure on there, and we've got all of our stamp ready to go. It's really, really beautiful imprint on there. Then what I'm going to do is add my mask on top. You can do this either way.
Yeah.
This is the beauty of it. You can either stamp it, mask, colour in your background, then stamp it, or do it this way. But because you have this sort of like see-through texture in your mask as well, it's really easy to sort of line up onto there. So what I'm going to do is just get some tape and stick this down. So I'm actually going to, let's just stick a little bit of tape on here.
Yeah.
First of all, so it doesn't budge because we don't want that to move out of the way. Once we've got this lined up again, then we,
Yeah. You kind of, I think as well, because of the beautiful detailing on that stamp, you just want to make sure that you get it absolutely right, don't you?
perfect every single time, definitely. So I'm going to just cover both areas, and then what I'm going to do is actually cover sort of like halfway up, because I only want to add ink to half of my panel here. So I'm going in with Peacock Green. This is a really, really beautiful teal colour, and it has so much shimmer on the ink pad. It's just incredible. So this is a fresh sort of blending tool we're going in with, and there's so much colour picked up in that first sort of try. Then what we're going to do is just blend our colour in. So I'm going to try and create sort of like an ombre look on this one, going from darker on this side of my card, sort of moving across and going lighter. So just add as much pressure as you like, but then loosen it off as we move down that space until you sort of come to those white areas on there. And then if you want to add more colour to these sections, then just go back over that and build up as much as you want to, and it leaves you with such a beautiful look. So now we're going to peel this up off here.
We've just popped the blending tool graphics in as well if people want them.
Image, they're ready to go. So I'm just going to bring in my trimmer.
Yep.
Because we're going to cut this down. So let's just pop this on here. And I want to make a 5x7 card. So if I just hold this to one section, then I'm going to trim this down. And I kind of want to do it equally. So just by eye, I'm just going to pull this across. So I want it to be a little further up here. And this is the best way to do it. Always just sort of like move it along each time. Just take a little bit off each side until it kind of has the look that we're going for. So I'll take that to there, and that'll take me just under the 7. And then if I remove a bit more off this section here, and then what we're going to do is fussy cut around one side of there. So I've got one that we've already done that with, just to show you, and I've just left a little white edge on the side there so that pops out. And now what we can do is colour in this with our beautiful inks. So I'm going in with Rainforest Green for my leaves, and I've got my stamps all ready to go on my block. So this is just going to help me out with saving some time. All you need to do is line it up with your image,
We've got the acrylic blocks
And then
on the
stamp
screen now, if you want.
that on there. I'm just going to go in a bit more with that colour because I've just missed out that section. But you don't have to be super precise with this stamping. You know, you can have that really loose colouring effect by going in and out of the angles and bits and off the centre with your pieces. It'll look really, really nice, and that is kind of an on-trend style at the moment, that loose colouring look. Then we're going to go in with our yellows, I think. So let's go in with our brightest yellows for these roses. So this is going to give us a nice sort of golden glow. So you can see really clearly, because these are a clear sort of stamp, you can see really clearly where you are adding that colour, so you can line it up with the outline of that image and just stamp that on. And then if you want to get quite creative, like we showed you earlier on in the show, you can just add a little bit more colours to sort of like the edges of your stamps to give you that really nice sort of gradient look with your colouring. And I think personally it just adds so much more texture and definition to the stamps. And you know, you're not having to add colouring, you're not having to get your water brushes out, you just layer in that colour over and over again. So we've got yellow flowers there, and then I think let's go for the lightest pink in our smaller colours. So this is our pink jelly bean. They have great names, these.
I love that name.
We've got Jersey cream, canary yellow, red chili, which is another great one we're going to bring in. So just move your cardstock around so it fits in line with your stamp. It's easy for you to work it around, and then we'll just add a little bit more on here again.
It really feels like that's showing as well, kind of the amount of colours, you know, that you're only using a few, but they're all so different to each other that you actually get in this bundle.
Different. And like I'm using a different pink now for this second colour, and this is a more red pink. It's so much more vibrant in the style of it, but it looks so good when you're putting all these colours together and stamping with them. So we'll go in with this one, and it's really, really quite vibrant, this pink here. It's not like a fuchsia pink because it's got a bit more of a red tone to it, but it's really, really nice. Yeah. And then our largest flower, we're going to go in with that dark pink, but I'm going to add loads and loads of colour. So I'm just putting my colour directly onto the stamp so I can make sure that there's lots on there. And then you can work out which way it goes. We'll add that deep, deep colour onto it. I'm going to go in with this twice, just to make it a little bit different from the one we did just next to it. So it's a bit of a darker shade, because you know, your plants are never the same colour. And then I'm going to go in with the chili red and just sort of dab this on the outside of my stamp here, just so we get a nice sort of gradient on this large stamp. So go in one more time on that one. And then you've got a deeper tone of red there. So you've created that nice bouquet, loads of different colours that work beautifully together, all from those ink selections. Let's just move my mixed media mat, and we can build this card together now. So I'm bringing in some of those, that shimmer roll that we showed you on the earlier show. And I've cut this just to 5x7 so it can fit across the back of my card. So I'm just going to peel the backing off here now. My nails are so short at the moment, so I just can't get
It's always tricky, isn't it, just to get your
that.
nails right under.
So there we go. We just peel this off.
Shimmer rolls as well, well over half the stock has gone. They are less than half price today. You're going to get all of these. So you're seeing, of course, Natalie just using them just there, but you're going to get all of these. Usually £39.90. They're all just under a metre each. So you're looking at around 10 metres for that price. So it's buy one, get one free, and a bit of change into your pocket just today, okay? So they all sold out on the first launch, so we've managed to bring more to you today. So absolutely snap them up whilst you can. You can still take advantage, and you can see how amazing they look on this card.
So good. So I'm just going to use it as like the outline base, and then I'm bringing in some matte paper that we have, and then I'm popping that just over this edge here. making sure that I've got a nice equal spacing all the way around. And then this beauty that we have created, we are going to layer up using some foam pads because we want even more dimension to the card. Now, if you tuned into the earlier show, you'll have seen we showed you also another stamp and die bundle, which creates the most fun sentiments. You can like build them up and add lots of different elements to it. So we're going to use that for this card.
Brilliant.
And we're going to add a little bit more silver in as well. So I'm just going to pop this over, and it is going to just hang over that 5x7, but you'll always be able to fit that into a 7x7 card blank. So let's pick our sentiment. We've got a mixture of silver and gold here. I think what I'm going to use is, let's go with congratulations. Can we put new home? Let's see. There's definitely a home. I'm sure there's a new because there's a new baby. There we go.
Bet there is.
Congratulations on your...
Yeah.
On. We've got that somewhere. On. There we go. And this is the thing. You've got all of those little words that you need to be able to make up some really nice sentiments. You've got all, you've got of, you've got so.
Anniversary, sympathy, heartfelt, you know, celebrate, friend, someone, home soon. Look, I just feel like everything has really been covered there.
Included. Here we go. Oh, we've got you. I don't know if we've got your. Can I find it?
It's just when they're there and you've got them all kind of out of your pos. It's like,
there we go. No, that's you again. Here we go. Your. I bet it's been there the whole time. People have been watching the telly like, it's there. I can see it.
Spot. It's like not spot the difference, but spot the word. Everyone's sending it in.
So congratulations.
That bundle's on your screen at the moment as well at £17.99 if you want to get the cutting dies there and the stamp set. So they're £17.99 and they are fabulous because you can just always have the words that you need there with those as well.
All you have to do is just stamp it once, use that die and it immediately cuts them all out into these really nice sort of square shapes, which means that you can just grab them when you want. I mean, I've got these cut out of black, I've got them cut out of silver, cut out of gold. So I can just pull them out when I want them for cards. And they have that really sort of on-trend thin look to them. What are we going with here? On
Great.
Your new home.
Would you be able to cut them out of the diamond sparkles, somebody's asked?
You would be able to do that. What you would have to do though, because the way the stamp works, and I can quickly show you, let's just show you that really, really quickly. So the way that it works is that it just releases the text. So if you were to stamp it onto your diamond sparkles, all you would get is the words sparkly. So let me just show you really quickly so you can see how it stamps.
Yeah.
I'll just pop this piece of scrap here onto here. And then add my big stamp.
Always send in questions like this because obviously then
Natalie
Natalie can always show us and say, well, actually, this is kind of what it would do.
I'm going to use VersaFine, and I would definitely suggest, like, you do this a couple of times, just because even though we're adding so much ink to this, and I would really say, like, don't be worried about how much ink you throw on here, add as much as possible. Then what we're going to do is stamp this. But you'll be able to see what I mean straight away because it covers the whole text and just leaves the words blank. So if we lift that up now, I would go in again and stamp it again to add more black layers so you've got less of that white space that's missed off. But if you were to stamp this onto your diamond sparkles, you would need to use a stays on, which is a permanent ink, so you can use that on acetate, you can use that on parchment, and it won't sort of smudge. Because obviously with this type of ink, you need a matte surface so that you can sit onto it. So you can do it with stays on, but it will sort of colour the whole section and just leave your words sort of sparkly and glittery. So you can do it, but you stays on and make sure that you are really careful with doing it, but it will work really nicely. So that's how the stamp works. And then you just run it through, you line it up with your die, which is super, super simple. Run it through and it all cuts out. But then you have wonderful sentiments like this that you can just add to any card. And it doesn't have to work with this collection. You can use it with absolutely anything.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we've got a couple of other ones that I can just kind of hold up and show you here as well, because there's just so much you can do with all of these. It really is,
and you can mix and match it. Like the smaller one that you have there uses it with the just to say, and then you've just added extra words to it. And then that big, nice large congratulations on there as well.
Lovely, aren't they?
They are really beautiful.
And I feel like the size of the words is really nice. It's not too intrusive. It kind of lets the sort of stamps do its job, and then they just sit there as
because they're really
extra.
slimline. They're perfect to use with cards like this because they just take up the tiniest bit of space, but they still have a really large impact and look really, really beautiful. I love them in gold and silver, so heat embossing them is a total must.
Yes, of course.
Looks really good.
And I was just having a look, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's 41 stamps across the whole bundle. So if you want all the bundle, 41 stamps, and then of course, I was just like, wow, that's a lot for that price.
It's a lot of stamps, isn't it?
Brilliant. So you're going to get 3 of the background masks and then 41 of the stamps across all 3 of these. So just to give you one sort of reminder again, if we just show these boards that have been created, you can see that all of these stamps is kind of what you're going to be getting if you get this full bundle. It should have been £48 if you bought them individually. So all of those beautiful sentiments as well. Let me pop that one round. So you've got, you can see that one there as well. So that comes to you. And then we've got all of those masks as well, which you can then use with those beautiful stamps that you've got. So the lines, you've got the Dalmatians, and then you've got that lovely, they almost remind me of like hundreds and thousands.
Yeah,
do you know, like that's the shape.
It would be really
sparkles,
fun.
Confetti.
In the first demo, when I showed you how to outline it, you could actually just use your fine liner and go in and do each colour individual colours, and actually it would look just like sprinkles.
Yes, yeah. So all of that today, down from £48, so a £13 saving for that, which basically means you're getting a set for free. And that's on £17.49 on split pay as well. So almost like we're throwing in a set for free on those. So well done. Loads asking, of course, about what we just showed you and just brought onto onto air for you as well. These are still available. Now, the launch show of these, and it was meant to be a one-off price at £17.99, completely sold out in less than 5 minutes. So there was about 93, 94 of them, I think it was, all sold out. So Natalie said, well, I'll get more. I'll bring more back today. We've managed it. We have got a much bigger quantity today, which is amazing, which is why we've still got some available for you. Each one is almost a metre, okay? So they are an amazing length. So you're getting almost 10 metres with these. And that glitter effect, like we've seen in so many cards, I can show you a couple of examples here. For example, like these ones that you could create. You can do so many different bits, so many different pieces as well. And the glitter doesn't come off. So it is non-transferable. Can you see that? None on my hand? Even better. And it's self-adhesive, okay? So if I just spin this over, you could see previously, obviously, with Natalie's demos as well, just how easy it is to kind of pop this out and be able to pop these onto anything that you would want to. It's amazing. It's so easy, whether you want to use it yourself, whether you're wanting that with children. It's something that I think would work with everybody.
I think so, and it's really good to die cut from, so whether you're using metal dies or whether you've got your die cutting machine and you're wanting to do really fancy script, or you could do it for weddings and do like the name, have it on like a big board. It would look absolutely amazing. So it's a metre long, so think about it. If you've got your 12 by 24 cutting mats, it's going to fit the whole way across. You're going to be able to die cut the whole thing. You could just be die cutting the same thing over and over again. But you have that space to be able to do it on.
It's brilliant, and gorgeous colours, such an amazing array.
I love it.
And £1.79 a roll. I mean, when you put that into perspective, £1.79 for a metre, almost a metre.
Of crafty goodness. It's amazing. You can't get anything that cheap.
No, you can't. But you can today. You can today on the show. And I mean, we had people buying up to 8 of these in the previous hour. It only cost that one-off postage and packaging. So yes, you could buy 8. You'll only pay £3.95. And I'm actually so excited for you to see it in person because it looks great on screen. I feel like the sparkle looks even better when you see it in person.
It really
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of really, that you get the silver elements to it that you can't see on screen right now. But really up close, you can see the little fragments of colour and how it glistens when you move it around as well.
Yeah, keep on coming through for that. Very excited for you to get that. We've got half an hour of the show left, so jump on the web, see anything that's there, and of course get exactly what you would like to get. We have had a few questions coming in. If you've got any questions, any comments, please do send them to us as well. Beverly has just said, can these rolls go through a die machine? You said they break that.
Yeah, they can work through your sort of like hand cranking die cutting machines, your electric die cutting machines like your Gemini or your Gemporia Craft one, and also your Brother Scan and Cut, your Silhouette or your Cricut. They're going to work perfectly through all of them.
So yes. So you can give that a go, Beverly, and send in, get in touch on our socials and let us know what you've created as well, because we'd love to see, you know, whether you want to contact us individually or you want to kind of contact our Hobby Maker page on Facebook or Instagram. We love to see it, and we'd love to kind of show them on the shows as well. So please do kind of feel that it can be very, very interactive between us all. Right, what are we going to do now?
Are you ready? Okay,
Yes.
so this time we're doing it on black cards.
Okay.
So for this, we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to start off by stamping my image. Now I am going to stamp it in black, and you might think, why is she doing that? But don't worry, we are going to change this up. So lie your piece of paper where you want it to go, and we're going to add our stamp onto here. And then what I'm going to do is colour this in first and then heat emboss it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to use this as sort of like a guide. So you can't see the image too well. If I lift it up into the light, you might just be able to catch and see that you can see that image on there. And that's just going to be like a colouring guide for how we're going to colour this in. So then you can go in with your watercolour pencils. Now your watercolour pencils are best to colour onto black surfaces, and that is because the pigment sits, coloured surfaces, sorry, and that's because the pigment sits on top. So like if I was to use ink or a pen, it wouldn't sit the way that this does on here. So you can just add in your colour, and you can be sort of quite sketchy with it. You don't need to keep into the lines too much. You just want to make sure all of those pieces are covered. So I'm just going to show you this sort of halfway through, because it does take a while to colour sort of these elements in. So let's just do our flower up here and just keep going over that, because you can start to see the black ink that we've added on when you get to this part of the demo. And then I'll just go in with my yellow over here.
I think your hair might just be catching on the
am I in the
microphone, just
way?
to let you know. No, you're perfect. What you're doing.
going?
I just don't want. I don't want people not to be able to hear you.
Here we
because
go.
I don't. You're perfect. It's
Move
just
out
the
of the way.
microphone.
Move out of the way. So then I'm going to go in with darker sort of orange tones into here to create more depth. And again, just sort of giving it a little bit of a scribble. And at first, right now, it doesn't seem much, but when we add the next layer on, it will really show off these colours. So then I'll go in with the same orange on our larger flower here. Just keep colouring this element in. And this is really going to be helpful, because you can do this a different way, but I've found that this is an easier way to colour in your image and then to heat emboss over the top. So you can take this off your stamping brush. You don't need to leave it on, but I've just left it on for ease. And then again, going in with a red colour just to add hints of colour underneath that. And then what I'll do is I'll use the same red again, just to start off my largest flower. So we're going to colour in these 3 elements, just because I want to show you just sort of like how you can start it off, and then how you'll do the second stage and what you'll end up with. So just add in the colour on, and at first it doesn't look too great, but the finished result, I promise you, will be quite stunning.
I think you wouldn't really think. I wouldn't have thought of doing something like this. So I think it's lovely to look at a different way that you can use the stamps.
Yeah, some people, like, obviously white is the easiest, isn't it? Because it's a blank canvas, you can colour onto it straight away. But having these other options is just really fun. So again, just finishing off there, and we'll leave it like that for now. We can colour in the others at another time. But what I'm going to do is go back in with my VersaFine. You can also go back in with a Versamark, which is an embossing ink.
Okay.
But you can, because this is, it takes a while to dry, this ink, you can actually use it to heat emboss with as well.
Okay.
And sometimes, because those inks, the Versamark inks are like clear, it's easy to see if you've missed anywhere, because obviously then your embossing powder won't sit on it. So now we've stamped that again, I can now just come in with some embossing powder. Oops. And this is a really glittery gold. So I'm just going to then take this off here, and it'll go all over the place. And then we'll use our heat tool.
Yeah.
I'll just do this over here so I don't sort of cure the whole of my embossing spillage. So then when it's cured, you can't see it transform as much in this one. Let's speed that up. There we go.
Wow.
It's starting to sort of cure now.
Yeah.
And it brings out those beautiful gold tones.
Yeah.
So then once you've coloured the whole thing in and you've cut it out, it will give you something like this.
Oh, look at that.
So it just gives you a completely different look by using a different base of colour.
Yeah.
So let's do our background now. So I'm just going to use my anti-static bag just to run over here so that I don't get any ink where I don't want it. We'll pop this over here, and then I've just got a piece of tape on here. It's getting quite messy crafting.
That's what you need though, that's what you
messy
want.
crafting everywhere. Then I'm going to use my embossing ink. So this is my Versamark that I have to hand.
Okay.
And I'm just going to sort of run it across my mask, because just like using ink, this and like colouring it in, this ink will just go down now on these spaces. And then we can add our embossing powder back on. So I'll lift this up and remove our mask.
Yeah.
And then we can go in with our powder again. So I'm just going to lift this whole thing up, pop it onto here.
It was quite satisfying to do that.
It is really satisfying. It does get everywhere though. And then just shimmy the...
Oh, wow.
Shimmy it across your card. And then we might need to add a little bit more on here. Once I've stamped this down, it will reveal your beautiful image.
Oh,
you can see that now.
Yes.
So I'll just pop a bit more on here. There's less shimmer over here.
Yeah.
And then when we can heat emboss this again. I should have left the messiest demo to last, really, shouldn't I?
I actually feel like you're still quite neat. Like, I bet if it was me, it would be like everywhere.
So this now will just transform.
We have got some superior stamping midnight black card as well that we've had on the show. So if you want to get that, we can bring that back up for you. £9.99 on that one as well for you to be able to get that, which is the 240 GSM. So really, really great quality of card, and you get 25 of those A4 sheets. So if you want to create this, then absolutely get that. I actually love it with that shape as well, that polka dot shape.
Doesn't it? Yeah. And the gold and the black is so classic.
Isn't it?
So once that's all heat embossed, it's going to reveal you with a really nice colour. Now what I'm just going to do, and I'm really sorry to whoever comes in and clears this up, I'm just going to remove some of this glitter.
We've got hoovers.
That will remain on my hands for probably the next 3 days. And we'll build this card up. So I've taken my section now and I've trimmed it down. Now there's a piece missing from here, which I'm going to use as on a border on another card, but slimline cards are really in style at the moment. So I'm going to layer this up onto a card blank, which I've made from my Superior Stamping black card. And I've just cut it to 8 by 8, and then I've scored it at 4. So it's going to make this really nice slimline finish on here. And then we're going to layer up our flower just so it sits sort of off the card.
Yeah.
So pop that on there. It's going to give a completely different look. And then we're just going in with a super small, thin sentiment that says, to someone special. And I'm just going to pop it on top of my card. And then there you go.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that is like, I feel like that's like the Chanel of cards. You know, like it's just so glamorous.
I think it's the gold, and I think the fact that I've used like this, it's called a Fairy Dust by Wow. And it's gold with like glitter, silver sparkles in. So it just adds so much elegance to your card.
Yeah, it's just mesmerising.
You can heat emboss your stamp first and then colour it in.
Okay.
But obviously when you're going over all of these colours, it changes the heat embossing.
Yes.
And it can affect it. So if you just sort of do that sort of fake stamping first and then heat emboss it, because obviously with your stamping press you get it in the same place every time, so it allows you to be able to do that.
And we've still got the stamping press available as well, so if people want to jump in and get that, because we've mentioned it quite a few times, because
it's an essential. Whether you're a new stamper, it's going to help you out perfectly, because it's going to be a great starting point for you. If you're an experienced stamper, you'll know how frustrating it is sometimes when you stamp and you have to stamp it again, and then even that time it doesn't work, so you have to do it a third time. With this, you can do those steps, but you're not wasting ink, you're not wasting paper, you're just doing it the same time.
And I suppose you'll get that premium quality because it's always been in the same place, so you've got every part covered.
It looks exceptional.
Yeah, and again, £34.99 for the stamping press, which is £17.49 a month. We like to do split pay as much as we can, just to give you, the chance to get it. It will come straight through to you, and then you'll just pay the next month the other half for it as well. It's completely interest-free. You don't have to wait for it to arrive or anything like that. And I think for something that you're going to use again and again and again, like you say, is an essential, that is an amazing price.
It is an amazing price, and it is. There's people who have stamped a number of times. There's people who have tried stamping a few times that have messaged on Facebook and said, since I've had the stamping press, it's improved my stamping so much, because I've not got any of those blurred lines that sometimes you can get with your acrylic blocks. It gives you a professional finish time after time, and it just helps with, when you've missed ink somewhere, you can go back in. You can save your cards really just by having this tool, and it's incredible. I love my acrylic blocks, and I love stamping, but every single time I'll always go for my stamping press.
We've had quite a few people who have sort of got in touch as well who have dexterity issues, and they've said that having the stamping block has literally changed their life, because they can go back to stamping.
Because it's not something that you're afraid of using, because it saves so much time, and like you say, when your hands are a bit more shaky with stamping, you need to have that sort of control, that focus, and that's what the stamping press gives you. So it is bringing crafts back to people as well. It's really nice.
In terms of acrylic blocks as well, because I know that we've got some of those available as well, would you say to still have them as well as a stamping press?
Yeah, so for things like this stamp, where we're going in a number of times with colour, it would be a little bit frustrating to have to each time take my stamp off, add it back in. So just to be able to use your stamping block, press it down, especially if you're repeating stamping or creating backgrounds from your stamp, and you're doing it a number of times, then having your stamping blocks gives you that ability to do it a little bit more flexible. But I like both of them. They both have their places, so I use them both all the time. There's definitely not one over the other. They're both things that you should have, I think, when you're starting out.
And this, of course, you're offering a set of 3 for one price, £12.99.
£12.99, and it's great to have different sets as well, because you have different sizes of stamps. So say I'm using these stamps here, I've got really thin, small stamps. I don't want to pop that on my massive block, which I do actually have here, because this is crazy. Why would I put my why would I put my very small stamp on my massive block? I've got a small stamp block to do that with, but then I also have my larger stamp if I want to place my big stamps on it. So the options are there for all of you.
Yeah. Which is brilliant, and I suppose you want to have that even press on them. So, like you say, you don't just want the tiniest bit on the top that you're pressing. It's not. Well, brilliant, because we've got 3 different sizes. We've got the 2x4, the 3x4, and the 6x4 in terms of the sizes. So you can use that with all of your sort of different stamps that you have. Lots you have that in your basket. So do make sure that you're checking out your basket. We're down to the last 10 minutes of the show. So anything that you want to add on as well, remember you will be getting that one-off postage and packaging fee. But check out. All day, of course, we've seen you at different times kind of working with those blending tools.
Yes.
So I'm just going to bring those back in, if that's okay as well.
Because use them again as well in this next
Are you?
demo.
Yes, okay. Well,
essentials to use with your stamp.
And this, of course, is 2 tools and 30 sponges.
Yes, so you get 2 of your tools, which are really comfortable to hold, especially when you're doing a lot of movement. And then you get 30 of the sponges. And like I said before, a lot of us at Hunkydory have a sponge for each selection, which we keep underneath. So having 30 sponges, you're 6 down. 6
that's all.
Isn't that much when you think about the colours that you could use the same tool for. But you can always add them on as well, because we sell them in individual packs.
Perfect.
But you know, you've got near enough, almost the exact amount of sponges you need for your ink pad selection.
Definitely.
And again, I've created my backgrounds with these a number of times. You can colour your flowers in with these if you want to have more of a looser look. It's down to you and what.
And I just love the Velcro as well. They're so easy just to swap over. And then we've got there £15.96. So if you do want to get the sponges extra, 48 you've got there of the blending sponges for just under £16, which is amazing, right down to the very lowest penny that we possibly can. Okay, I'll let you come to your...
Okay, so we're going to do an ombre background next.
Yes.
So we're just going to use one colour. I've chosen, I think it's pink jelly bean.
Yeah.
And we're just going to bring out that colour onto our ink pad. Now, I've already cut this down to size. I think it's 5 by 5, and then I've just added my tape, my low-tack tape, onto the edge of this to give me a border. So I can go in now with my colour, and I can start adding this up. So first of all, we want a nice sort of like even layer between all of the colours, and you can do this with any colour. You can also mix your colours together, so like that mirror we saw earlier on with the different tones of colour, you can create that with your inks as well. But all the way down, we just want to create a nice even coloured tone. Now this is a really light pink, so building it up can sometimes take quite a while. A little tip if you're wanting to create a big ombre background like this is to start off with a base coat like this by just using your blending sponge, and then often I like to take my ink pad and just run it across my cardstock to get as much colour down as possible, and you can see that that colour is so much more vibrant at the top now than it is at the bottom. And then we can go back in, add more colour and create that nice sort of seamless look that we want to create. And then you can just peel back your tape and it will reveal a really nice, clean, finished, simple background. So we can pull this away. Oops, I just pulled off some of that white there from my card, but not to worry about that.
That's amazing. Just had a question coming in from Chris as well, saying, how do you attach the blending pad to the bottom of the ink pad?
So we often use Velcro, just Velcro dots, because this is a Velcro that attaches it to it. So if you get Velcro hooks, which is what is on the bottom of your tool, then you can just put those onto the base here and then stick that onto there, and you'll just be able to pull it off and remove it each time. So that's what we use to do it. So you want Velcro hooks, not the other section. So now we're going to create our card from this. We've not got that long left, so I've already got a beautiful flower that we sort of had ready to go, so we can add this onto here. And this is just not using those masks at all, so if you're someone who just loves these stamps and you just want to buy the stamps on their own, you can do that too. So let's just add that on there. And then just to coordinate it together, we have these really nice, I'm gonna have to use this block. We have these really nice sort of like paint splatters, I would call them. So let's go in with our black ink, and we're just gonna add a few of these across our card here.
I love
in
that
the
as a stamp.
background. It's really fun, isn't it? Because you would never be able to create that perfectly on here. So just add a few more just to bring this together. And then we're going to finish off with our sentiment, which we've gone with congratulations. And this is the large stamp from the kit. And again, I'm just going to run that across my flower and then stick this onto my card blank.
Incredible.
So we'll just use some tape because it's the same size as my card blank. If it was slightly smaller, I might have used foam pads just to lift it off there. But we'll just use our double-sided tape, pop this on, and we'll be done with our card.
And of course, we've got there on the screen as well, the graphics are up for the ink pads. So if you want 36 ink pads for £20 a month, then they are available. Amazing.
There you go.
It's just lovely. And I think every single one of them has just been so different that you've actually created as well.
I think so. I've tried to do different colours because we could all do pinks all the time on flowers and they would look beautiful. But I've tried to pink, pick different shades and tones for each of the cards that I've done today.
Gorgeous. Thank you. That is honestly another amazing demo. So, of course, keep on coming through. If you want those ink pads, because I know loads of you have, and no wonder when we thought, what price did we think it was going to be, Kat? £90. I think we went to like 89 or 79.99, and we were like, that's amazing. Loads of you bought it, and then obviously Natalie came off the first hour and was like, I don't think that's the right price. I think it's meant to go lower, as it is.
A little bit smaller.
Yeah, so a bigger saving than we even expected for you, which is brilliant. I mean, that makes it £1.66 a pad, and you know, we've seen you sort of using them a lot in today's show.
So many different
Do they
times.
last a long time? Like
they
each
do,
one?
yeah. So I think this is the second set I've had since we launched them, and that was around about like maybe 2 years ago.
Oh wow, okay.
And I use them like every single week in the office when I'm crafting. But they're great. You can use them as paints because you can like put them down, use them with your water brushes, pick up the colour. You can use them to create backgrounds by just like sort of swiping them across your cardstock. You can colour your stamps with them like we've done them today.
Amazing.
There's so many different uses for ink pads, and especially water-based ink pads. So they're a good starter for anyone who's getting into stamping because you've got so many different colours. They're so versatile to use. So they're a great addition, especially for that price.
Yes, 100%. And I feel like today we've really kind of had like a full sort of 5 hours of showcasing some of the best stamps that are out there. And
we really have.
you know, with
some great ones.
Yes, and with these, they just work. Yes, yeah. But you can use these. Get these from Hunkydory, and then use them with Creative Expressions stamps as well.
Mix and match all of your stamps. You know, once you've got them, you could use sentiments from other collections. You can use little bits from other collections. You could use backgrounds from other collections. So once you've got them, what you do with them is completely down to you.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, enjoy. Remember, these are still available on the web. We've got the last couple of minutes of the show, so we have got the full bundle available if you want them. You're looking at 41 stamps that you're getting across these different stamping kits. And then, of course, on top of that, you are also getting, I just love the masks to surround them. I think it gives an extra dimension, doesn't it? Beautifully designed, all of those. And today you're looking at a £13 saving if you buy the full bundle, so £17.49 for you to get all of them. As I say, the presentation on these are wonderful as well. It kind of explains how to use them if you're gifting them to somebody. Easter's coming up, might not want to buy an Easter egg, might want to start something on a crafting journey, and at this price it's almost like buying 4 of them and getting 2 free, isn't it? So a wonderful opportunity for you to get those. Right, thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you back.
I've had a really good day. It's been so much fun.
Well, I've loved you. Do you know when you're back in next?
I am back on the 7th.
Gosh, I can't believe that we're nearly in April.
It scares me.
I was sitting there like,
really
I know.
This year is going far too fast.
It's flying, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Maybe it's because we can do a little bit more. Maybe we're having a bit of a nicer time.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we will look forward to seeing you back here on the 7th. Tomorrow we have Crafter's Companion joining us. Oh, and Resin as well. So Crafter's Companion, amazing. Resin's amazing. It's going to be an incredible show. I'll be back with you on Friday, same time, same place. So I'll look forward to seeing you then. Check out your baskets, jump back on the web and get anything you want because I don't want you to miss out on those. And have a wonderful evening. And please do join me at 1 o'clock on Friday. We've got an amazing weekend shows lined up for you. So I will see you then. Take care.